Good morning, good morning, good morning, amazing law nerd. It's time. We are back in Utah for day 10 of Utah versus Kouri Richins, 10,793,000. This trial has just felt unexpectedly long, and our days got out of sync because it's March 9th, but it's day 10, and I'm like, no, it lined up so perfectly for just a moment there. But it is, as a lot of you know, it was a big weekend over at the Baker House, and then your girl hates a time change. We'll tell stories about that another day, but you know how it is. We had company in town. Travis had a very significant birthday. It's been all of the things. So law nerds, today we are just going to zoom as fast as we can through trial. But I did pick up some snacks at Buc-ee's over the weekend, so I have some additional snacks for the long day that I'm sure will ensue. Even with the zoom room, the days of trial have been interesting. Where did we leave off? Well, a lot of you asked over the weekend, like, where is court? No court on Friday. Remember, they had a day off. This trial was supposed to run Monday through Thursday. And then Judge M saw how this was going and was like, no. We're not, no, we're not going to be able to take every Friday off. That's just not going to work for us. So we are now running most weeks Monday through Friday. And the state indicated they were getting close to the end of their case. But what do we know is at the end of their case? All of the shit that Kouri Richins said. We know that the state is going to put at the end of their case everything that Kouri said. The videos, the audios, the recording, the walk the dog letter, the journal, the thing that was found in the cabinets in the kitchen, all of it. And we also know that we need to see the business partner, Cody Wright, because we heard about Cody Wright on Thursday before the break. And the state, the prosecution, was redacting a video from the night of March 5th. So maybe that's something we will see today as well, because they were blurring the children's faces. The one with the pants, Bryce, where are your pants? That video. So that's what I expect we will see the beginning of today. I don't know if they will get through the rest of their case, but they told the state told the words are going to be this way today. The state told the judge at the end of last week that they only had a few more witnesses. So they might be done Monday, Tuesday this week, and then we'll go from there. So let me know where you're coming in from, what you are having for breakfast, lunch, wherever it is. I've got coffee. I've got breakfast. I'm ready to do all the things. I don't know if we'll ever find out where Bryce's pants are. Or why Bryce's pants. Like, what are we doing with your pants? Why are there no... I have so many questions. But Bryce is like, it's a no pants dance party. I know. Fully other people's pants, chat. Fully. We're going to roll the intro. We're going to go to court. As always, we will pick up our EDB air miles when we bring the jury, because it's one of my favorite things.
Bring the jury.
I will let you know that Judge Abby and I spent some time going through some of the favorite judge moments I have had over streaming and giggling while having a whiskey together and going through some of the judge moments that I thought were fun, because judges don't always get to watch other judges. I was like, oh, you got to see this. And then you got to see this. We'll talk about what some of those moments were later. All right. You guys ready to get to court? If any of you have already been to court today, A for effort. But B, remember, spoilers make me cry. Emily's underslept and sassy. And so if I throw down the band hammer a little liberally today, you'll know why. So just fair warning that Emily's spicy today. So that's where we're at. I figure it's a fair heads up. All right, let's get to court. That audio is not in the right place, Emily. No, it's sure not.
Your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law,
Happy
the strategy, and the evidence in real time, so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court.
It's time to get to court. Emily, was your feed pulled up ready to go to court? It was. It sure was. But is it going to be a Monday? Apparently so. There we go. That's what we wanted to look at. I like the desktop on my computer just fine, but it's time to get in. It's time to get into court with Judge M. That's what we need to do this morning. Do we have audio or no? Not quite yet. Oh, that's the camera. There we go. Now we got some audio. That's better.
Counsel for the state and
Defense are present. Defendant is present.
Good morning, Your Honor. We're back in court.
Some things to discuss. A couple of motions filed last night. We also need to discuss.
Great. Did you see the bloop? He just blooped down the notepad. It was just a full bloop. I went to pull the docket over the weekend to see if there were any docketed items. And you know what I saw? Everything almost was under seal. It was just all under seal. So there's not much we can do about that because it was all under seal. So, yep.
Jail calls and
Yep.
the other information that'll be coming in through Detective O'Driscoll. Let's start with schedule. Mr. Bloodworth,
Let's start with
who are the
schedule.
state's anticipated witnesses today?
Your Honor, Cody Wright, Matthew Throckmorton,
Throckmorton with the handwriting.
Jayme Woody, Todd Gabler,
Well, that's a lot of witnesses today.
and then if we get there, Jeff O'Driscoll.
There's probably a lengthy
O'Driscoll's going to be like a
discussion
2-day
regarding the
witness,
state's
at least.
motions and defendant's positions. We're going to jail calls, the interview transcript that we need to have prior to Detective O'Driscoll. Is that your sense of it?
Yes, Your Honor.
So if we're going to have that before he gets on the stand, we're going to have it today, which means he's probably not getting on the stand today.
Agree.
Okay.
Okay.
Ms. Lewis, you're the one looking at me, so I'll just ask you, does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll plan to at least begin, if not have that discussion sometime.
Chat. I know you were asking the attorneys to wear purple. Miss Nestor's got you guys. She's ready. You're the one looking at me.
Today. Then, let's see. The state filed a motion regarding exhibits 8-57R and 8-63R. Need to make sure I give defendant an opportunity to
means
respond to
redacted.
that. Ms. Lewis, what are your thoughts?
No, I believe those are the videos. Is that correct? The videos of the interviews with Carmen? I wasn't sure what they were.
Is the entire defense team wearing purple, or is it just the way that the light's going?
It's the
It's 857
consistent
through
portion.
63. It's,
My apologies. That's right.
and we've submitted the transcript, but of course, a video would be redacted once we make a decision based on the transcript.
Okay. 'Cause, I didn't see the specific if those are the redacted. Wasn't able to look at them. I just saw that.
They're all filed as separate docket entries.
They're
Yes, they are, and sealed.
There's the
They're sealed.
6 Carmen Lauber interviews involving Summit County Sheriff's Office and 1 involving the United States Attorney's Office.
6?
And these are redacted
6.
portions of those 6 interviews used to rehabilitate Carmen Lauber.
Okay. I guess I need to look at the redacted version. I didn't realize that. I was looking through what the state files in box to get to us, and it wasn't in there when I was looking at it yesterday evening. So
these are the attachments to the motion that was filed over the weekend.
and we have the same objection to the motion. I mean, it's the same objection. I will have to look at
Same
the
objection
redacted
as
version.
what?
I'm not sure what you mean by same objection, but let's not spend time on that now. The state is designating specific portions,
Same
a
objection
very
as what? Yes.
limited subset of the 900 pages of combined transcript
What?
as consistent statements to rebut a charge of either recent fabrication or pressure to change her testimony. I'm going to have to make a ruling regarding each of them.
Okay, I'll read them. The redacted versions. Sorry,
okay.
I misunderstood what was filed.
So that's that. What's a reasonable time to have that conversation, Ms. Lewis?
I mean, over the weekend is when they
I'm
should be
going to
doing
try and
that.
look at them this morning. I don't know, let me pull them up, and then maybe
Okay.
at the break we can talk about that.
Oh,
Okay.
my
Yeah,
goodness.
We'll check back in about that. I had them to bring it in. It's this much paper, and so it may be more than you can do between now and the lunch break, but let's be reasonable. Mr. Bloodworth.
Your
I
Honor,
think it's reasonable that
that's
it's going to take some time.
prerequisite to having a full
Oh my God.
discussion on Jeff O'Driscoll's testimony.
Oh my God.
Is that true? Why is that true? Why don't those issues stand alone or stand independently?
Your Honor, they do stand independently, but Jeff O'Driscoll will likely be the state's last witness. We would then
Yeah, that makes the most sense.
then use those exhibits as part of his direct examination.
That makes sense to me. Okay. I understand that. Okay. Let's see.
I love when he's like got the action
Defendant's
hands.
motion for
Ready to
mistrial
go.
regarding the alleged Giglio violation that was mentioned on the record. I asked defendant to file that
I love that the court continues to say alleged.
in writing. They did. It's docket 1691. Need to give the state an opportunity to respond to that.
It's sealed.
What's reasonable, Mr. Bloodworth?
I looked for that too. It's sealed. I would have pulled it up and given you guys a preview. It's sealed. It's sealed. It's sealed. Why, Emily? I don't know. Because they felt like sealing it.
Your Honor, they can respond right now.
I'm gonna need some
The state's
details
response
that I'm
is
not
gonna be-
sure you can provide right now. And even if you can, having it in writing would help me keep it all straight, even if it's just the
Yeah.
factual position
is
about
fair.
what was provided when.
The state is
Your Honor,
facing.
we can do that. I don't think that
the state's
the
like,
state disagrees
why?
on the facts
Okay.
Oh.
laid out in the defense's motion, but we can provide
Sounds like
something
more
to the court in
information is
writing
needed for the court.
tomorrow
Okay.
morning.
That's fine. And if that's the case, it sounds like it won't be burdensome to produce it or to draft it.
No, Your Honor, it's not too burdensome.
Okay. Sounds good.
Your Honor, just maybe a heads up. Can I refer to the court to State v. Bisner? That will feature in the state's response.
I look forward to reading it after
Just
I get your response.
file the response.
Okay, very good. Then,
state's like,
Ms.
yes,
Lewis,
file your
there's
response.
also the
Just file your
oral
response.
motion for mistrial that you made at sidebar.
The state is not going to be done with witnesses today. The state may be done with witnesses at some point tomorrow, but the state's not going to be done with witnesses today, in addition to all of the stuff they have to do. It might be tomorrow or Wednesday, but they're not going to be done today. Given all of this, there's a new motion for mistrial. There's the pending motion for mistrial regarding the emails that the defense said they didn't see. And now there's a new motion for mistrial.
Regarding references to quote unquote charges in State's Exhibit 2-46.
Oh, well, we figured that was coming when we talked about it, when the defense said, let's approach. During the state's phone call, the judge gave a limiting instruction. It was Kouri on the call with Bryce and Bestie number 1 saying, and now they want to put charges on me and it's conversion of this and this. And they had talked about redactions before that went live. And I don't think the defense said to redact that. And it never said assault charges. It said charges. But of course, the defense made a motion for mistrial.
That was on March 5.
About
we
the video.
provided a curative instruction to the jury on that. Is that something your defendant is standing by, or is that motion withdrawn?
Oh.
I have a minute.
It was in her call to Bryce, the one that she recorded.
46.
This is the video, the audio recording, the 2-part audio recording that
Yep.
was played. It's a recorded telephone conversation.
Oh,
Your client used the word charges. I instructed the jury that referred to civil litigation.
that motion's withdrawn.
How do I remember better than the defense at this point? She's like, oh, that's right, withdrawn.
Brittany, can you make a note of that in the minutes? All right. Okay. That's what I had
Withdrawn.
on my
Withdrawn.
initial to-do list. Mr. Bloodworth, anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis?
No.
Okay. I've already forgotten the order of witnesses. Mr. Wright?
Yes, sir.
And
Oh,
just
boy.
confirming, you've reminded Mr. Wright of the bounds of the court's prior ruling regarding his testimony.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
No. Oh.
Oh, well, then there's
Simple
that.
as
The court, are we ready for the jury? The attorneys, yes. The clerk, no, we're missing one. Okay.
We're going to take a 5-minute break and locate the juror who has not yet arrived. All right. very
Your
good.
Honor, the time
We'll be
change
recessed
fucks
for
us
5
all
minutes.
up.
Thank you.
It's rude. I hate a time change. It's a whole situation. We hate a time change. So there was a juror that had not arrived yet. The court takes a recess for that. Let's zoom past the recess. It happens sometimes that jurors are late. Yeah, it happens sometimes. Texas Forever 1823 said, EDB, did you share Bloodworth's Takesy v. Baxi with Judge Abby? I certainly did. Because sometimes when we learn about new legal precedent, it is important to share it with our legal friends. And that's a long break. The Takesy v. Baxi of it all is very, very important. So we are going to zoom and get to court. Yes, they figured out that they missed a juror. It hasn't happened. They have not had many issues with this jury.
0139.
All right, back on the record.
We now have all the jurors. Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor, but before we
Bring the jury.
call Cody Wright,
Bring the
the
jury.
state was going to publish 8-8. That's the exhibit that we had held off on publishing.
Oh, that's the one we
for
talked
to
about.
blur some faces on.
The
Very
blurred,
good. Remind
the video
me
from the
what's
party.
depicted in it. I can't quite remember.
Your
It's
Honor,
the party time video.
It's about a 35-second video from a gathering
I
on
left
March
my
the
lip gloss
5th,
in my purse.
2022. That shows
yes, other people's pants on this one.
the defendant, Chelsea, Barney, Bryce Knutson, and others.
At the wake.
Celebrating.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
celebrating. Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis. I think I've already
You've already admitted it.
ruled on any objections to that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we'll start in that way. I'll have you introduce it and just offer it again.
Okay.
All right.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, anything before we invite the jury in? Okay. Let's do it.
All right. Now it's time.
Bring the jury.
Now we get to bring the jury. All right. They're going to bring the jury in. That means it's time for us to fly to Utah for the first time today. We got our morning flight on EDB Air. Get your miles.
Please have a seat. as
Let's
you
go.
come in.
All right. They did not rehome a juror. I saw a couple people asking if there was a
Please have a seat.
rehomed juror. There is no rehomed
Ladies and
juror.
gentlemen, thank you for your patience.
They were just-
We'll continue with additional
They were
evidence
just
from the
late.
state.
We don't judge. We don't judge our folks that are running late on the Monday after a time change. Nope. Fair juror. We'll blame the Apple's silent alarm on the phone.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, on Thursday, the court took testimony from Chelsea Gibson, who referenced a celebration on March the 5th, 2022.
Ooh, we get to see the
And
video.
The state was
We might have to watch
redacting
this
some
twice.
children's faces from the video. The state now moves that exhibit 8-8 into evidence and moves to publish it.
Chelsea Barney, correct?
Barney, did I say Gibson again?
Yes, sorry. Chelsea Barney, March 5, 2022.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good.
And I imagine they're just going to publish it
that
to the
up.
jury now, which I would also like to see. So a lot of you are asking about the time change. Technically, the time changes at like 2 a.m. or something Sunday, but having the day on Sunday to kind of recombobulate doesn't help enough. It just doesn't. Now, for those of you asking about this
You folks see
video,
that? Okay. Very good.
All right. For those of you asking about this video, we heard about this video with the witness last week. This video was taken at the celebration of life on March 5th in the evening. We know from the call with Bryce, Kouri, and then Bestie Barney on the speakerphone that the sister-in-law is the one who took this video. Remember how upset Kouri was that sister-in-law took this video and showed it to the lawyer? Because Kouri was suing over the estate, still is, but took the video of the partying and showed it to the lawyer and was complaining that Kouri was intoxicated and unable to care for the children and that this is what Kouri was doing. We saw a photo with Bryce and Kouri and Amy and some of the friends on Thursday. If I say Friday at all today, I mean Thursday. And so then they redacted the children's faces out of the video. It's a very short video, but I'm assuming then that the children are in the video when this is going on. And this is the thing that was being complained about by sister-in-law. So hopefully that's the video we get to see now. That brings everybody hopefully up to speed. Look, normally it wouldn't. I'm not going to judge how people grieve. Grief is crazy. The problem for me is that the defense spent a lot of their opening talking about how distraught Kouri Richins was, that this was a wife becoming a widow, that this upended her life. And so when that's your argument, knowing that these videos are out there, to not even try to mitigate it at the beginning and to try to say we were keeping it light for the kids, there's keeping it light for the kids is it's something that the jury is going to judge. Because is she celebrating that he's gone? Or is she celebrating the house that she closed on? Or is she celebrating that she's gonna be rich? And also, this is an unexpected death. This is the day after a shocking, unexpected death. Unless it wasn't unexpected. And that's where the prosecution's gonna argue. That it's not unexpected and that she's actually celebrating with her friends that she's free.
Scott, please.
Holy fucking shit. Did they edit out No Pants Bryce, or are there children running around down there? Damn it, I can't tell at this point. All right, I think they're editing out children, not No Pants Bryce. But are they shotgunning beers with the kids running? I guess so. All right. We're going to play the video.
And it does have some audio.
I know, the kids are at waist height, so it's...
It has some audio, but...
It's not coming through. It doesn't sound like.
All right. I don't know why that is. Scott, let's try again.
This is in the evening of March 5th. This is the evening of March 5th. Eric Richins passed away in the early morning hours overnight from March 3rd to 4th. He was not taken out of the home where they are in. He is not taken out of the home until the middle of the morning, middle of the day, March 4th. This is March 5th.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, we admitted this through Ali staking, not Chelsea Barney.
Understood.
So this is one day after his death.
Scott, would you pause?
I don't know if those are beers. I don't know what's in that can, but it looks like they are shotgunning something just based on the way they're holding them.
Would you disconnect and reconnect? And
we gotta
start over.
unplug
Check the
and plug
settings
back
on your
in.
end, please.
Don't worry, we're gonna watch the video at least twice, Law Nerds. We have the ability to back it up, back it up, back it up, and watch it again. Also, I don't think I've shotgunned at anything since I turned 30. Probably since I turned 25.
Okay, ready? Run. Okay, I'm getting it free.
Mostly because my stomach can't handle that.
Yep, come back in the corner with us. There we go.
Richard, yep.
Is Eric's name also Richard?
Richard.
Look, Chachi's still going.
Ron, take that AUDACITY out of here.
Oh! You're an Afghanistan warrior.
You are an Afghanistan warrior.
Emily, we need to watch it again. Yeah, we do. We need to watch it again. I agree. We do need to watch it again. I'm backing it up. We're watching it one more time.
Okay, you can take that one, right?
Okay, ready? Run.
Okay, I'm getting that free.
Cheers, boys.
Yep, come back in the corner with us. There we go.
Richard.
Richard.
Yep.
Richard.
Look, touch is still going. Ron, take that AUDACITY out of here.
Oh! You're an Afghanistan warrior.
You are an Afghanistan warrior.
Okay.
Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next.
Yeah. The jury gets to see all of the everything in addition and before hearing all of Kouri's statements when we get to that witness later. But it's just that's a whole thing. And it's before, well, it's clearly before the kids go to bed. And the kids are just like wandering around. And yeah, that's sure.
Next witness, please.
It is what it is.
Your Honor, the state calls Cody Wright.
I love that the judge is just like, all right, next witness is
Mr.
Cody
Wright,
Wright.
good morning.
Cody Wright is
You
the
step in
business
front of Brittany,
partner.
We'll get you sworn in.
And the difference between how the
Do you
defense
solemnly
is trying to
swear
present the
testimony
case
you're
and
about
how
to give in the
the
matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and
the
nothing but the
prosecution
truth,
is going to present the
subject to
case
pains
is
and
going to
penalties
be
of perjury.
a lot.
Thank you. Have a seat.
This is not the pants guy. This is the business partner, Cody Wright. So this is one of Eric's close friends. There are pretrial rulings about what he's allowed to say when he and Eric talked on the phone around Valentine's Day. His wife previously testified that they were on that vacation when Kouri's just like, I'm trapped in this marriage, and if I get divorced, I get nothing.
Please proceed.
Good morning, sir. What, sir, is your name?
Cody Wright.
Spelled W-R-I-G-H-T.
Yep,
Did you know Eric Richins?
I did.
How?
Eric was a really good friend of mine and also business partner.
I think this is witness maybe number 40.
Met him in high school. He was an acquaintance of my brother. Met him through him. Became good friends through the hunting world. He was a rancher. I liked hard work. He loved hard work. And we became friends almost immediately through that. That led to a lifelong of events together and fun together and work together. We had a lot of good times. Shortly after I met him, he came to work for a family business as a hod tender. Got to teach him what hod tending's all about and hard
What
work
is
that way,
hod-
which was fun.
Excuse me, prosecution, for those of us that do not speak, ranch, I'm guessing. What? I'm hoping that the prosecution clarifies because I have questions.
We both served LDS missions shortly after that.
Oh, did
came
he say
home,
hog, not hot?
continued to
Okay.
work together through that family business.
Hog makes sense.
In 2010, we decided
Chad.
that it was time to separate from that business and start our own. We
Hog-
started our
hog
own
makes
masonry
sense.
company together, and that was
Hog tending would be hard work. That makes sense. Tending to the hogs. Yes. Thank you, Chad. I was like, hot tending. What is? It's like bartending, but are we making up new drinks in Utah again? Is this like swig but for warm drinks? Thank you, Chad. My brain was buffering.
another journey in and of itself. It was fun.
Is that masonry company C&E?
Yes, C&E Stonemasonry.
Is that for Cody and Eric?
Yes. And
Oh, I didn't realize I could turn that up. Sorry, chat. That had been lower.
we worked in that masonry company together for almost 12 years, 11 and a half years or so.
How often would you see him when running your company together?
See him a couple times a week probably. We ate lunch fairly often. In the fall, I saw him a lot as we were out in the hills and doing fun stuff, whether it be on the ranch or up in the mountains. We spent a lot of time together in the fall. We spent a lot of lunches together while we worked and things like that, but talked to him pretty much every day on the phone.
I also love that in all of the dude ways possible, they were just like, so we're going to start a company. What should we call it? Cody and Eric? Yeah, perfect. Great. C&E. All right, that sounds right. E and C sounds weird. C&E sounds right. I love the simplicity of it. And I also love that it was probably like, yeah, right. Sure. Perfect. Cody and Eric. Makes sense. It's just, I love it so much because it's just so, you can envision that conversation just being like, yeah, right. Perfect. Cheers. Great. Perfect. Handled.
If I didn't see him.
You can
When
feel
you talk
the
about
heaviness
spending
from
a
this
lot of
witness
time
too,
together in
right?
the fall, is that hunting?
Yeah, we spent a lot of time.
About how many days each fall would the two of you hunt together?
We would spend the end of August and most of September and sometimes October and sometimes November and sometimes that bled into December, January, and February. But
And would you
There were a couple people in the courtroom that laughed at that. Okay, a number of you are saying hod tending, which is a masonry term, not hog tending. So again, hod tending, we're going to have to just wait till the prosecution clarifies at this point because I am so confused. But either way, does it matter? No, they did things and decided to start their own business. And I love it. I know a lot of you are like, C&E, no, we're not in Massachusetts. No pizza. Masonry business. But there was a giggle in court when he was talking about their, the hunting season kind of extending beyond. And I'm going to let that play because I couldn't hear if it was the audience or the jury. Excuse me. Sometimes the jury's a bit closer to the mics.
When you talk about spending a lot of time together in the fall, is that hunting?
yeah, we spent a lot of time.
About how many days each fall would the two of you hunt together?
We would spend the end of August and most of September and sometimes October and sometimes November and sometimes that bled into December, January, and February. But
And would you
quite a few days.
would you travel together to hunt?
Yes, we went on different trips as well.
I'm sure this will come up in cross again.
What was Eric's personality?
You could hear the chuckle in court.
Eric's feisty. Eric's hardworking. Eric's the life of the party. Eric's funny. Depends where he's at and what he's doing. He can be very fun to be around, very comforting at times, and also he can tell you what you've done wrong and make sure that you knew that it was wrong and that should have been done differently. And so,
Balance.
good personality.
Right.
What was he like personality-wise in business?
Business, he was serious. He took that very serious. That was one of the things that he was very passionate about. He wanted to grow C&E. He wanted to be
Right.
successful. He wanted to
Build something.
do the best he could with that. He came from a background of hard work and business as well, and saw that and wanted to replicate that from his parents, I'm sure. But he was very serious when it came to business, wanted to make sure that things were done right and wanted to grow that business.
You mean he didn't want to be $11 million in debt?
Were you able to interact
Weird.
with Eric and his boys?
Also, I will judge about that because going through Kouri Richins' accounting with the financial accountant actually made my stomach hurt. And I think a lot of you had secondhand anxiety in a way that you didn't know was possible. All of us were just like, how are you doing this? different than how Eric was running his business. And I think it's notable that the prosecution put this witness on after that call between Kouri and Eric's other friend, Bryce, No Pants Bryce. It's notable hearing that call and then seeing the demeanor and hearing this witness. Because now we've heard Kouri with Bryce saying, yeah, Eric said no to the $250,000, but I knew better. I knew I could do more with it. I knew I could turn it into 11 million. But then that call was after we already saw the forensic accountant. So it's building so that when we see testimony coming in, we're like, yep, nope. And you start to see it build against each other.
What are some examples of that?
One that comes to mind was he asked me, I did a lot of baseball growing up. I pitched in particular, and he asked me to work with Carter with some pitching lessons. We went over and worked with Carter and helped him learn how to pitch. That was one that comes to mind.
What was Eric like as a father?
Competitive, dedicated. He wanted to know what my kids were up to so he could tell me what his kids were up to and how well they were doing as well. He wanted his kids to be the best on the team. He wanted them to succeed. He wanted to make sure that I knew that how well they'd done over the weekend and how good they were doing in all their sports.
I'm a did you have fun sports mom, just in case anybody wanted to know. I get real serious about band, but I was a did you have fun sports mom.
What was your business relationship in CNA?
Emily, you as a sports mom. Yeah. What did you guys have for snacks? Did you have a good time? Mm-hmm. Did you have a good time? Do you like doing this? No? Okay, we're not doing it. We're not doing it next season. And then it came to band, and I was like, band. Did I care if anybody won when we were doing kids sports? Didn't care. Nope, sure didn't. But many do. So.
We were 50-50 partners. So we were, I ran half the business, he ran half the business. Although that wasn't like a perfectly straight line, right? We did paver, stone, tile work. I took care of tile and paver work. Eric took care of the stonework side. So we did have it split. To where he took care of his projects, I took care of mine. We overlapped in the bookwork end of things or in the administration side of things. But as far as work went, he had relationships with people that I didn't. And so he would take care of those clients and I would take care of others.
How many people did C&E employ in early 2022?
Was it 147?
Approximately 90.
Oh, shit.
And about how?
I was joking because of Kouri Richins saying that in her resume she had 147 employees or whatever. So I was joking. 90 employees is not a small thing. 90 employees is a lot of people to navigate. That is not a small business at this point anymore. That's a lot to navigate. A lot of you have been asking this morning, where is Ramos? He is sitting just ever so slightly off camera with his dual screen laptop set up there at the end. He keeps an eye on the jury. For all of you who have said that you are also the did you have fun parents, look, I just wanted to remind as we talk about there are competitive parents. That is fine. I have found, and I am not judging the competitive parents that I do not know. I have found that competitive children will be competitive no matter what their parents do. Non-competitive children will also be non-competitive no matter what their parents do. Kids will just do whatever. So I was very much a did you have fun. When my kid was like, I want to do this more, great. When my kid was like, I don't want to do this anymore, great. Our rules around sports were this. This is Emily's parenting input for the day. My rules around sports were this. If you start a season, you finish a season. I mean, unless you are like injured and the orthopedic surgeon says no. If you start a season, you finish a season. When you commit to a team, you show up for your team. If you don't want to do it anymore, we don't do it anymore. I want you to try things. That was it. That was the goal. Try things. But kids who want to be competitive, you will see it. You will see it. You will be dragging them off of fields, out of pools. They will be asking to practice more. You don't have to make them do anything. You have to drive them to things. They will do it. So, yes, you have to be permission, not the driving force. And then you remind them. when it's hard, you remind them that it won't always be hard and that they love it. That's it. Anyway, continuing on with the parenting chats. Emily, you're so emo. I know my kid turned 18 this weekend. I don't know what to do. All right. Back to talking about the business and the large business that C&E was running. Do you think Kouri picked 147 employees just so it was more than C&E? Because I kind of do. I kind of do. Yeah, I kind of do.
How many people did C&E employ in early 2022?
Approximately 90.
And about how many projects at any given time was C&E running?
When Eric passed, I obviously stepped into a full-time role in that whole business. I remember counting 47 projects.
That's a lot of projects going on.
What was C&E's business outlook in early 2022?
Good. It was great. Business was good, and business continued to be good, and was projecting upward each year. We'd done a little bit more, and it was definitely on its way up.
Sustainable growth.
Did you and Eric have any plans for the business before he passed?
We had, I'm more conservative than Eric was, and so my plan was always to just be okay with where we were at.
Just grow
Eric's
a little bit
plan
more
was,
each year.
Let's grow this thing and keep going. And I was like, good with where we were at a lot of the time. He definitely was very motivated to continue to do more and more and be better and bigger and better.
I think you need one person on the gas and one person on the brakes when you're running a business like
Did C&E
that.
have an office?
Makes sense.
It had my house and a small office at Eric's house. We both had home offices, and so we ran the business from his office and my office at our residential home.
Did Eric use a C&E computer?
Yes.
Did he keep that at his home office?
Yes.
I'm curious about where that's going to come back
to. Have a
to.
C&E email account?
Yes.
I'm curious where this is going to come back
It was
to.
a joint email. If you know him or I, you know that we're not technology people. And so one email was enough to handle. So we had one email that we both would look into.
That would make me crazy.
That all of our emails would come through that way. We could make sure that we were taking care of each other as well. That seemed to work, and so that's what we did.
Did C&E receive its America First Credit Union bank statements by email?
Yes.
Access is part of this.
Are you generally familiar with Kouri Richins Realty?
Generally familiar.
Ooh.
Did there come a time when C&E assisted Kouri
You could
Richins
hear
Realty?
that change.
Yes.
How did that come about?
Eric called me, was distraught. I said that some things had happened in their home that.
Object to hearsay.
Sustained. Please rephrase.
Some of this has already come in.
Keep moving.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Sure.
Some of this has already come in. It needs to go to the effect on the hearer. This is, I don't think about Valentine's Day. This is about the home equity line of credit, I think. So I think they're getting into the HELOC first because they're asking about Kouri Richins Realty. And Kouri Richins Realty was started with the HELOC money. And we have already heard quite a lot about the HELOC. So what Eric tells him goes for what happens next. All right, they are at an extended sidebar. We're going to zoom. The judge.
Sir, did there come a time when
hands is
C&E
so funny to me.
assisted
He's just
Kouri
like-
Richins' business?
Yes.
All right, he moved on from that.
How did C&E, without saying anything that Eric told you, how did C&E assist Kouri Richins' business?
There was a loan that was needed to be had for that business that was asked for. where C&E would provide the funds to fund a project, and C&E did provide those funds.
Right. We heard about that.
Was that a loan rather than an investment?
It was a loan.
Was it
Ooh, Kouri
in
disagrees.
extraordinary circumstances that
Oh, if you were listening in the background, Kouri is back to her bitch. What did you just say, face? That's my shit. Yeah, Kouri's back to her. I'll rewind it once for those of you that were like, no, damn it, I was listening in the background. Kouri's back on her, no, you fucking didn't face. Was that a loan? Yeah, it was a loan. Loans are meant to be paid back. It was not an investment. The defense has presented it as an investment.
And C&E did provide those funds.
was that a loan rather than an investment?
Ooh.
It was a loan.
Was it in extraordinary circumstances that
She disagrees.
caused C&E to loan Kouri Richins money?
There was a need for that loan. There was a need for that money to make sure that financial things were going to happen for reimbursement.
This is going to come up and
And-
cross.
Was that related to a K. Richins Realty project on Franson Lane?
Yes.
And was that in October of 2020?
Yes. I believe so.
And was that approximately $200,000?
Approximately.
Are you familiar with a buy-sell agreement that you and Eric had in place should anything happen to either of you?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a New York life insurance policy, a set of New York life insurance policies that were associated with that buy-sell agreement?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the series?
Yeah, she's passing notes rapidly to her lawyers. The $200K they are talking about from C&E is separate and addition to the $250,000 taken out of the home.
Of beneficiary changes to the New York life policy on your life in January of 2022.
I was told those happened.
Did you make those beneficiary changes to your New York life policy in January of 2022?
I did not.
Did you ever make any beneficiary changes to that New York life policy?
No.
Did you ever observe Eric Richins make any beneficiary changes to that New York life policy?
No.
A lot of you are asking if Kouri
No,
can
no,
get in trouble for
course.
making those faces.
Your Honor, I'm approaching
The court hasn't called out her face yet. The prosecution's not going to call it out. Most prosecutors won't even notice in the moment because they're looking at the witness. It's rare that the prosecutor can go back and like watch a feed and see what Kouri's face is doing, which gives the prosecutors a unique advantage. They get to see what areas really bother her the most when they are talking about different topics, which you don't normally get to do when you are locked in with the witness. I have had cases where the witness has pointed out to me while I'm questioning them that the defendant is making faces at them, but the jury clocks it, and the jury box sits up a little bit higher so they can see what's going on at counsel table pretty well. So the jury will clock it. They're allowed to clock it. They'll see what's going on. So Paper Boat Pirate said, do they have time to watch the feed though? Well, someone does, even if it's not the prosecutors. Someone connected to the team is able to watch and share that information with them. And it's pretty easy to scrub through the feed and see when it focuses on Kouri and see what faces she's making. But somebody will. But no, if she's not looking directly at the jury doing things and the witness doesn't call it out, the judge will not necessarily call it out. If it gets really bad, they might, but sometimes the witnesses call it out themselves, which is always an interesting moment in court. We haven't seen that in this trial at all.
witness with Exhibit 8-49. It's some handwriting exemplars I think everyone's familiar with.
I mean, defendants
Then I
react to
need to lay
stuff.
some foundation.
It gives
So
away
can
a lot
you
of
please
information.
Turn to tab 2.
So I wouldn't want to tell her to stop. I wouldn't want the judge to tell her to stop. I would want to know what the reactions are. I'd want to see it.
It's 849. It's the exemplars.
I mean, we saw her bestie,
Sir, did you
Mrs.
collect?
Staking. There's only one of you. Mrs. Staking the other day looked at Kouri and said, like, it was a joke. Like, she was looking at Kouri talking to her. So you can, there are exchanges.
Those business and haircut receipts from C&E's records?
Yes.
Yeah, the financial stuff
turn to
really
page-
pisses off Kouri
Tab 3.
a lot. It's very Murdaugh of her.
Did you recover those documents from Integrated Solutions?
These are C&E records.
I'm looking at an IRS e-file signature authorization form 8879. Is that?
Would you repeat the tab number, Mr. Bloodworth?
Tab 3.
Maybe just take a look to make sure you and the witness are on the same page.
Chatty 911 Kathy in the call said the only emotion Karen Reed, sorry, that's not what I meant. Damn it, there's too many KR trials. My brain just, you saw it in real time, my brain just shifted into the other trial. The only emotion Kouri Richins ever shows is things that have to do with herself. Shocker. It's been very consistent. Emily Sweet Home Chicago said, EDB, side note, every time you say Sancho, my brain immediately goes to, I don't practice Santeria. Yes. Yeah, same. Just a little sublime for the morning. We haven't had nearly enough singing today because EDB is so tired. I did get to drive to Kentucky and back this weekend though, so that was delightful. I did get to stop at Buc-ee's twice, which was delightful. They've got binders and binders of receipts. I'm going to pull up
These
some
4
of
pages,
y'all's
tab 3.
super chats and notes while we
Sir,
wait.
did you collect those documents from
Immediately as Bloodworth starts talking. Nellie's 20. Thank you for the very kind super chat, said EDB. Thank you for being total inspo. You started your channel 06, but grew much later. Delayed isn't denied. Absolutely. I use your ADHD operating system example to help patients at the hospital and clinical for my psych NP reframe perception, physical neuro differences every day. Nellie's, I'm so glad to hear that. I hope it helps people wrap their minds around it. It is, for those of you in chat that are like, Emily, what are we talking about? I talk about brains being different operating systems, not that there's something wrong. It's just different. And if you've only ever used like a Mac, going to a Windows computer, you're like, I don't know where anything is. I don't know what to do. Help me. And if you've only used, Mac and Windows because they're the most common and you end up like on a Linux system, you're like, what am I even doing here? It's just different. We just all operate differently. And once we start getting to, hey, my operating system is this, your operating system is this, it would just be a lot easier, right? Because it just would be. So thank you for the feedback. I hope it helps a lot of people just put their arms around a little bit more. That it's just, we just are different. Humans are just different. And the more we understand each other's differences, the better we can all get along. I hope. And we do that here in the chat every single day. Emily, you're emo today. I know I am. It's going to be that kind of a day. Who just said my operating system's an easy bake oven? Chronic shock. That's funny. Some days, yes.
Integrated Solutions, those 4
days,
pages
yes.
in tab 3?
We requested any signatures that they might have to be sent.
And did they then provide those to you?
This
Yes.
is foundation for the coming witnesses.
Sir, can you turn to tab 7, please?
We have Mr. Throckmorton who's going to do some handwriting. Remember, there are 2 There are 2 insurance fraud claims here and a forgery claim. So signatures are going to matter.
Did you request and obtain from Big D Construction?
Damn it. If I ever started a construction company, Big D Construction is definitely what EDB would have done. It's definitely what EDB would have picked. Big D Construction is, and I don't think we're like going through the Big D, don't mean Dallas. I don't think that's what kind of Big D we're talking about with the Big D Construction. Maybe it is. This is a fantastic name. There's a company around here that the work license plates for the trucks are Gotwood 1, Gotwood 2, Gotwood 3, Gotwood 4. And every time I see them, it makes me giggle. I'm here for Big D Construction. Can't forget the D, everybody. This trial has the best names ever.
Yeah.
You will convince me otherwise, never.
You request and obtain from Big D Construction those documents containing Eric Richins' signature?
Same thing. We asked if they had any signatures and if they could send those over. If they did, provide those for us.
And then, sir,
I love
tab
it so
13.
much. I love Big D. It's hilarious. Oh, damn it, Emily. No, I love shit. I don't disavow. I just wouldn't have said it on stream quite like that. I love that this is a very, very well-known
Did you
company around
request and
Utah.
retrieve those documents from the Ford dealership?
I did not request the ones from Labrum Ford.
Okay. The documents at tabs 2, 3, and 7, did you then provide those to Katie Richins?
This is foundation.
I'll get that from.
This is why this is foundation. One of the forgery count goes to a forged signature. Mr. Throckmorton is going to be looking at handwriting. We will hear from Throckmorton later. Emily, there was a Freckleton in this case, and you have Mr. Bloodworth. You have Mr. Bloodworth doing the direct examination of someone named Staking. Yes, I don't know. It's not real. I don't understand. But this is laying foundation for all the official documents that had Eric Richins' signature on them and how they were obtained. So they are just going through all of that. These documents will have much more impact in this case when we get to Mr. Throckmorton.
Thank you. Scott, if you can bring up 10-89, please.
Linda
That's
Law
exhibit
2602 said if you
10-89.
didn't tell us your Audible certainly would have. Yeah, my Audible is very loud. It has a very specific. Lyndon said Bloodworth v. Staking
God, I'm
would be
sorry,
hilarious.
we don't have it.
Yeah.
You should. Mr. Wright, can you see that photograph on your screen?
It's okay. I can
Okay.
see it on the app.
Ms. Nestor, can you see it on your screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll
Didn't-
fix that during a break, Mr. Bloodworth.
Yes, sir,
Denise
thank
said
you.
Big DU is the employee handbook. I love it. That's
Your Honor,
funny.
can the court publish it? Defense admitted this into evidence
I love a cheeky
with mistaking.
moment.
Brittany, will you just confirm that that's correct? I don't recall. Yeah. Defendants 1089-1089. Trust and verify.
I love that the court just said trust but verify. He's asking Brittany, the clerk, about the
Okay. Very good.
about the item that's being
There you go.
admitted or was admitted but is being shown to this witness.
Sir.
This is the photo that when Miss Staking was on the stand, the defense said, okay, can you get down and show us who everybody is? And she was like, I'd rather not. And the judge is like, here's your microphone. Hop on down.
Are you married to Allie Wright?
Yes.
Is Allie Wright in this photograph?
No.
Thank you.
Oh. That clears up what the witness said, because the witness said his business partner's wife is in that photo. That contradicts the other witness. That's
Sir, have
the
you
photo
ever
from March
observed
5th.
Eric sick or injured?
Yes.
Can you give some examples, please?
Eric had Lyme disease at one point, Saw him when he had COVID. I saw him when he had a cold. I saw him when he had the flu. I saw him when he had back pain, hunched over from lifting a rock and tweaking his back to where he could barely walk.
That sucks.
Yeah.
I know exactly what that feeling is. Not
How
from
did
lifting a rock,
Eric
but I know
react
exactly
to
what
illness
that
or injury?
tweaking your back
He's
is.
a cowboy. Eric is a go get him. He's not going to sit at home because he's sick. He's not going to stay home because he has COVID. He's not going to not show up.
So farmer/rancher style, by the time the farmer walks in to get something looked at, they're like, we're going to need a crash cart because they are here. And that means they are damn near dead. Yep. Same.
Because he's feeling under the weather. He's very tough-spirited, rough-hearted as far as not being a wimp goes.
Other than allergy medication, have you ever seen Eric use over-the-counter drugs?
No.
Have you ever seen Eric use prescription drugs?
No.
Have you ever seen Eric use illicit drugs?
I have never seen him use illicit drug.
Yeah.
So do you recall
you guys
receiving
know
a phone
you guys know I'm a stay home when you get sick kind of a girl. I'm like, don't spread that shit to everybody. You know where I'm at with that. Though I can understand if you're working outside by yourself and not interacting with anybody all day and in your truck, that you might be in your truck, not interacting with anybody all day. However, I'm a stay home when you're sick kind of girl. Then again, I worked in an office with lots and lots of people.
call from Eric at approximately 2 p.m. on Valentine's Day 2022?
I'm very interested in this.
Without saying what Eric said to you, why is it you remember that phone call?
The fear in his voice, the urgency of the situation, the seriousness of what was going on.
Had you ever heard Eric sound like that before?
The only other times I heard that urgency and that fear when he called me telling me that his mother had passed away. Wow. in the hospital. I also heard that urgency or that fear when he had been rear-ended in an accident and feared that the person that had hit him had passed away as well.
Wow.
Or had hit him hard enough that he was scared of what had just happened.
That gives a lot of context, doesn't it?
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
A really different contrast to Ali Staking saying, oh, we were all just laughing. Oh, it was just a big joke. Oh, everybody was just laughing. And he's saying the only time I've heard this man be quite that serious is when he was in a serious car accident and when his mom died. That gives a lot of context. And this witness's demeanor in sharing that is heavy. It's not forced. It's heavy. Really heavy. And what did this witness, the prosecution's done with direct. What did we learn from this witness? We learned about Eric as a human. We learned about, we saw all the foundation for the documents. We learned that friend who said this is who's in the photo was wrong about that. And we see through Cody Wright's eyes how seriously Eric took feeling sick on Valentine's Day. However, I don't discount the friend saying they were all laughing, because I can see a situation where Eric is bringing that up in a ha-ha, I can talk about it, but have to talk about it in a laughing way kind of a way with Kouri's friends. Liddy Marsh says, like EDB throwing up in a trash can in court. To be fair to me, Liddy, it was hyperemesis, so I knew it was not contagious. I knew my pregnancy would not be catching, but yes, it was the pregnancy complications in court were not delightful. But I did know that I would not make anyone else, ill with germs by it. And the judge wouldn't let me leave the courtroom. So the judge wouldn't let me leave the courtroom. I told him. But hyperemesis is awful. It's just awful. But yeah, that's a whole separate story of days in court. Emily, you really don't want to get to this cross, do you? You're procrastinating. I'm nervous about this cross. I'm nervous about this cross. I'm nervous about this cross.
There's more water in that.
I'm nervous about this cross. I don't know where this is going to go, and I don't like it. They're going to ask about Eric's affair,
Thank
though.
you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning, sir.
Not that tone.
You and I have met before, but just to remind you, I'm Kathy Nestor, and I'm one of Kouri's attorneys.
Yeah, no one's going to forget that.
So I want to talk to you about C&E a little bit. You mentioned that the... excuse me, Your Honor.
Maybe Miss Nestor needs some more water.
You mentioned that the company was growing about the time Eric passed away, right?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes, it
You
was
said
slowly
yeah.
growing. Yep.
Okay. And you guys split everything 50-50.
Financially and in the administration part of the business, yes.
So whatever you made in a year, he made in a year.
Yes.
So in 2022, how much did you earn that year?
Objection, Your Honor, relevancy.
Would you approach please?
I mean, aren't the tax documents in? Also, how much the company earns and how much they might have paid themselves are two totally different things. Counsel, you run a firm. You know how much you pay yourself and how much your business makes are not necessarily the same thing at all. We're going to zoom while they approach on, hey, sir, how much money did you make? Can you imagine how uncomfortable it would be? Also, didn't Eric pass away in March 2022? That's like Q1. How is 2022 not relevant at all? The court's face is just pressing X to doubt. We're back from sidebar.
Restate the same question.
Yes, sir. So how much did you earn, let's say 2021, the year before, just a few months before Eric died? How much did you clear that year? Income.
Are you talking personally or in the business or?
Personally.
Personally. I don't have those numbers
I
in
would
front of me.
never
I'm
remember
not
that.
positive what that number would be.
Was it more than $500,000?
Personally, no.
Okay. Do you know that, do you know what Eric made in 2021?
How the fuck would anyone remember this? Without their bank records in front of them and their taxes in front of them.
Do you know what Eric made in 2021?
Mr. Bloodworth, go ahead.
Objection, foundation.
It's a yes or no.
I mean,
question,
that's the
so
foundation to
it's
the question. It's,
Over.
I think
Do you know
relevance
what
is an
Eric made
issue.
in 2021?
No, not off the top of my head.
All right. So if there's tax returns that have already come in that indicate, that came in through an expert, that indicate he declared around between $700,000 and $900,000, would that be way off base for that year?
Could you pause there for a moment, Mr. Bloodworth?
Objection,
That's also foundation.
Yeah, would you approach for a minute?
And yes, I do think that Ms. Nestor's jacket is plum. It looks plum from here. However, lighting in courtroom and lighting on cameras being what it is, it looks plum to me. That's
Foundation sustained.
the foundation objection is sustained. We already had the financial experts. Susie Savage, 1626 in the chat said other people's paychecks. Yes, we've gotten fully to other people's paychecks. Yep.
Foundation is sustained.
Yes, because
Ms.
this is the
Nestor.
plum wild of it all.
All right.
We've gotten to plum wild. We're code Ryan Hall, y'all.
Did you, at the time that Eric died, did you project that your company was going to continue to increase in value and resulting in increased income to both of you over the years?
Before he passed, you're
Yes.
asking? Yes, we would have projected that our company would continue to grow.
And fair to say that you both would be financially secure as long as that continued to
No, you can't make that assumption that both of you would be financially secure because you can't project how somebody else might do something. I mean, Eric might get into a car accident or Kouri might, and they might get sued. You don't. Oh my God. This isn't how money works. However, I wonder if CNA has contemplated suing Kouri for wrongful death. I mean, I guess that's what the buy-sell agreement's for, but I wonder if they thought about it.
Happen.
As long as that continued to happen, yes.
All right. At one point, before Eric passed, you actually had Kouri Richins on your payroll. Is that right?
Correct.
And she would get monthly income from your company?
Correct.
Do you remember how much she would get?
Ms. Nestor, I apologize for interrupting. Mr. Wright, I need you to answer just a little bit louder.
You bet.
Brittany's listening on the mic and we're not picking it up. Go ahead.
So you had Kouri on the payroll, right?
Yes.
How much was she making every month? Do you remember?
I don't recall.
Right. And then when Eric passed,
What was she doing?
Isn't it true that Kouri asked to be removed from the payroll?
I do not believe she asked to be removed from the payroll. We continued to pay her for some time after he passed.
Oh.
Like a week.
Oh?
I recall it being
Oh?
longer than a week.
How long do you recall it being?
Oh, Kouri, why is your face doing everything? Kouri's face is doing so much with these answers. Everyone that's listening in the background, Kouri's face is doing so much. Come on back. So, did Kouri ask to be removed from payroll? Did she continue getting paid? What was she getting paid for on payroll? There might be a wide variety of answers. This might just be tax planning. But what in the world is going on?
I do not believe she asked to be removed from the payroll. We continued to pay her for some time after he passed.
Like a week.
Oh, she does not agree at all. Yeah, it totally looks to me like she said, what? Yeah, it totally looks to me like she said, what? She did not ask to be removed from payroll. What? Oh, ma'am. Okay. Yeah, she totally said what? Agreed, chat. I rewind it one more time.
I do not believe she asked to be removed from the payroll. We continued to pay her for some time after he passed.
Like a week.
I recall it being longer than a week.
How long do you recall it being?
She said that deliberately enough for him to see it, I think. That might just be other people's projections at this point.
A couple of months.
Okay. You also had as part of your company a business called...
Also, I could see a company making this choice. He dies unexpectedly. She's on payroll. There's a lot to sort out, especially if her payroll is not significant. I can 100% see this company being like, we'll figure it out in a month or two. Like, we'll figure it out in a month or two. Yeah, I can see people making that choice. But she was just like, what? Or at least that's what it looked like to me. Again, the court TV personnel, who I guess now are law and crime personnel, but I don't even know anymore. The court TV personnel that are in court, there was a producer in court on site. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 in switching back to catch Kouri's reactions to stuff. They've been great.
Fox Lake Investments, right?
Correct.
And Fox Lakes was separate from C&E, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Scope.
Oh, the defense really wants to get into the Fox Lake
Okay.
stuff about whether Eric had an interest in it.
Did you at one point engage in house flipping like Kouri Richins had through your C&E business?
It's through C&E.
Not through C&E, through Fox Lake, through anything.
Objection, Your Honor. Scope.
Sustained.
They really want to get into Fox Lake. You can call this witness yourself.
All right, let's talk
Nestor's
about
like,
the Fransom Lane property. The Fransom Lane property, you just testified that you gave a loan or invested or whatever word you want to call it, about $200,000, right?
A loan and an investment is not the same thing.
Invested or whatever word you want to call it, about $200,000, right?
Approximately.
And do you know what that money was used for?
The money was used for fixing up that home,
Rehab costs,
rehab costs.
right? And you got all of your money back plus interest, is that correct?
I believe we did, yes.
And do you know how much interest or profit you made on that?
I don't recall.
All right.
So then it wasn't an investment. Then it wasn't an investment. It was a loan, is what you're saying? It was a loan that was paid back with interest? Mm-hmm.
And you talked about a buy-sell agreement that you guys had, and you just discussed that with Mr. Bloodworth. The buy-sell agreement is basically when partners in a business buy an insurance policy on each other, right?
No, it's
Correct.
not.
So that if Eric died,
Fucking hell, that's not what a buy-sell agreement is. It's a component of the buy-sell agreement, but the intentional conflating of things is so annoying. That's not what a buy-sell agreement is.
buy an insurance policy on each other, right?
Correct.
So that if Eric died, you would get money. If you died, Eric would get money, right?
Correct.
That's a
And the idea of
simplification.
that policy is that you pay the family member to divest from your business and say, look, here's the $2 million. Please don't be a partner with me. I don't want to be partners with you.
It's a
I just want to
buyout.
pay you $2 million and you
Go
go away
away.
and you're done with this business, right?
The idea of it is to do whatever the contract states. So whatever is in that contract, that contract would be followed.
And was it your understanding that your buy-sell agreement would allow whichever person survived the other partner to pay that money to the family, and then the family would not be involved in the
wonder where this
business
is
from there
going.
forward?
In our buy-sell agreement, we had it so that the proceeds would go to the family.
Right. And
Eric set
Mr.
that up in a
Bloodworth
trust.
talked to you about a beneficiary change on the buy-sell agreement, right?
Yes.
And that occurred on January 1st of
Objection,
20.
Your Honor. Just foundation, the beneficiary change is on the life insurance policy, not the buy-sell agreement.
Correct.
I think that's what Ms. Nestor meant.
That's what I meant.
Appreciate the clarification.
Thank you. So the beneficiary to the life insurance that backed up the buy-sell agreement was changed on January 1st of 2022. Is that right?
I was told that.
Okay. And were you in fact told when you learned about this that the policy that was changed was your policy, not Eric's?
So the way that I understood that is the policy is on
His
the
life.
person who is still alive. And I don't recall exactly the words that they used to tell me that it had been switched. They told me that someone had logged in and switched that beneficiary, and that was
And changed it
your
back.
policy.
yeah. I
Right.
don't recall the exact words that he used in that moment.
Well, think about it.
This man is clearly emotional about already being here. He's answering you as clear as he knows. And your response is, well, think harder. Ma'am, technically it's not his policy. His policy covers Eric's life and goes to pay him out. Eric's policy covers his life and pays out Eric's family. So the way you are using the phrases is confusing because the policy that covers his life is technically Eric's policy because it goes to Eric's family or beneficiaries. And then the coverage on Eric's life goes to his family and his beneficiaries. No, other way around. Eric's life goes to this witness to pay out Eric's family. His life policy goes to Eric to pay out his family. But it's the way that they are getting it confused is frustrating.
You remember everything else. You don't remember if it was your policy or Eric's policy that it was changed?
Your Honor, objection, asked and answered.
Your Honor, I'd like him to have a chance to answer it.
He did answer.
Overruled. Please answer Ms. Nestor's question.
So it's tricky because when it's a flip-flop. So I'm trying to think about that in this setting. Give me just 1 second.
It's okay. Take your time.
It's really not that confusing. She's making it confusing, I think.
So what I was told was that there was a change made to the beneficiary, that somebody had gone in and changed that and then switched it back. I do not recall him telling me whose name was changed or anything like that.
So it's possible it was your policy?
There's a possibility.
Okay. And if it was your policy, that means if you died, the beneficiary would be somebody different, not if Eric died. Right?
Correct.
Okay.
We already saw that
And then it
with
was
the other
changed
witnesses.
back, right?
That's what I was told.
So at the time that Eric passed, Kouri Richins was not a beneficiary of your policy, right?
Huh?
Can you say that again?
At the time Eric died, Kouri Richins was not a beneficiary of your personal policy, correct?
Not of my policy, no.
And she was not a beneficiary of Eric's policy, correct?
The policy stated that if he were to die, I would pay his family the money.
That's
And
what
that's
the
what you did.
buy-sell
You paid
said.
Katie Benson and the
No,
trust,
he
the
I did
money.
not pay Katie Benson. I paid the trust.
paid the
Paid the
and I had
trust.
put it into the court,
Okay.
which was instructed by attorneys.
Okay. So none of that money went to Kouri, right?
I have no clue where that money sits today.
You didn't give it to Kouri.
I gave it to the court
You gave it
as I was instructed through my attorney.
on the behalf of the trust.
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
And
I want to talk about the times that you saw Eric in pain. So, fair to say Eric had back pain? He had back problems?
He would pinch a nerve once in a while and have back pain, yes.
And he'd be unable to work?
He would work through that.
Sometimes he'd be unable to work?
He would still probably drive around in his truck, which is considered work. I mean, he wasn't out lifting another stone, if that's what work, yeah.
So it might have impacted the type of work he could do.
Yeah.
All right. And he also had knee pain, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I believe so. Mhm.
And he even had knee surgery at some point.
I don't recall that.
And then he had Lyme's disease.
Yes.
And did he complain
Lyme.
to you about pain in his muscles from Lyme's disease?
He
Singular.
would tell me how painful that was, correct.
Okay. Now, Mr. Bloodworth asked you if you had ever seen Eric take drugs, right?
Correct.
And Eric, you mentioned you guys went on a mission together, right?
Correct.
So it's
Different
fair to
times, but not together.
It's fair to assume that you subscribe to the faith of the Church of the Latter-day Saints?
I am LDS.
Okay.
why? I'm really curious to see where this is going to go.
And as part of that faith, you all subscribe that it is
You all?
it is not proper to drink or take drugs, right?
If you are an active following member and you believe that, then that is correct.
And
Ma'am, can we, what in the Real Housewives of Salt Lake City and Secret Lives of Mormon Wives is going on here? Oh, I know. I think I understand where she's going. I think the reason that she's going to do this is because she wants to argue that the reason Eric's friends and family wouldn't know if he took weed gummies or drank is because you might not want active members of the church to know if you're doing things that are not common or appropriate within the church. I think that's probably where she's going to go. I think that's where she's going to try to go.
Eric knew that you were of this faith, correct?
Correct.
And he did not share with you when he drank alcohol, did he?
I would hear about it.
He didn't share it with you.
I've never been offered a drink from Eric.
And I'm sure that is
That's
a
not what she
sign of
was talking about.
respect to you and your faith.
I believe
Yes?
so. To me as a person.
And he never shared with you that he used marijuana gummies.
He himself? No, he never told me.
Okay. Did you
That's
ever
where
see
she's
him
going.
do that around you?
No.
Okay. And again, he knew that you would not approve of that, right? Under your faith.
Eric would be okay telling me some of those things. He would tell me, but in the light that I am his good friend, that he would tell me things, right? But not be proud of that by any means.
So he did share with you that he used drugs?
No.
Objection, Your Honor. This line of question calls for hearsay.
Well,
Sustained. Just ask your next question.
did
That's
you
where
just
she's going.
testify?
This witness testified that Eric did not use drugs. He didn't see Eric using illicit substances. And she's trying to get to, but he wouldn't tell you this because he's being respectful of your faith. So he wouldn't tell you what he was up to out of respect. But I think there's a way to do this without making it weird, but I don't think we found that way.
That he did tell you about things, he just wasn't proud of it?
Ms. Nestor.
Yes, sir.
Sustained. If you'd ask a different question, please.
So when Mr. Bloodworth asked you the question if you had ever seen Eric use drugs, your answer was no, correct?
You're correct.
But you have knowledge that he did.
People have told me that.
Objection.
I'll leave it.
Hearsay.
It's out. What do you want me to do now, Mr. Bloodworth?
Leave it alone.
Is out. What if people told you?
You can follow up.
Okay. Well, now we're going to get into the hearsay of it all.
Please keep
Fine.
moving.
Mr. Blower's like, if the shit's out of the horse, let's at least find out what the shit looks like. Miss Nestor is just ignoring that entirely and looking at her post-it notes.
You mentioned that you and Eric used to go hunting together. Is that right?
Yes.
And Bloodworth is like, I guess that's not what we're doing. You can see she just moves on. He's going to probably ask about it and redirect. And he's like, well, she's like, nah, I'm not doing that. And he's just like,
You mentioned that you and Eric used to go hunting together. Is that right?
Yes.
At some point, did you
Lord.
provide information to hunting law enforcement officials about violations that Eric had
I was curious
done
about
when he was
this.
hunting?
Yes.
And was he placed in jail for that?
Yes.
And you
What?
provided that information and testimony against him?
No.
Okay. But you told the police that he did what they thought he did, right?
I was brought in and asked questions that I answered to.
And those questions incriminated Eric?
oh boy.
Yes.
Okay.
Some of them.
And you and Eric kind of had a falling out after that, is that fair?
Falling out in what sense?
You stopped going on vacations together with your families?
We didn't go on vacation with our families very often as it was. So I would say that was not something that...
I'm interested to hear about this falling out. For those of you that are just catching up with this trial later, this came up with his wife, I believe, in Cross, that he had been asked about something that happened with it seemed to be Fish and Game, because all the information that's come out in Cross on this hasn't been super clear. But it wasn't clear to me if he went and talked about the hunting laws or if they were hunting together and whatever went down, he was questioned. I'm very curious to see what happens here. But we have heard this a couple times, and I'm not surprised that their families didn't vacation together once they owned a business together. I would imagine if one person is off, the other person is not off because they're running a business together. Uh-huh. All right.
immediately happened after that.
And your relationship became more tense, more difficult between the two of you?
Oh yeah, he didn't like it.
Of course.
Yeah, he was upset about that.
He was
So
upset.
I want to talk about the Valentine's Day call that you had with Eric. To your knowledge, did Eric work that day?
Again, work is everywhere we go. We have our cell phone and we are working.
Did you know whether he worked that day?
I would assume that he had worked that day, having received a phone call or two or done some sort of management style of work.
If I were to show you photographs of projects that he visited that morning, would you be able to recognize the project
How do you
by
know if
looking
he
at the
visited
house?
them?
I may be able to recognize a project, but I'd have no clue if he showed up there or not, or if he had worked there that day.
Okay, can we put up for the witness States Exhibit 3-13D?
She is absolutely going after the sandwich incident timeline.
All right.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, we still don't have it.
You're welcome to use that.
Look at ours.
Oh, okay.
Okay, do you see that photograph in front of you?
Yes.
All right. And that is a photograph and
Could you
Eric.
pause for one moment, Ms. Nestor? Mr. Bloodworth?
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
He hasn't even let me get it out of my mouth yet, Judge.
Are you about to lay some foundation?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And so if you lay it before you represent what it is.
I will.
Thank you.
Do you recognize what that?
He knew exactly what was coming out of your mouth. And he knew that you were going to put the information into the laying the foundation, which is why he stopped you. Because the question is not, do you recognize this to be described thing? The question is, do you recognize what I am showing you? Yes. How do you recognize it? Yes. Then you go from there. That's where the fuss is.
Home is the aerial view. Do you know whose home that is?
Yes.
Whose home is that?
Eric's.
Okay. And
Is Eric's home
can
a
you
job
go to the
site
next
that day or
photograph,
what?
Katie? Do you recognize that overhead view of a home?
I don't.
So you don't know if that's one of the homes that Eric was working on or
He
one of
just
his
said, "I
projects at
don't."
the time?
He just said, I don't. Why is it so cold in my office?
Doesn't look familiar to me.
Okay, can you go to the next one,
My
Katie?
office is as cold as this courtroom, apparently.
What about this very large home? Do you recognize that one?
I don't.
You don't know if you guys were doing a project on that house?
I don't.
He said, I don't.
You can take it down. On the day
Sounds
that
like a
you
heater.
spoke to Eric Richins on Valentine's Day, he didn't, you weren't aware that he went to a doctor that day? Did you ever know of him going to the doctor, taking time off
He told me that he had gone with Carter that morning.
to get allergy shots?
Something with allergies.
Okay, but after you spoke to him, were you ever aware that he went to a doctor to follow up on how he felt that day?
Your Honor, objection calls, I think, for hearsay. There's no foundation otherwise.
If he had personal knowledge, if Eric took time off to go to the doctor,
Please approach.
I mean, would Eric say he took time off to go to the doctor, or would he just go? Also, you're getting awfully close to, if this gets any worse, I need to go to the hospital. But we'll see where this goes. They're at sidebar.
for that day, did you give Eric,
They actually got done with that faster than I thought. I zoomed too far.
did you give Eric a ride to the doctor that day?
No.
Did you give Eric a ride to the hospital that day?
No.
Did you go visit him in a hospital that day?
I did not.
The defense is going to
Did
argue
he
he wasn't that sick.
Make any calls to you where you could hear in the background there was hospital noises or ambulances or anything like that?
No.
Did he come to work the next day?
Yes. He would have been working.
All right, the day that Eric died on March the day before he died, the 3rd, you guys went to lunch that day, didn't you?
Yes.
And you went to lunch at the Mirror Lake Cafe?
Oh.
I believe that's where it was, yes.
And
Oh, the Mirror
you
Lake
kind of
catch.
spent part of the day
The Mirror Lake Cafe is going to catch some strays because that's where the breakfast sandwich was from too.
with him that day, did you? Didn't you?
Just that at that lunch appointment.
All right.
Did he take any to-go food?
And then you got notice that he had passed, correct?
The next morning.
And did you send Becky Lloyd to Eric's house to pick up all of his computers?
At a certain point, yes. I don't remember when, but yes, she went and picked the computer
We
up.
saw Becky
And was
testify
that within
earlier.
a day or two of his death?
Yes, it would have been within a couple of days.
And you didn't clear that with any law enforcement?
Didn't, nope.
So you picked up his computer, or Becky picked up his computer and brought it into y'all's custody, right?
Yeah, it was C&E.
They were company
owned computer
computers.
that we needed the
Did-
company stuff from.
And did you get into the computer? Did you open it? Did you look for documents in it?
I don't know how to turn a computer on half the time.
Okay. All right, what about
Sir,
Miss Becky? Did she go
be
into the
so
computer?
for real.
Your Honor, objection here says go.
Do you know whether Becky went into
Hold
the?
on. Sustained, if you could ask
I will.
a non-hearsay inducing question.
Did you see Becky go into the computer at all?
I did not see Becky.
Okay. And then at some point, a private investigator came to talk to you about that computer, correct?
Correct.
And that would be Mr. Todd Gabler.
Correct.
And Todd worked for the Richins family or the trust.
I don't know who he worked for, but I assume that's correct.
And you told him that Becky had the computer?
Correct.
And you sent him to get it from Becky?
I don't remember sending him.
Did you authorize Becky to give it to him?
We would have in that instance, yes.
Okay. And in all that time, no law enforcement had
I
gotten
know
the
it was a
computer
joke.
first?
Correct.
All right. And then isn't it true that shortly after Eric died, you also sent somebody to pick up his work truck?
Correct.
And explain to me what the work truck looked like.
I'm curious about this.
Ford 550 flatbed truck.
And I noticed you said earlier
Ford
that
550.
work a lot of times involved driving around in that truck, right?
Correct.
So he spent a lot of time in that truck.
He did.
And the truck was parked generally in the garage in the back of his house. Is that fair?
I don't know where
you
he
know
parked
that?
it.
But you sent someone named, what was the person's name that you sent to go get the truck?
I don't recall who I sent.
Okay. Somebody named Victor?
I also didn't know the Fords went up to 550. I know. I didn't know it was a thing either. But it's a C&E truck. I imagine the truck was picked up after the incident with Kouri and Amy Richins. I imagine after the incident on March 6th with Amy Richins, C&E was like, we need to go pick the stuff up. Yeah, I imagine that's exactly what they did. So.
I don't recall.
Okay. And he went to pick the truck up and took it out of the garage, right?
But if it was in the garage, then he would have taken it out of the garage. I don't know where it was parked.
Okay. And if the police testified that that truck was not searched when Mr. Richins died, to your knowledge, had anybody sought your permission to search it at all prior to you picking it up?
No.
Okay. And then you took it into your custody
Yes.
and you kept that truck.
Yes.
You still have it.
Yes.
All right. He also drove a red truck, is that right? But like a personal truck.
Yes.
And did the
you need a
C&E
separate
own the red
work-
truck?
Yes.
You need a work car and a personal car. Fair enough. That truck's company property. Fair enough.
Right. And at some point, you found out that the red truck was being serviced. Is that right?
Yes.
How'd you find that out?
The Ford dealership called me and told me that it was ready to be picked up.
And you knew that that truck was being driven by Kouri Richins at the time?
It should not have been being driven at all.
Okay, but she had custody of it.
It was sitting at her house with instruction that it shouldn't be driven.
Okay.
Yeah, because if it's a work truck, she's not an employee of the work and she gets into a car accident or something, it's a huge fucking problem. That's a huge problem.
And when you
Well,
found out,
knowledge that it shouldn't be
I'm
driven.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I thought you were done. You found out the truck was ready and you went and picked it up, right?
We went and got it, yes,
You did?
because it had been driven.
You didn't talk to Kouri about it.
No.
You didn't discuss it with her at all?
No.
You just took it from the dealership?
Well, it was theirs.
It is a C&E owned vehicle. There is ramifications for an accident for somebody that's not working with C&E.
Okay.
And so
Yeah.
it felt that it would be proper to make sure that the truck wasn't being driven.
Where's the truck now?
I imagine Kouri was not on payroll at this point. Also, I don't know. I don't know if the jury will be like, oh, poor Kouri, they went and took the work truck back, or if the small business owners on the jury will be like, what do you mean she was driving it? Why didn't you just pick it up? When Ford called them and is like, your truck's here, he's like, what the fuck do you mean our truck's here? I'm going to go get that truck. Some people might be mad. Some people might not. I don't know. But it makes sense to me that the company wants their work truck back. That does not offend. But the defense, I think, is going to argue this along the way of, see, Eric's family, including the business family, were circling the wagons to take everything away from Kouri. I imagine that's where that's going to go.
In somebody's yard or house, or I don't know exactly where it's at.
Did you give it to Katie?
I did.
You gave it to her for free?
I did not give it to her, no.
Oh,
You sold
boy.
it to
It
her?
is owned by C&E.
So did C&E sell the truck to Katie, or did they
No.
just give it to her?
No, it's sitting at their home or their yard or their place.
It's being stored there.
So they had it. So the people who had access to the truck before any law enforcement ever looked at it were
That's
you,
where she's going.
Katie, anyone in
a good
Katie's
line of
family,
questioning.
anyone at the dealership. Is that all right?
Say that again.
The people who had access to that red truck before there was any search executed were you, Katie, anyone in Katie's family, and anyone at C&E
He doesn't know that.
picked it up?
Objection Foundation.
It's also really compound.
Overruled. You can go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, many people had access to that truck. If access is,
Okay.
Yeah, I imagine
it
it's
would
being
have to be given the
stored.
key and given permission to drive it.
Yeah, she's going.
So when Eric passed,
She's going to argue that they never searched the trucks, that fentanyl could have been in the trucks, and that they could have cleaned the trucks and gotten rid of everything. So it looks like, you know, the only source of the fentanyl was from Kouri. And the argument will be, well, if they never searched his trucks, they don't know. It's a good line of questioning because it gives them stuff to argue about where the fentanyl could have come from.
and his buy-sell agreement was executed, and you gave the money to the court for the trust, then the company 100% became yours, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that your personal net worth basically doubled at that point?
You could say that.
Okay.
I imagine he doesn't want to run the business without his friend.
Since Eric's death, you've remained close with his family, is that fair?
That's where that's
Yes.
going.
And you and your wife have accompanied Eric's family to court and sat with them during court hearings?
Yeah.
She's allowed to ask those questions that go to bias. She's also going to argue, look, who benefited here?
Court's indulgence for just, one question I did forget. The New York Life, that was who had your insurance for your buy-sell, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware of whether Kouri and Eric had personal New York Life
You
policies
might not have
as
known
well?
that.
I don't know the answer.
Okay, that's fine. Court's indulgence for just 1 minute, Your Honor.
Of course.
But the defense is going to continue to argue, look, you don't know what Eric might have had in the trucks. The family is circling the wagons. The family stayed really close with the people who had connection to the truck. And that is going to be areas where the defense is going to poke holes. Where did this fentanyl come from? So the end of that cross was good areas of questioning. fair. Somebody in court sneezed. But when she's like, your net worth doubled, you could say that. He didn't back away from those questions. But it's areas that the defense will argue. And knowing how that got into his system is a huge question.
Only if you know, but were you aware, was C&E paying for a personal life insurance policy for Eric through a company called Auto Owners or Integrated Insurance Solutions?
I'm not aware.
Okay, that's fine. You mentioned that Eric loved hunting, right?
Correct.
And after you gave your testimony to the
changed.
Department of Wildlife and Natural Resources, Eric couldn't hunt for a while in the United States. Is that right?
Correct.
But he still could hunt in Mexico.
Correct.
And are you aware that shortly
That's a
before his
good line of
death, he went
questions,
hunting
too.
in Mexico?
I am.
Do you know when?
It would have been in February sometime, I believe.
All right.
That's a good line of
And how
questioning.
often did he
Maybe
hunt
January.
in Mexico? Are you aware?
Sorry, what?
How often did Eric go hunting in Mexico?
He went down there for a trip, so I would assume he was hunting every day that he was there.
Okay. Are you aware of more than one time that he went to Mexico to go hunting?
Yes.
Were you aware of them more than 5 times?
I couldn't say. I don't remember.
Did you ever
Not
go
sure.
with him to Mexico?
Could I?
Did you?
Did I? No.
Do you know where in Mexico Eric went hunting?
A general area. I don't know exactly where.
It was a general area
Nogales?
Typically, the hunting takes place in somewhere around Sonora.
around Sonora.
Nope.
Somewhere.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Huh.
Mr. Blood.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Notice there were no questions about whether or not Eric was having an affair, but she is going to lay, can we use the pavers? She is going to lay the pavers of doubt. And Angela in the chat, this is a great question. Angela asked, why is hunting in Mexico relevant? Because as we get down the road, I think we are going to see the defense arguing that Eric had been unable to hunt due to licensing in the US. He was going down to Mexico to hunt. If he was picking things up in Mexico, weed, gummies, pain pills, whatever he was picking up in Mexico, then it could have been laced. That would have been a reasonable other source of the fentanyl coming in. It also, as we see the walk the dog letter comes in, gives some background of the fact that Eric was going down to Mexico and coming back. Was he bringing things back from Mexico? Now, Kouri tried to say that the walk the dog letter was just a novel. It was just make believe. It was not her trying to tell witnesses what to say, etc. But the defense is trying to bring in those touchstones of doubt. You don't know what's in Eric's truck. His pain pills could have been in his truck. His back hurt. His allergy pills could have been in his truck. The family that was circling the wagons all had his truck. He was going down to Mexico. He could have picked something up there. We don't know how the fentanyl got in his system. We don't know. Nothing was tested. We don't know how it was given to him. So if there are 2 reasonable explanations, you're going to see the jury instruction at the end of this case that says, if there are 2 reasonable explanations, you must pick the one that points to not guilty. So at the end of all of the testimony, are we going to get to 2 reasonable interpretations? And that's why they were fighting with Carmen Lauber so hard. Because if you don't believe Carmen, and you don't believe that Kouri has Carmen running around buying pills, then you start to get to, are these 2 different reasonable explanations? And Eric Richins, it seems that his phone was talking to somebody whose name included, was it Nogales or Sonora? I don't remember, but somebody whose name included a region in Mexico in the name of the person he was talking about to the night that he died. So is that going to be a, could this have come from Mexico? Could this have come from hunting there? We'll see. All right. Continuing on, I agree, Chad, there was no THC in his system. So, but if they undermine
Sir, from your
Carmen,
perspective, was the loan to Kouri Richins Realty in connection with the Franson Lane property out of necessity?
Yes.
we're on redirect.
You testified that generally people had told you that Eric did drugs. I want to be specific. Did people generally tell you that Eric would use THC edibles?
Object to hearsay.
No. I overspoke the judge saying my favorite words, maybe except when the judge was reading the text that said, fuck that. Your Honor, I'm sorry. Sing the music of my people louder.
You testified that generally people had told you that Eric did drugs. I want to be specific. Did people generally tell you that Eric would use THC edibles?
Object to hearsay.
You opened the door, overruled.
Can you repeat that?
Did people tell you that Eric
You opened the door. Overruled.
would use THC edibles?
People would tell me that, yes.
Did anyone ever tell you that Eric Richins used illicit street drugs?
No.
You testified that you provided some inculpatory information to DNR.
I want to hear more about this
officers
too.
in connection with their investigation of Eric. Do you
DNR
recall that?
medical folks in the chat. He's not talking about a do not resuscitate. He's talking about Department of Natural Resources. Not that kind of DNR, like fish and game stuff.
Yes.
Why did you provide them with information?
Eric was being investigated for a wildlife incident. Somebody else had turned him in, and they brought me in to answer some questions that they had.
And did the incident involve not having a tag and killing an elk?
Yes.
They get real pissed about that shit.
Why did you provide incriminating evidence as opposed to...
I've not worked with DNR. I have worked with Fish and Game, working in Los Angeles. Fish and Game gets real feisty about it. They take that shit way serious. If any of you don't hunt, that is fine. They take that shit real serious. It's big bad, real serious. So for those of you that are like, what is this? Not having a tag is a massive problem. It is a big deal. We had a case that Fish and Game brought to me from people that were living on a boat and did not leave the appropriate amount of scales on a fish that they were cooking so that it could not be identified by Fish and Game. Fish and Game was big mad. And I was like, huh? They're like, no, you have to leave a little bit on the fish so that we can identify the fish. I was like, somebody's going to need to explain this to me better. Big deal. But you only can hunt a certain amount. Tags are for what you are allowed to hunt. Not having a tag is a huge problem. And so, yes, I am not surprised that somebody was like, you can't fucking do that. For all of you that are saying, but it's a fish. When we have time, remind me to tell you some Fish and Game stories. But you got to tag your stuff. And when you were talking about animals much larger, there are huge repercussions, massive fines, and you lose your hunting license, and then you cannot hunt. Big deal, big problems, big things.
Covering for Eric.
So hopefully that helps for our non-hunting law nerd crew. You have to have a certain amount of tags. You can only catch so much in a season. You can only hunt within season. You can only hunt certain things in certain seasons. You can only hunt things of certain sizes in seasons. You cannot overhunt. You have to have a license. Plus you have to have your tags. Plus you generally have to have permission on the trunks to be on the land, or trucks or whatever to be on the land. It is very in-depth. It is all kinds of things. And it is a big problem. And they're a government entity. They will get their money, but they also want to keep the animals from being overhunted so that they can repopulate. Big thing.
else had turned him in, and they brought me in to answer some questions that they had.
And did the incident involve not having a tag and killing an elk?
Yes.
Why did you provide incriminating evidence as opposed to covering for Eric?
Right.
Eric knew what he had done wasn't right, and he was okay to be a big boy and take care of his own stuff. And I was okay to be honest and tell them the truth and allow him to do what he needed to do on his end.
Is that hard for you to do?
Right. You fucked up, buddy. But I'm not going to go and lie to DNR because you fucked up. You fucked up. You have a tag or you don't have a tag. And now I don't know the whole thing. I don't know if Eric thought one of his friends had a tag and would give him a tag. I have no idea. But no, you fucked up. You knew you fucked up. I'm not going to lie. You fucked up. Don't do that. Right. I'm not going to cover for that.
Big boy and take care of his own stuff. And I was okay to be honest and tell them the truth and allow him to do what he needed to do on his end.
Is that hard for you to do?
It was extremely hard. I knew what those ramifications were going to be.
Right. And you knew it would hurt him.
But did you do it because it was the right thing to do?
I did.
And that goes to also him being willing to say things against
March
his friend.
the 7th, 2022.
He was willing to tell the truth when he knew it was going to cause his friend's consequences that his friend didn't like. Yeah, look, here comes the consequence. I'm not covering for you. You know what you're doing. Look, here comes the consequence. But it goes to, look, I was willing to tell you the truth then. I was willing to tell you the truth now. We knew that that's uncomfortable, but here comes the consequence. Fair.
Sound like about the right day when you dispatched somebody to pick up the brown truck from Eric's residence?
Sounds right.
Yeah.
Why have you sat with Eric Richins' family at various court proceedings?
Object to relevance, Your Honor.
You open the
Within
door.
the scope of your cross. Overruled.
I love the Richins. I loved Eric. He was one of my best friends. And
Yeah, and this is
I
hard.
want to be a support where I can.
Yeah.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Of course.
Right. They are going to make it out like everyone's circling the wagons out to get Kouri, and that everyone had already decided that Kouri is the big bad and that, you know, they need to circle the wagons. I imagine it is a very, very, very difficult truth to look at the spouse of one of your closest friends and start to wonder if they did this. I don't think that's the answer any of them want. I think everyone would have rathered to know that their friend passed naturally. No one wants to suspect that the person who should have loved and cared for Eric is the one that harmed him. That is not the answer they want to believe. They do not want to jump to that conclusion. And it was hard for him to then say that he loved Eric because he had talked about him in the present tense so much here. The defense asked to approach.
Folks, this would be an opportune time for a restroom break. I was about to take one anyways. Please rise for the jury.
They approached and now they're going out. We're still in redirect. I think. I don't think we're done with redirect. Jury's going out. But for all of you asking about the intricate hunting laws of the United States, I'm not as well familiar with them outside of California, just because I dealt with them in California,
Right, folks, have a
so
seat.
it's mostly fish and game.
Your Honor, we can pull it.
Emily, were you working at a courthouse where Fish and Game set up one of the biggest sting operations you've ever seen? I sure was. My friend was the prosecutor on that case. It was a massive lobster sting operation. And it ended up involving quite a lot of money. We also dealt with a attempted murder across numerous lobster fishing boats over lobster fishing grounds because there's a lot of money in them waters. But those are stories for later. Remind me to tell you about the lobster sting operation. It was a massive sting operation. Yep. Yeah, it was a... But I want to see what they need to put on the record. Yep.
Up on the screen, if you give me just 1 second.
No problem. Brittany, would you see if we can fix the screen at table 2? Okay.
Your Honor, can I step to the quiet room for a minute?
Of course.
Did he say he was going to... The witness is still on the stand. Are we going to let the witness go or other people's poaching? That's exactly what we're talking about. Go down to what's happening in court. But
Mr. Wright, I'm not certain, but I think it'll be necessary for you to leave the courtroom for this discussion. Okay. So out of an abundance of caution, would you please step into the lobby?
Okay.
Please do not speak with anyone while you're out there. Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, we can put it on the screen for you, or you want me to wait, Mr. Gabler?
Will you just wait a moment?
Yeah.
Mr. Bloodworth is
We're just
back.
trying to fix his screen.
There are some screen issues. I am curious to see what is going on. I am pretty sure DNR is federal. I'm pretty sure the Department of Natural Resources is federal. But again, in the area of California I worked with Fish and Game because we were dealing with the coast. I did not deal with the mountains.
Is it on your screen?
Page 60 is. Is
Yes.
there
The
a
jury
page
is
and
out.
line number you want me to go to?
If you start at
The witness is out.
line 15 and go through the beginning of the next page.
You're looking at a transcript of something.
If you can go to the next page for me.
Your Honor, I probably need to read it into the record for purposes of the record.
I want to hear it. Let's read it into the record. That's better for all of us.
One
I
moment.
agree, Miss Nestor. I
Can we
agree.
go back to
Read it into the record.
Page 60.
Let's all hear it.
Do you have it up on your screen, Mr. Bloodworth?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay.
So the part that we're seeking to examine the witness, and we submit that the state has opened the door by asking the question, has anyone ever told you Eric used illicit drugs? And his answer was no. In this
Has anyone told you Eric used illicit drugs? No. He asked, have you seen Eric use illicit drugs? Then the defense asked about what he was told, and then the shit was already out of the horse, so they opened the door. Then he said, narrowly, people told you about Eric having weed gummies. They can't open their own door. He didn't ask, did anyone tell you about Eric using illicit drugs? He asked what he saw. All right. Let's hear what the transcript says.
and has anyone ever told?
It's just not how I remember what happened.
So the part that we're seeking to examine the witness, and we submit that the state has opened the door by asking the question, has anyone ever told you Eric used illicit drugs? And his answer was no. In this testimony at the preliminary, page 60 line, beginning at line 15, and were you aware that in high school Eric had an addiction to pain pills? Answer, I did know that he participated in pain pill taking for sure. Question, you did? Answer, yes. And do you know what his pill of choice was that he was addicted to back then? Answer, I believe in high school we called them Red Devils.
Is that where you want to stop?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm not entirely sure that Mr. Wright is referring to illicit street drugs, quote unquote,
No, he's not.
there, but I also don't know the other way. Mr. Bloodworth, you'd be able to clarify that with
Illuminate.
him once it came in. I think I already ruled on a motion to eliminate that this issue would be admissible, correct?
No, Your Honor, it was the opposite.
Well, that's
In the motion in limine,
Bring it
and
with me.
we're
In the motion in limine, I think they kept this out. I'm going to let them just go through this. I don't know if high school matters. I don't know if this is what we mean when we say illicit. I mean, unless you're using illicit to indicate maybe they weren't prescribed to him.
Scrambling in the back to get this now, the motion in limine briefing to you. But in the motion in limine, Mr. Wright clarified this testimony to say his awareness was from other people.
Oh, that's right.
Not from observing Eric Richins. So whatever he knows about Eric Richins' high school drug use, if any, is hearsay. Mr. Wright also clarified, it wasn't Mr. Wright that was clarified. Also, the state produced evidence that Red Devils, circa whatever it was, 2020-ish,
No, way before that.
was a reference to an over-the-counter cough suppressant that kids were taking in high school.
Are we literally now talking about scissorp? Well, no, because that would use codeine cough syrup, which was not over the counter. We're really talking about like some kind of cough syrup concoction in high school. Okay.
I think the defense is saying that that the state opened the door.
All of you are saying
is
Sudafed.
unfounded.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Right, we're going to get to. Did you ever see him take Advil PM? What about NyQuil? Okay.
The defense is saying that that the state opened the door is unfounded.
May I respond, Your Honor?
One moment, I've got to read my ruling.
Yes, sir.
Oh my God. However, we did have quite a lot.
The ruling was.
We did have quite a lot of codeine cough syrup being smuggled through LAX. When I was at the DA's office, that was happening quite a bit. But again, prescription.
So the ruling was that I deferred ruling on the motion in limine until after the parties have an opportunity to voir dire witness Cody Wright or provide other evidence outside the presence of the jury to determine whether there is any non-hearsay route to the admissibility of the proposed evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. So here's what just happened. Mr. Bloodworth asked the question, has anyone ever told you that Eric used illicit drugs? I objected. I objected.
And the court clarified illicit street drugs. And I don't think he said, has anyone told you? I think he asked the first time, did you see him? And then clarifying on her question that opened the door, what have people told you about him using? I feel like she is conflating the two questions, but I would need to look back at the transcript.
To hearsay, the court ruled that I had opened the door and allowed him to elicit that hearsay evidence.
Yeah, in fairness, you're skipping the first step.
Uh-huh.
You opened the door across this topic.
I just said that.
Right, I want to be clear.
Okay.
It's not just an allegation that you did. You did.
Okay.
Then Mr. Bloodworth went into it.
Okay. Absolutely.
I appreciate when I feel like I'm not crazy. Just can we just recite what happened in court accurately? It is so frustrating to me. Just stop conflating things that are happening to try to get a different ruling. There is a duty of candor to the court. Just go through what the fuck actually happened. This is not a your truth, my truth, our truth. What happened, and then make your argument from what happened. Trying to change what happened is infuriating. And I hate it when lawyers do this. If you have a good argument, you don't have to manipulate what we all just watched happen on the record. I appreciate that the court is like, no, you actually did. Everything just gets skewed a bit. And when you have a good argument, you don't need to keep constantly skewing. It's so frustrating. make your argument.
To hearsay, the court ruled that I had opened the door and allowed him to elicit that hearsay evidence.
Yeah, in fairness, you're skipping the first step. You opened the door and crossed to this topic.
I just said that.
Right,
that
but I want to be clear.
Okay.
It's not just an allegation that you did. You did.
Okay.
Then Mr. Bloodworth went into it.
Okay, absolutely. I was trying to convey that. I'm sorry if I didn't do it correctly. I was not trying to skip any step. You ruled that I had opened the door. You allowed him to elicit what would typically be hearsay evidence because I had opened the door. Now it's in. Now this witness is set on the stand. No one's ever told him that Eric used illicit drugs, and that is not true.
Illicit street drugs. Please be precise.
That's what these are. He's claiming.
Well, we don't know one way or the other. Would you like?
Oh, the please be precise is glorious. Please be precise. Yes.
That's what these are. He's claiming.
Well,
Please be precise. Grace Bass in the chat immediately said, other people's precision. Yes. Nestor is leaning into other people's precision, which is not precision.
Because I had opened the door. Now it's in. Now this witness is set on the stand. No one's ever told him that Eric used illicit drugs, and that is not true.
Illicit street drugs. Please be precise.
That's what these are. He's claiming.
Well, we don't know one way or the other. Would you like an opportunity to voir dire Cody Wright about that, consistent with the court's motion in limine ruling from January?
I'm happy to voir dire him if it helps the court with your ruling. It is my position that
He
at this
doesn't need
point,
the help.
I'm entitled.
You need the help. He doesn't need the help. I mean, I'll ask if it helps the court with their ruling. The court knows exactly where he is. He'll just keep it out.
To impeach him for making a statement in response to the state, elicited by the state, that no one's ever told him Eric used illicit street drugs. Here I have testimony that is contrary to that. I have a right to impeach him on that. I'll voir dire him on whatever you want, but it is my motion now that I be allowed to go into this because the state has put it there. They've put it out there. I have a right to impeach that he just testified falsely and inconsistently with what he said at the prelim. And it's very important, Your Honor.
If he, in fact, said something impeachable, you have the right to impeach him.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm not sure that he did yet. Why don't we get to that point? Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, certainly we can voir dire him. I think if the court reads further down in the preliminary hearing transcript.
Literally keep reading. Literally keep reading.
You know I don't have that ability, so if you could cite me to it.
Oh, do you not have? I'm sorry.
No. I don't have control over what they're showing me. If there's a docket entry you want me to
The court's like, I can't scroll down further.
look at, I know that it's in the docket.
Sure, it's page 61 that I thought was on your screen. It's on my screen.
It is now, yeah.
So at the bottom of page 60, I guess
They are talking about the preliminary hearing. Just to catch up, if all of you are just like, what is happening? I feel like my memory is being gaslit. Yes, welcome back. The defense is saying that witness Cody Wright said something different in trial today than he said at the preliminary hearing. This was covered at the motions in limine prior to trial. The motion in limine said if there was an area where this might come in, then the witness can be voir dired, questioned outside the presence of the jury, to see if this area would come in and to see if it is in fact impeachment, or if we have parsed it so that when the defense opened the door trying to say, but you knew Eric did illicit drugs, the witness can say, well, other people told me, and she wanted to leave that hanging, right? Because that could be anything. A lot of people, when they're like, oh, illicit drugs, what are we talking about? A lot of people's brains aren't immediately going to weed gummies, right? And then Bloodworth was able to get into the question of, so people told you about Eric using weed edibles, weed gummies. And now the defense is saying, no. He said that Eric was abusing illicit drugs in high school. So now we're trying to back up about whether that is Cody Wright's knowledge, whether that's something people told him about in high school. Oh, I heard blah, 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 blah. So now we're into, is this in contradiction to what was said? And it might not be in contradiction to what was said, just depending on what we mean by illicit and how much the defense is trying to make illicit happen. That's where we're at.
We just
So
read
they're
from the
looking at the
middle of page
transcript.
60, line 15 through 25.
Correct. If
Yeah.
the court keeps reading to the top of page 61, Cody Wright says he has no idea what Red Devils were.
He says prior to that he's very aware that Eric took pain pills in high school. He
Pain
says
pills
that
aren't
Thursday.
illicit street drugs.
Why don't we just ask him what he knows?
Right.
We can,
Good
but
job,
Oh,
Your Honor.
you don't want that. You want to just use this.
I want to use this, and I want to do it in front of the jury. I
But
don't
you
want to
want
give a
to. You don't want
chance.
to just put it in. You want to ask him questions about it, right?
No, I just want to. I want to impeach him with this document only.
You
That's
don't
it.
have any foundation that Red Devils are illicit street drugs, though. So you need that
Bing.
foundation
Pain
for
pills
this.
would be.
But that's not illicit street drugs, and that wasn't the question.
Bing, 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 bing.
This is an important difference.
Uh-huh.
Nobody's asked this gentleman
Your Honor,
or shown that.
If you buy pain pills,
Please
I'm
don't
sorry.
speak
I'm
over
sorry.
me
I'm
so
sorry.
that you have a clean record.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
If there is an impeachable statement by this witness as to
Keep
whether
reading,
he's
Emily.
aware that Eric Richins took pain pills at any point in his life, this would be directly relevant to that. But we need a non-speculative foundation for the idea that Red Devils are illicit street drugs.
So the pain pills that they're talking about, if they are
Who's they?
taken, if that is being referred to in this
Ma'am, no, they are not the same. You can't keep talking in circles to make them the same. This judge has clocked it. He has already said, let's be precise, and this is an important difference. He has clocked it multiple times. It's not going to get better.
prior statement, the
Red
pain
Devils.
pills that, well, he says pain pills and then he says Red Devils.
Okay.
So my understanding, according to this, is that Mr. Wright doesn't know what Red Devils are, but that's what they called them in high school,
Seems accurate.
which is clearly saying these were not doctor prescribed, these are
That does
illicit
not
drugs
follow.
that he's using in high school. So
No, there's some distance between a nickname called Red Devils and illicit street drugs. And I don't know what the Red Devils he's referring to are, but it doesn't automatically mean they're illicit street drugs.
if you use pain pills without a prescription, that is illicit street drugs.
It is not. And you know that to be true.
I disagree.
Damn! Miss Nestor, you do not play with the court. Also, you're a defense attorney. You're a defense attorney. There is a different charge for not having a prescription than there is for having illicit street drugs. And the judge is just like, you know this to be true. Stop playing with me. Stop it. Oh boy. Oh boy. You cannot just change the meaning of things to try to make your point to the court.
Illicit drugs that he's using in high school. So
I had to back it up. I wanted to
there's
see it.
there's some distance between a nickname called Red Devils and illicit street drugs. And I don't know what the Red Devils he's referring to are, but it doesn't automatically mean they're illicit street drugs.
if you use pain pills without a prescription, that is illicit street drugs.
It is not. And you know that to be true.
I disagree, Your Honor.
It might be diversion of a prescribed substance, but it's not illicit street drugs.
There's no clandestine
They've
chemistry
certainly
here.
heard testimony from Mr. Crozier that he's selling oxycodone on the street that came from prescription.
Oh, I don't think we are all settled on the fact that those oxy came from prescriptions. I don't think we all agree on that point. Nah, I don't think we all agree about that.
From prescriptions, that's illicit street drugs.
I'm not sure you want to take that position going forward, but I don't endorse
shit.
it in any respect. Certainly, we know that diversion of prescribed legal medication is different than purchasing on the street prescription medication is different than purchasing non-FDA approved substances on the street. There is a
Right.
range of conduct here, and the question asked by Mr. Bloodworth
Is where
was
are we?
specific.
Can we read back? Can we get it read back, what he asked?
I mean, I could read it
Can we
back.
have, do we have the transcript of the exact statement that Mr. Bloodworth just asked him?
State courts do not create transcripts.
I think we have someone doing it live right now.
When you say we, who are you referring to?
Ms. Payer,
She's not a court employee. I don't know what you're
You
referring
can't.
to.
You
if you
can't.
can give me 5 minutes, I can email her and get the exact statement.
Sure. While that occurs, I'm going to use the restroom. We'll take a recess until
Oh
10:35.
boy. Well, I'm sure the prosecution's just going to go to the stream, back it up, and back it up, and see what was said. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Do you guys want to go see what Bloodworth said before we zoom through the break? Do you want to do that? Do we want to go look at the exact fucking question? Chat says yes. All right, they're taking a bathroom break. We're going to go back in time before we go forward. It's like 2 steps forward and 1 step back. Emily, to the Paula Abdul today? I guess so. Opposites attract. It ain't fiction. All right, let's get back to the beginning of redirect with Mr. Bloodworth following up on the defense opening the door. I said earlier, this was my favorite. You opened the door. Let's see if we can get back to where that question was asked and see exactly what Bloodworth said before we go jump forward to see what the court says.
For Eric,
All right, let's zoom through the end across.
one time that he went to Mexico to go.
It's hard when we can't see the lawyers.
Is that hard for you to do?
All right. I think it's after this.
It was extremely hard. I knew what those ramifications
Fishing
were going to
game.
be.
But did you do it because it was the right thing to do?
I did. He was one of my best friends. And
I'm going to see where they open the door
I
is.
want
real
to
quick.
be a support where I can.
Nope.
Thank you.
It's back further than that. Sorry, guys. I zoomed past it, I think.
It's okay to be a big boy. And
Yep, it was before this. I am annoying the feed.
Their investigation of Eric.
All right. Yeah, I think it was like the first question on redirect. I think that's the defense finishing up.
Aware for insurance, right? Were you aware that
All right.
shortly before his death?
Give me a second.
would have been running every
I would like to get past the end of cross.
Sir, from your perspective, was the loan to Kouri Richins Realty in connection with the Franson Lane property out of necessity?
Yes.
You testified that generally people had told you that Eric did drugs. I want to be specific. Did people generally?
I want to be specific is the first thing Bloodworth says. I want to be specific.
Told you that Eric did drugs. Necessity?
Yes.
You testified that generally people had told you that Eric did drugs. I want to be specific. Did people generally tell you that Eric would use THC edibles?
Object to hearsay.
You opened the door, overruled.
Can you repeat that?
Did people tell you that Eric would use THC edibles?
People would tell me that, yes.
Did anyone ever tell you that Eric Richins used illicit street drugs?
No.
That's exactly what the court remembered.
You testified
That's
that
exactly
you-
what we remembered. Did anyone tell you Eric used illicit street drugs? No. Carefully parsed question for a careful answer. Because the prosecutor knows what's in the transcripts, the prosecutor knows what door was opened, and the prosecutor is crafting the question to avoid the entire shenanigans that are now happening. All right, we're going to skip through the break that the court took while the defense wanted to get a transcript from somebody, and we're going to take a look and see what the defense has to say about what was said. Because now we all want to know. It was a carefully phrased question. And that matters, especially when the prosecution doesn't want to open that door anymore.
Thank you for that break. A little bit more context here for this discussion.
Oh boy.
As we discussed on the record during the
this is after that break?
on the parties' various motions in limine,
Court is over this.
the topic or the concept of whether Eric Richins used pain pills during his lifetime, prescription or non-prescription, illicit, that is relevant. But at the motion in limine hearing, and as I sit here right now, it's unclear as to whether there's any admissible evidence that he did. So, Ms. Nestor, I think the correct course forward, based upon where we are right now, is to allow you to voir dire Cody Wright regarding his knowledge of the topic that he discussed at the preliminary hearing, having heard or known or learned somehow that Eric Richins used pain pills in high school and they were red devils.
She doesn't want to do that, Your Honor. She doesn't want to do that, Your Honor, because she knows that the answers are going to be no and that it's going to get yeeted. She doesn't want to do that. She just wants to impeach him in front of the jury. That's what she said. No, Your Honor, I don't want to voir dire him. I just want to use this. Nope.
If that reference is to prescription pain medication, it impeaches Mr. Wright's testimony on the stand today that he's never known Eric to use prescription medication. If it's illicit street drugs, it impeaches his testimony that he's never known or heard about Eric using illicit street drugs. If he doesn't know what red devils are, we're all just speculating, including the jury, and that's not permissible. Mr. Bloodworth, any comment there?
Your Honor, I think Mr. Wright's testimony, let me grab the question.
He's looking at the prelim transcript.
Was that he had never seen Eric Richins use prescription drugs or illicit drugs.
That's what you asked.
Let's see what he says on voir dire to see if it actually impeaches that or not.
Correct.
Yeah. I'm sensitive to the precision of the questions you were asking at various points.
Yes.
Okay. Anything further, sir?
No, sir.
All right.
The court and the
Ms. Nestor,
prosecution.
anything before we invite Mr. Wright back in for that purpose.
All right. Mr. Wright's coming in for a voir dire.
Bertram to whisper in your ear.
Voir dire.
Call back in. Okay, very good.
I'm going to allow Mr. Bertram to whisper in your ear. I don't even know what's happening. So a voir dire is just questioning the witness outside of the jury because sometimes once the shit's out of the horse, there's nothing that you can do about it. So they're going to ask the witness before the jury comes back in to find out what the witness has to say. And then the judge can make the ruling.
May we invite Mr. Wright back into the courtroom, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So this is going to be witness Cody Wright's voir dire.
Mr. Wright, thank you for your patience.
This is why judges take notes. This is exactly why judges take a lot of notes during trial. Because when judges have to rule on stuff like this, they need to not just be able to go from memory. They need to be able to, look back at their notes and see what they remember about what happened 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago.
If you'd like a glass of water, you can pour yourself one.
So the jury is still out?
Still under oath.
On break?
Ms. Nestor has a few extra questions for you, and then we'll see where we go from there. All right.
May it please the court?
Please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Welcome. I've offered you this 17 times.
We want to just dig in a little bit to the question that you were asked on redirect. When Mr. Bloodworth asked you if anyone had ever told you that Eric used illicit drugs. And I believe he said illicit street drugs. Does that sound right? Or do you recall?
Did he say illicit street drugs? Is that what you're asking?
Are you asking him what question Bloodworth asked him? Ma'am. Don't ask him what Bloodworth asked him. Ask him what he knows.
What was your understanding of the question that he asked you at the very end about whether you'd ever heard
Who cares
about
what he
Eric
thinks
using
of the
drugs?
question?
Illicit street drugs.
Right. What was your understanding of that question?
If anyone had ever told me about him using an illicit street drug.
Okay.
Now, I'm not in the drug world. I have no clue what most drugs are categorized as. So
Did you talk to anyone outside in the hallway while you were waiting?
I did not.
Okay, just checking. Okay. So at the preliminary hearing,
He's like, right.
we asked you
if you're going to ask me more about illicit drugs, I don't know what you're talking about.
some questions about whether you were aware that Eric used pain pills in high school. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And are you aware of that?
I was told that that had happened.
All right. And were you ever told about where he got those pain pills?
I have no idea where he got those pain pills from.
So when Mr. Bloodworth asked you earlier today if you were ever aware of Mr. Richins using prescription drugs, you said no.
Your Honor, that's not the question I asked.
Pause, Mr. Wright. If you would just object to foundation and restate the question for me.
Your Honor, objection, foundation.
Let me ask you this way.
Sustained. Go ahead.
Do
Bloodworth is just like, that's not what the fuck I said. You can't impeach a witness with an imprecise question. It has to be, you cannot apples to oranges. It has to be same. It can't be analogous. It cannot be synonymous. To impeach someone, it must be same. You were asked on the stand if on Tuesday you saw a blue car. And when you testified on the stand, you said no. But at preliminary hearing, you were asked if on Tuesday you saw a blue car, and you said yes. That is two different answers to the exact same question. It needs to be the same. I would lose my mind.
Mr. Richins using prescription drugs, you said no.
Your Honor, that's not the question I asked.
Pause, Mr. Wright. If you would just object to foundation and restate the question for me.
Your Honor, objection, foundation.
Let me ask you this way.
Sustained. Go ahead.
Do
Ms. Hester.
you
Have the time.
Was it your
to
understanding
listen
in
to
high
me
school when you had
whine
this knowledge?
about nothing and everything all at once? I am one of those melodramatic fools. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Let me ask you this way.
Sustained. Go ahead.
Do
Ms. Hester.
Was it your understanding in high school when you had this knowledge that Mr. Richins was using these drugs illicitly? In other words, not with the prescription of a pharmacist?
I need you to be more precise in that question. Which drugs are you referring to?
The pain pills, sorry.
And if you would re-ask it, please.
You got Bloodworth back here looking like a freaking Jack in the Box with getting ready for his objections.
Was it your understanding in high school when you knew about this that Mr. Richins was using his own prescription for pain pills or someone else's?
I learned about this later on in life, not in high school.
Okay, and what did you learn?
And I learned that he had taken pain pills in high school. That's what I had been told.
Without a prescription?
He doesn't fucking know.
I didn't get asked whether there was a prescription or not. I don't know.
Bloodworth is still
All right.
popping
And
up
then
and
I
down.
think you said in the prelim that you thought they were called Red Devils. Is that right?
That's what I was told.
And was it your understanding that Red Devils were an illicit street drug?
I don't know what an illicit street drug entails, but I assumed that the Red Devils were being abused, as that's what high school kids were doing.
So people were doing that in your school?
I heard that, yes.
And did you know what Red
later
Devils...
on in life.
Yeah. Yeah. Later on in life, you learn things. Later on in life, I learned that one of my friends in high school, I was a very straight edge kids in high school because I was afraid of my dad, who was a high school principal. So he knew all the shenanigans. But one of my friends who always had the greatest snacks, everybody was like, of course he had the greatest snacks. He was high literally all the time. I'm like, no. Everybody was like, yes. What were you thinking? And I was like, I just figured everyone was ADHD like me and needed snackies to get through the end of the school day. I had no idea. I heard it later. I don't know. Do I know if it's true? No, we were just snack buddies. My dad was not a principal at my school, to be clear. I just thought we were snack buddies. I had no idea. No idea. This is why my ADHD did not bother him at all. We were great. We got along great. He was high and had snacks. It was perfect. Friendship forged in snackies. But I learned a lot of things later. I was just like, huh? No. What? That was not water in the water bottle? No way. Things make so much more sense. Yeah, right. Me. He's like, I heard all this later. I have no idea. This is the shit we were talking about at our 10-year reunion when we're all kind of adults.
I don't know what an illicit street drug entails, but I assumed that the Red Devils were being abused, as that's what high school kids were doing.
I mean,
So
high school
people were
kids were
doing that in your
abusing
school?
glue.
I heard that, yes.
And did you know what Red
Later
Devils...
on in life.
What did you know what Red Devils were?
I learned later on what those were, yes.
What are those?
I believe it's Sudafed.
Oh, it's Sudafed?
I think. I'm not a drug person. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, they lock that shit up now. And you have to like sign your name with a driver's license to get to the Sudafed that actually works. Is it the one with the D? It's the Sudafed D that's behind lock and key. Right. The Utah high school kids were taking Sudafed. It is now locked up. And here I thought a wild time was mixing all the drinks at the 7-Eleven. Sudafed, y'all, Sudafed.
I learned later on what those were, yes.
What are those?
I believe it's Sudafed.
Oh, it's Sudafed?
I think. I'm not a drug person. I'm sorry.
Okay. Could be pseudoephedrine, maybe.
I have no idea.
Okay.
But that's what
That's what he thought it was. She's like, maybe it's a different type of Sudafed. The pseudoephedrine, isn't that the good Sudafed that's locked up? The one that actually works really well?
think it is Sudafed being abused.
Okay. So when you testified at the preliminary hearing that you were aware in high school that Eric, or you became aware later that in high school Eric abused Red Devils and pain pills, do you still stand by that today?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, do you need more than that?
The allergy sufferers are annoyed that the Sudafed D is locked up because high school kids were like, we can take the Sudafed. We might feel sleepy.
I understand Mr. Wright's testimony on the record.
Okay. Let me just think for 1 second if there's anything else.
No, there's nothing else, ma'am.
When you answered Mr. Bloodworth's question in front of the jury that you had not heard from anyone that Eric used illicit street drugs, that's except for what you heard about in high school?
Objection, Your Honor.
Fetch is not happening.
I can ask him what his intention of his answer was, Your Honor. Did you intend to carve that out?
Oh my God. Well, the jury's not in for this. We are still in the voir dire to try to figure out what is and is not an illicit street drug and find out again why the Sudafed is locked up. A lot of you are saying that Sudafed does not make you sleepy. Okay, that's fair. KK007RN said Sudafed making EDB sleepy. Explain ADHD without saying it. Okay, that's fair. Yes.
That's a fair question.
Can you restate that? I'm sorry.
Intend to carve out from that answer what you knew about high school?
What answer? Sorry.
From the answer that Mr. Bloodworth asked you in front of the jury, if anyone had ever told you or if you'd ever heard that Eric used illicit street drugs. Did you intend to not include what you knew in high school? Are you carving that out?
If I said it that I was in high school, what I've been told about Eric is throughout my life. I don't know if it was exactly in high school. I don't know if it was in my early 20s or now. What I've been told over the years is that he had used those in high school.
Who told you? And was it Kouri? And why do I feel like it's Kouri?
And
who told you? Was it Kouri, or did Kouri tell your wife and your wife told you? Who told you? And was it Bryce? Because we got some fucking questions for Bryce with the no pants.
So if I were to ask you the question again that Mr. Bloodworth asked you, has anyone ever told you that Eric used illicit street drugs? And you included all the knowledge you have all the way back through what he did in high school. What would your answer be now?
I don't know what illicit street drugs entail.
Okay.
I've been told of some drugs that he used. And that's what I would testify to, is that I know that he used some drugs, form of drugs. I don't know what they are exactly. I don't know if they're illicit street drugs or not, but that he had used drugs at some point.
That's it, Your Honor.
Okay.
We have a very neurodiverse chat here, and a lot of people saying, wait, Sudafed is not supposed to make you tired? Apparently not. Sudafed knocks me the fuck out. But yes, again, people with ADHD respond differently to stimulants than the non-ADHD folks. Our brains are we're wired a little bit differently. So things that might be a stimulant for others are not that way for those who are, depending where they are. Sudafed knocks me out. Everybody's like, but it's a stimulant. My brain is not wired that way. Caffeine is the same. Caffeine is not a stimulant to the EDB at all. So yes, the whole half the chat's like, I thought Sudafed made everyone sleepy. And the other half of the chat is like, Sudafed 100% does not make you sleepy. Correct. Yes. Welcome to ADHD. But folks, that Sudafed makes you sleepy. Benadryl knocks out most people. Does it make you all jittery and weird? Because Benadryl makes me all jittery and weird. Different operating systems. Right. Crazy, isn't it, chat? How much it changes people? Yes, all of you are just like, yeah, Benadryl, same. Right. You got to flip it. Benadryl will make you sleep. Nope. Put that thing down, flip it, and reverse it. Yeah. Probably drove my mom nuts when I was a kid. And she was like, here's some Benadryl. And I was just like, should have known then. Continuing on.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything else for Mr. Wright at this point? In terms of word.
Sir, is the only drug that you've been told he used in high school the Red Devils?
In high school, yes.
You haven't heard of him using any other drug in high school other than marijuana? Let's just accept marijuana from this whole discussion, okay?
Yeah. So in high school, I was told that people were using Red Devils. I had heard that Eric had popped pills.
Okay. And is your understanding
Pills of what?
The pills that he popped were the Red Devils, or was it Red Devils and something else?
Understanding that a Red Devil is a pill, he popped pills, and I don't really know much more than that.
Okay.
I don't know what pills they were popping or anything to that extent.
Can I just follow up on that, Your Honor? So you mentioned in high school, like maybe there was after high school as well. Did I misread what you just said?
Yes.
I have learned of these things through people over the years. I don't know this exact times and days that people have told me this knowledge. Eric popped pills in high school is what I've been told.
Beyond high school, do you have any knowledge if he popped pills?
I don't have any sure knowledge that he popped pills after high school.
Good Lord.
Not sure knowledge, but have people told you that?
I have knowledge that he took THC gummies.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to make sure because I heard that. I heard that clarification, and I wanted to make sure we followed all the way through with it.
Great.
As far as you sit here today, other than what you heard about what he did in high school, and other than knowing about the THC gummies, have you heard from any other person that Eric used drugs in his lifetime?
No.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
I need to make you take a walk again.
Okay.
Please don't speak to anybody in the lobby.
Sir, go stretch your legs. All right, witness is out. Jury is still out. Voir dire is done. The court's going to rule. I imagine that cleared it up for the court, and the court's going to be like, fine, we're not doing this. We done. We are done here. So the witness is on his way out. Everybody's chatting about what exactly popping pills means.
Ms. Nestor, any further argument?
Well, Your Honor,
No.
I mean, I think that this witness has now clarified that if he were to answer the question now, he would include that he was aware Eric popped pills in high school. He also heard that people in his high school were doing Red Devils. He said he assumed that's what Eric was doing, but he doesn't know. But he has knowledge that Eric was popping pills. This whole case is about a pill addiction. This whole case is about whether or not Eric Richins voluntarily ingested that or if he was given it by his wife. This is a critical piece.
Ma'am, what pill addiction? Ma'am, what? You can't just say it and make it so. We heard the results on his liver. I didn't take enough Midol today. My back and my brain are starting to hurt. I must pop more pills at lunch to put up with this.
The defense. He's been allowed to make a statement in front of the jury that we have now found out through voir dire is not 100% accurate on one of the core issues in this case. I am only asking to impeach him. I can limit it to what he said in the prelim. We can go farther if you want us to, or we can limit it to what he said in the
EDB can't
prelim.
take
I'll do it
Sudafed.
either
She
way.
will fall asleep.
But I think to deny Ms. Richins the right to impeach him on something this critical to the defense and the prosecution when the door was absolutely opened by the prosecution
By you.
would be reversible error, and we're asking that the court allow us to do that
Disagree.
now.
Mr. Glover.
Disagree. I disagree.
Your Honor, the state disagrees with all of that, including the veracity of some of that. The state reverts back to what we had briefed in motions hearing, by the way.
Oh, Bloodworth on day 10 getting spicy. I disagree with that and the veracity of some of that. Oh, we're just calling it out on the record now.
Your Honor, the state disagrees with all of that, including the veracity of some of that. The state reverts back to what we had briefed in motions hearing, by the way, that any relevancy
We've
to
done
what
this.
happened in high school has decayed to zero 40 or 20 plus years later. The testimony at issue is Mr. Wright's response to the question of, did anyone ever tell you that Eric Richins used illicit street drugs? To which he responded, no.
Right.
Nothing in his voir dire impeaches that testimony. Therefore,
Eric Richins was almost
bringing
40
in
when he passed.
the preliminary hearing transcript or any further
For those of you
questioning on
asking in the
this,
chat.
well, the preliminary hearing transcript or any further questioning on this is inadmissible.
All right.
We can see where the defense wants to go with
tried
this.
based upon admissible evidence. And on both sides of the V, there are pieces of evidence that either the state or the defense has sought to admit that the court has ruled are not admissible. I'm required
To follow the law.
apply the rules of evidence. We instruct the jury that the rules of evidence have developed over hundreds of years to make sure that trials are tried in a fair and impartial way.
Like the rules of hair care, they are finite.
This issue developed in a way where defense counsel asked a question that elicited hearsay testimony regarding what Mr. Wright had heard about Mr.
There were, sorry, Your Honor, that was a rude pause. There were many questions about both sides of the V, not for vendetta, chat. Both sides of the V, also not the flying V. He means State of Utah v. Kouri Richins. So the V being State v. defendant, sometimes it's name v. name, but it is both the prosecution and defense. I like his turn of phrase with both sides of the V. So that's why he's talking about the V, state versus defendant. It seems to be one of his regular parlances that he very much likes to say that both sides are treated the same and both sides must adhere to the rules the same. Does that help? Some of you are thinking a different V. I know. October can't come fast enough for y'all. Hang in there.
A question that elicited hearsay testimony regarding what Mr. Wright had heard about Mr. Richins' prior drug use generally. Whether or not that's what the defendant intended, that's what happened. So then, on redirect, the state asked two very specific questions to characterize that volunteering of hearsay by Mr. Wright. Whether they'd heard that Mr. Richins had used THC products, and whether he had ever heard that Mr. Wright used illicit street drugs.
Hearsay.
Nothing in his prior preliminary hearing testimony or during his voir dire outside the presence of the jury on the stand is admissible evidence contrary to his sworn testimony on the stand in front of the jury. His prior reference to Red Devils, he's now clarified as Sudafed, which is not pain pills to begin with. Moreover, he doesn't have any admissible testimony that Eric Richins used illicit drugs of any kind. This is hearsay. It is speculation. It's not admissible.
Your Honor, may I just make a record?
Of course.
You already have.
Your Honor, it's our position that, first of all, when I asked
This was done in pretrial motions. Okay. I'm still curious what tea the judge is drinking. I missed the hand warmer mug, though, the ceramic one. I wonder what happened to it. We have moved on to a different mug. Emily, you're disassociating. Yes, because we're fighting over fucking Sudafed again.
question, it was not objected to by the state. Second of all,
It was.
I'd like to make the record that this would be for purposes of impeachment. This, to deny us this opportunity is a violation of Crawford. It is a violation of our Sixth Amendment right to cross-examine. It is a violation of our due process right to a fair trial. We would be able to call in our case an expert who would testify that Red Devils were in fact PCP. In that period of time, they were not Sudafed. The DEA has a pamphlet on that. We're being denied that option. We're being denied the ability to attack the credibility of someone who has changed. Respectfully, we disagree with Your Honor's position on this. We think he absolutely changed his testimony, and we're being prohibited the right to impeach him on the fact he changed his testimony. And I believe that the question I would ask him, if I were allowed to go forward, would be, did you learn that Eric popped pills in high school? And that would impeach what he said to Mr. Bloodworth, unrebutted and not allowed to be rebutted by.
So you tried to open the door to bait the prosecution into this very argument, and it didn't work because of the way that he crafted his question, and now you're mad that you couldn't open your own door after the pretrial rulings precluded it. Am I reading that correctly?
When we know that I can rebut it. And we, on our strongest way possible, we object to this. We would like a continuing objection. We move to strike all of Cody Wright's testimony.
No.
All of the issues
Wait
that
a minute.
Mr.
Whoa. You lost me.
On redirect.
Court's like, what the fuck? You've just like jumped. You've gone from PCP to strike the man's entire testimony. Back it up. With the court, did you hear him go, whoa? What? Whoa. Pause. Yeah, no. It is, Your Honor, it is unbridled objecting. It is continuing to run at this point. It's just the shit's out of the horse is out of the barn, and is just going for it at this point. It's just like, woo! Mm-mm.
And I believe that the question I would ask him if I were allowed to go forward would be, did you learn that Eric popped pills in high school? And that would impeach what he said to Mr. Bloodworth, unrebutted and not allowed to be rebutted by me when we know that I can rebut it. And we, on our strongest way possible, we object to this. We would like a continuing objection. We move to strike all of Cody Wright's testimony, all of the issues that Mr.
You lost me there.
On redirect, the redirect testimony.
Which piece?
Where he answered the question that I'm not now being allowed to impeach him on. We're asking to strike it at the very minimum. All of the things that Mr. Bloodworth just brought up all go to weight, not admissibility. And
what is the non-hearsay route for this witness to testify regarding what he heard, if it's coming in for the truth of the matter asserted?
It's not. It's coming in to impeach that once the court allowed him to answer that question with.
But you want to use it for the truth because you've got somebody lined up to say that Eric was doing like PCP in high school, which, by the way, what? Also, what?
Regarding what he heard, if it's coming in for the truth of the matter asserted.
It's not. It's coming in to impeach that once the court allowed him to answer that question with hearsay, to rebut the hearsay that we elicited unintentionally.
What's the evidence that he heard prior to today, testifying today, that Eric Richins used illicit street drugs?
He just testified to it on the stand.
That is not true.
Okay, well, we agree to disagree on that, Your Honor.
Have you disclosed that expert that would provide a non-speculative basis that Red Devils are an illicit street drug?
We have disclosed that expert. His name is Mr. Kearney. He is on our list. He's been available. We did not know the Red Devil stuff was coming in until 10 minutes ago because we were told.
It's not coming in.
Well, okay.
Keep reading, Emily, as I yell, it's not coming in at the same time as the judge. It's not coming in. Also, y'all, the red devil emoji in the chat is very on point. I'm not going code red. It's not, we're not at total fuckery just yet. I'm at probably audacity. I'm at annoyance because it's consistent. They have been consistent. They have consistently tried to have the court change its mind on pretrial rulings. This is just consistent. Also, yes, Chad, I agree with you. How do you have an expert to say what red devils are if you just found out 5 minutes ago? How do you know your expert knows if you just found out 5 minutes ago? Chad, I grant your motion for audacity. We don't have to send it. We don't have to send a notification though, Miguelina, because the audacity will pass quickly, I hope. I grant your motion for audacity, Chad. We will sit in the green for a moment with all of the, well, he said this. Ms. Nestor, that's not true. That's not true. And the court has continued to say that's just not true. Saying it more does not change the fact that that's not what was said in court. Motion granted, Chad. the replay crew is going to see the green in the timestamps and be like, what the fuck happened? This. Welcome to this.
His name is Mr. Kearney. He is on our list. He's been available. We did not know the Red Devil stuff was coming in until 10 minutes ago because
It's
we were
not
told.
coming in.
Well, okay. Well, that's obvious then. I mean, we did the best we could. We gave him our drug expert that as soon as the Red Devils comes in, we can let them talk to him about that because we sure would go into that with our expert. That we're now being denied the ability to do that. There is a key question here, Your Honor. If Eric Richins had a drug problem, and if he did, Ms. Richins is innocent, and we are being prohibited from going into that with the one person who.
Those don't follow. Those things don't follow. A man taking Sudafed or pain pills in high school does not make your client innocent. Those two things don't follow. It gives you a better argument for doubt, but those things do not follow.
Because we were
not
told.
Coming in.
Well, okay. Well, that's obvious then. I mean, we did the best we could. We gave him our drug expert that as soon as the Red Devils comes in, we can let them talk to him about that because we sure would go into that with our expert. That we're now being denied the ability to do that. There is a key question here, Your Honor. If Eric Richins had a drug problem, and if he did, Ms. Richins is innocent, and we are being prohibited from going into that with the one person who knows. And I just think that the veracity of this witness on this topic cannot be underestimated for purposes of the defense. I know you disagree with us. I believe I've made my record. Yes. He's changed his story. He's now saying he's never heard that Eric used drugs when he knows in the prelim that he did.
He didn't say that.
And I just think this is just a huge
misunderstanding on your part
to us to put on a fair trial in this case. And I believe I've made my record. I can't think of anything else I need to say on the record. Thank you for letting me make a proffer.
Okay. Are you asking me to strike Mr. Wright's answer that he's never heard that Eric used illicit street drugs?
Yes.
On which basis? On what basis?
On the fact I'm not allowed to impeach him on it, and we all know it's not a correct answer.
You certainly can impeach him on it if you have any evidence that it's impeachable.
No, any other way to show it to the court other than what we've already done.
Okay.
Then it's not impeachment.
I want to be clear. There's just no evidence that Cody Wright believes that Red Devils are illicit street drugs.
But he separated the Red Devils from the popping pills. He separated
No, he
that.
didn't.
No, with
did?
respect, he didn't. But
Okay, well, I think the transcript will reflect it.
All right.
Wrong.
Let me pause. Anything further?
To everyone who comes through the chat on occasion and says, EDB, you would make a great judge. I want to give you Exhibit 9072 why I would not be a good judge. Because this judge has judicial demeanor and patience. My face has subtitles. And this level of I can go home and fight with my 14-year-old is not going to work for me. I can go argue with my children. I am not going to court to argue with grown-ass adults the same way that I would go round and round and round and round and round and round with my kids. Which I did this weekend. Mom, you said when we got on the highway that you were going to play a song that I did not want to play. Me, I did not say how long we had to be on the highway until I would play it. I did not say that I would play it immediately upon entering the highway. You're going to need to give me a minute before we get to Weird Al's Hamilton Polka. So give me a sec. You said the highway. I did not say when on the highway. My children and I can do this all day long. I cannot do this with grown-ass adults. No, I cannot. I would lose my mind. And he is being so patient. I would lose my mind. Yeah, lose my mind. The judge is just like, yes, Weird Al has a Hamilton polka. Yes. I had to pause the Hamilton polka for a minute. We just needed to wait. We were in the middle of a conversation. Hamilton polka must be experienced without conversation. We had to finish the conversation first, and then we could Hamilton polka. The defense is now trying to figure out if there's anything else, and the judge is like, why are we doing this?
I have nothing further to add, Your Honor.
Great.
Mr. Bloodworth, a direct question. I need to exercise a measure of humility here. is the state sure that you don't want to just get this out on the record to insulate the potential of a verdict on appeal?
No, because you're right.
You now know what Mr. Wright's going to say.
He is giving the state the option. He is giving the state the option. Interesting. Because the defense is like, you're denying me a fair trial. I don't think, but I don't know the case law in Utah for appeal as well as they all do. He's giving the state an option. Okay. And then the state has to think about the case law in their state and what the case law says and whether they think the case law would break on their side or not.
And if you need to confer with your team, I'm happy to give you a moment.
He's just like, I'm trying to remember the case law on this point about
Yes, Your
impeachment.
Honor, let me take a moment to confer. Can I make a record on one thing, though?
Sure.
Let me read to
He's
the
being
court
incredibly
the expert
thoughtful.
disclosures it relates.
He's going to the expert. He's being incredibly thoughtful. This is also difficult to do because in the moment you're like, nah, you're on my side. Fuck that shit. We ride. But exercising the ability to take a step back, evaluate if this is harmful for your case, good for your case, how you can work with it, and what the Court of Appeal might say. You want to protect your verdict at the end of the day. And I appreciate the judge giving him that chance. But let me hear about the expert disclosures.
I don't know that we need to get into that at this moment. I won't be basing anything I do on that.
Okay, then.
Thank you.
Oh, I bet the
Can I
expert
step back?
disclosures
Of course.
don't have anything to do with Red Devils. Oh boy. So they're going to have a chat. The prosecution's going to have a chat together.
We're still going forward. We're off the record for the moment.
The prosecution's going to have a chat together about the appellate, I'm sure the appellate court rulings. They will know that better than we do. And they take a minute to step out. Let's zoom past this and see what happens. I appreciate the court giving the prosecution an opportunity to make that choice.
Proceed.
Your Honor, the state is comfortable with the court's ruling and the record.
Okay. Very good. Court stands on its ruling. Anything else before we invite Mr. Wright back in and the jury? Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
Can't remember. Did we?
Fucking hell.
I'm not persuaded that
Anyway,
you've provided a basis to strike Mr. Wright's
Answer.
statement that he's never been told that Eric Richins used illicit street drugs.
I understand your ruling. I just can't remember how he ended it with the witness because so much has happened. So,
I think you had the witness on recross.
I approached before I read.
Right.
Okay, thank you for helping me remember.
Do you have any recross questions within the scope of redirect?
Can you give me just 1 minute?
Of course.
Yeah, because now she has to reset and remember where she was, which is why taking notes when you are also asking a witness question helps. But now she's like, I am lost as to where I was. I appreciate Mr. Ramos coming over and making sure that the microphones are muted. Ramos for the win on that one. That's a solid wingman move, Ramos. I wonder if they noticed over the weekend that there were times where you could hear the defense at counsel table. They might have. All right, the defense is conferring about what they want to ask this witness next on recross. The court said we're off the record for a moment, which means that the microphones in the courtroom are muted anyway. But Ramos was just double checking. It's a G move right there. Good job, Ramos.
Because a lot has gone under the bridge, and I just had to get back to where we were. I think I do have a quick recross within the scope of his redirect.
Very good. If we could invite the jury back in, please.
All right, jury is coming back in. That was very long. That was a full fucking side quest. Like a full side. That was a full ass side quest. Emily, what just happened? For everybody who's just coming back in, we went on a fucking adventure this afternoon. Well, it was this morning in court before the lunch break. We went on a full adventure with witness Cody Wright about whether or not he would be impeached. Excuse me. Whether or not he would be impeached. The court and the defense are not seeing eye to eye because the defense has continued to modify the form of the question that was asked to try to wedge in impeachment. At least that's my perspective. And the prosecution had very narrowly parsed the questions, but the defense, by intention, accident, inartful question, had opened the door regarding what Cody Wright knew or was told about Eric Wright doing any type of illicit drugs in high school. Y'all are like, Emily, it's high school. I know. But they are trying to raise doubt in this case. And if Eric Richins is using pills frequently, which I think the liver results from his autopsy belie, but that's neither here nor there at the moment. They have evidence from this witness that shortly before his death, he was down in Mexico hunting. We know that Kouri Richins wanted to make a connection between Eric having fentanyl in his system and him getting it from Mexico. We're in full blame Mexico mode at the moment, it seems, and then blame Eric for having a pill problem. The defense argued during that, look, if Eric has a pill problem, then Kouri's innocent. We'll see how that plays out for the defense. But what they want to ask this witness is about whether they knew that Eric Richins was popping pills or doing drugs or doing illicit drugs in high school. So the defense asked a question that kind of let the shit out of the horse on hearsay. The prosecution was allowed to follow up on it by asking, did anyone tell you that Eric Richins was doing illicit street drugs in high school? He's like, no. And so the defense wants to impeach him on that by saying that he knew Eric Richins in high school. He had been told that people were doing something called Red Devils, which he thought ended up being essentially Sudafed. And the defense is like, could it have been pseudoephedrine? And I'm like, aren't those the same? But anyway, and then said that he had heard that Eric popped pills, but he didn't know if the pills were talking about like pain pills for having knee and back pain, or if they were the Red Devil with pseudoephedrine, because everybody was giving them funny nicknames to seem like they were hard in the early 2000s in Utah. Sure. And then the defense is like, but we have an expert that's going to say that Red Devils during that period of time were PCP. Okay, ma'am, let's all take a breath. So the defense continued to argue that their client was being denied a fair trial by not being allowed to impeach this witness and not being allowed to impeach him because this witness is changing his story. However, the questions that are being asked are not the same. And so it's not impeachment because it's not different answers to the same question. It is carefully crafted questions and narrowly parsed answers, but it's not the same. And so now the defense is fighting with the judge that this is dead bang on impeachment. The court is saying these are not the same questions, so it's not impeachment because it's not a different answer on the same question. The defense asked to strike the testimony of the witness. The court has said no, but gave the prosecution an opportunity to decide if that's what they want to do. And the prosecution is like, nah, we're going with the court's ruling. We're good. There has been much conference in all of this to get to the answer that there is no, as the chat says, there is no take CV backsies at this point, that the witness being questioned is not going to be allowed to be questioned. And some of this goes back to the pretrial motions because this was all argued over during the sealed motion in limine hearings. The defense was trying to shift that the prosecution opened the door, but the prosecution was trying to follow up on the defense opening the door. And then the defense tried to take the door that they opened, the prosecution's question following up them opening the door, and say, look, the door is open, and open it more. And the court's like, we're not doing that. So we are almost done with this witness, I hope. But yes, but people said in high school that this was happening is not coming in because they are trying to make a pill problem happen because that seems to be key to their defense at this point. Okay. Let's see what happens. The jury's coming back in. The voir dire of Cody Wright is done. Oh my goodness.
Oh, well, we'll invite him back in. Yeah. If you can get him.
So, they're bringing in the jury. They will bring back in the witness. I'm going to zoom. The defense made their record. They preserved their record. They do not like the answer. We are still on witness number 40, Cody Wright, the business partner, and what he was told or not told.
Please have a seat as you come in.
And we are now back to the jury is in, and the defense is on recross. I think
All
the
right, folks,
prosecution
have
is
a
almost
seat.
done with
Mr.
this
Wright,
witness.
if you would take the stand again, I'd appreciate it.
So we're on recross. To everyone who's just coming back in, there, what is happening? I know.
Mr. Wright, you're still under oath.
The judge is it's
Ms.
been
Nestor,
a morning.
please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're almost done. You mentioned just now to Mr. Bloodworth, or a few minutes ago, it's been a minute now, that you were aware that Eric used THC gummies, right?
I heard that he did that, yes.
Okay. Do you have any personal knowledge as to how often he would use THC gummies?
No idea.
Do you know why he used them?
I couldn't tell you that. I don't know why he would have used them.
And do you have any personal knowledge about where he obtained his gummies from?
0.
Okay. So that was just a part of his life he didn't share with you.
Correct.
And the defense
And
can
on
work
the
with
truck,
that.
When you sent whoever, I know you said you don't remember, Mr. Bloodworth just talked to you about a date. The work truck, not the red one, but the work truck, you guys got that just within a day or two after he passed, correct?
The work truck was picked up within a few days.
Okay. And then the truck that you took from the dealership was about a month later.
Or so, yeah, months later.
I just wanted to make that clarification. Thank you. That's all I have. We tender the witness, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Done.
Okay. Are we releasing this witness, counsel?
Woo, buddy.
Yes,
Okay, sir, you are free to go. You are released from the subpoena. You can talk to anybody you'd like.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
This witness has to be so glad to be done.
Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Matthew Throckmorton.
It's time for Mr. Throckmorton of the handwriting analysis. We are moving on to witness number 41, Throckmorton. Shannon's in the chat said, what's tender the witness? I am done. I'm finished with you. I'm done with them. No further questions. It is just a polite way of saying we have no further questions for this witness. So I tender the witness to the other side. You may have them now. That was exhausting. Other people's penmanship, 10 out of 10. Launer chat.
Mr. Throckmorton, if you'd step in front of
Undefeated.
Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Hello, Mr. Throckmorton.
Do
I'm
you
gonna
solemnly
zoom.
swear true subject?
I assume there's no issues with Mr. Throckmorton swearing the oath.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
We might have
My
to go
name
to
is George
1.25 on
Matthew
this.
Throckmorton. That's THROCKMORTON.
Sir, are you employed?
Yes.
How?
I work full-time for the Salt Lake City Police Department in the crime lab as a crime scene investigator with a specialty in forensic document examination.
Okay.
So cool.
How long have you been with Salt Lake City as a crime scene?
27 years.
Forensic
And,
document evaluation.
What is a forensic document examiner?
Forensic document examiner is an individual who examines and compares writing in
Sir, you are very comfortable with all the things you're going to share with us. You're going to go to 1.25 speed. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to just zoom this one a little bit. Thank you, Mr. Throckmorton.
an attempt to determine identity, authorship, or authenticity. This includes the examination of handwriting, erasures, inks, papers, basically anything related to documents.
Is it real, not real?
So,
who wrote it? Who did it?
How long have you been doing that forensic document examination?
30 years.
Okay. Did you have any special training that you've done just specifically for FDE?
Yes. I apprenticed with my father, George Throckmorton. It's about 4,000 hours of training in casework and study over a 2-year time period. I also trained with other document examiners at the Southwestern Association.
He's a legacy document examiner, sir. I've got questions. But we're going to leave it. We're going to leave it for now. But I'm fascinated by the document examination.
Association of Forensic Document Examiners. I completed courses through the Institute of Applied Science in Chicago. I also was trained at the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia, and have trained with other document examiners and attended courses and conferences throughout the United States.
Have you ever said take that, Bainbridge Scholars?
Practice this FDE or
I want to know.
forensic document examination with other labs?
No, just pretty much my own.
Okay. So did you do something with the state lab in Montrose, Colorado?
I did train with other document examiners at the state lab in Montrose.
Okay. So you didn't practice, you were in training?
It was part of my apprenticeship.
I see. Okay.
It's such a cool job. It's such
Have
a cool job.
you had to maintain continuing training?
Yes.
In the intervening years?
Yes, I've attended various courses and conferences put on throughout the United States.
Have you given presentations yourself at such conferences?
Yes, I've actually been a guest instructor at the Salt Lake Community College as well as the University of Utah at the Law Department. I've trained at the Utah Post Academy helping police officers understand what a forensic document examiner is and how they can help them with their cases. I've also trained employees at American Express to detect potential forgeries, and I've also taught classes at the IAI, which is the International Association for Identification. That's the largest and oldest forensic organization in the world.
I love that American Express is like, I've got
Yes,
questions. So for those of you that are going to ask, Emily, forensic handwriting, yes, there is one count of forgery here. And then there's also the stuff that Kouri wrote. So there's two things here that this witness can discuss. So I'm not surprised that that he is here to take a look at authenticity and authorship.
Do you belong to a particular section of the IAI?
Yes, I belong to the question document section.
So over the last 30 years, this may seem like kind of a dopey question, but have you ever had the opportunity to examine question documents?
Yes, I've worked on over 1,500 individual cases over 30 years.
It's a lot of cases.
And have you ever testified in court as a forensic document examiner?
I've testified 61 times, 48 times as a question document examiner.
He knows that for sure.
In the world of forensic document examination, are there some basic underlying principles upon which the science rests?
Yes, that no two people write exactly the same way. That's to say that no two individuals share all the same characteristics and habits, given the proper quantity and quality of documents to compare to show that their writing is different.
Okay. Before we move on to the second one, I wanted to just very briefly go into this idea of habits. When you're talking about, what do you mean by habits of writing? I guess just have you explain.
Can we talk about other people's penmanship? Yes.
Part of an individual's writing where they, most of the time, they really don't even know what those habits are. They're just writing, trying to create either a letter or they're signing their name. And as they have learned to write over the years, they pick up different characteristics and habits within that writing. That could be how they cross the T as the crown at the top of the staff, medium part of the staff, or down closer to the baseline. When they write an ER combination, for example, is the E bigger than the R or vice versa? Are those two letters connected, or is there a pen lift between those two letters? Is the U more rounded or a little more pointed? So they just develop and use these habits as they write different types of things or sign their name.
So when we first learn to write, we're writing careful what our teacher is teaching us, and then as we go on later in life, we become more concerned with the content and not the formation of the letters. Those are just subject to habit?
That is correct. We learn a textbook style of writing. In school, we're just trying to duplicate what we see. Again, more concerned with making it look like how we see it. And again, concentrating, like you said, more on what it looks like as as our skill level increases, we're more concerned with the content of what we're writing, whether it's assigning our name or whether it's the letter that we're trying to write to somebody. And the longer we write, those characteristics and habits just become muscle memory to us, and we don't necessarily think about how we're writing letters and formations. We're more concerned with what we're writing.
Okay, we've talked about
Excuse me.
individuality.
Have you all studied the way that like med school breaks people's handwriting? Because I'm very curious if it's like the handwriting's that way and you opt in, or if that happens somewhere during med school. I've got questions about how the handwriting gets to where it is. I guess we're not going to really know anymore because everything's just going to be digitally transcribed. But the MD DDS handwriting is fascinating to me. But continuing.
What's the other principle upon which your science rests?
That an individual can't make all of the variables the same to make two pieces of writing the same as one another. There's always going to be a natural variation that occurs as we write our name. You're not going to find two signatures that are an overlay. There's always going to be a little bit of difference in how those look or in a body of writing.
Okay, so are there studies out there where researchers have looked at these principles?
Yes.
Okay. Could you very briefly go into this idea of individuality?
Absolutely. There's a study done called Cedar Fox out of the University of Buffalo in New York, and the premise of the study was to test the theory that no two people share all of the same characteristics and habits within their writing. And what they did is they had 1,500 participants of varying ethnic backgrounds, age, and gender. The objective was to make it similar to what the population makeup was for the United States. They had these 1,500 individuals write some handwriting specimens. These specimens were put into a computer. They picked 8 characteristics out of the writing and had the computer analyze those 8 characteristics. It was determined with a 98% confidence level that no two individuals wrote those 8 characteristics exactly the same way.
Okay. Are there studies that have looked at the ability of a trained document examiner
studies are so interesting
versus
to me.
lay people on their abilities?
Yes. There's been a number of studies over the years. Cedar Fox also did a study of twins, again, to differentiate if the writing of twins could be seen as it was different one from another. In that particular study, they hired lay people to do the examination. The computer did an examination, and they also had intern document examiners look and do those comparisons. In that particular study, it was determined that the computer had about a 9% error rate in differentiating writing one twin from another. It was determined that the lay people had a larger percentage of an error rate, and that the intern document examiners had about a 5% error rate in differentiating writing one from another.
Really interesting.
Those are interns, not fully trained. Okay.
Correct.
Now, were there some studies known as Cam being one of the authors of these studies that also looked into the abilities of a trained examiner versus layperson?
Yes, Professor Moshe Cam out of Drexel University did a number of studies, and in his studies he had lay people do examinations as well as document examiners from intern to those that had completed the 4,000 hours of training. Throughout his studies, he determined that that lay people made larger mistakes in doing their examinations, and that document examiners, starting as interns, going to the fully trained, that their error rates were less than the lay people, and that the fully trained document examiners had about a 4% error rate.
Okay. Now, could you explain to the jury what you do in this comparison process?
Yes. In this particular case, I was given...
Just very briefly, generally, you receive question documents and known documents?
Correct. I received
give an
a stack of
overview on
documents.
how you evaluate that.
First of all, I separate the question from the known.
Mm-hmm.
I go over each page individually, looking for comparison between whatever has been questioned versus the undisputed known samples that I receive. I compare my findings one from another. Then I evaluate those findings in order to render an opinion.
So this process, does it include digitizing the documents? Say they come on paper, do you reduce them to some digital format?
I scan everything first of all, to preserve the evidence. Documents, I'll scan the whole document and as well as the signatures or the questionnaire individually, and then same with the known samples.
Remember,
and when you're
there is a forgery count. There is one forgery count here. And then there are also all of Kouri's writings. So we've got two parts to this, but a number of people asked, how would they know what Eric wrote? Other witnesses have laid the foundation for Eric's signatures on business documents, applications, checks, vehicles at the Ford dealership, et cetera. So that foundation got laid with the last witness and witnesses prior to that on exemplars of Eric's signature.
When you're doing that, do you then do a side-by-side comparison, or do you do one, a question and then knowns? How does that work?
Yes, I do a juxtaposition examination, which is comparing the question versus the known side by side, looking for similarities and differences that may be amongst the writing.
Okay. What are you looking for? These habits you mentioned before?
Yes.
Just ask him what he's looking for and
everything
stop.
in the writing, just looking for, again, similarities and differences, looking for evidence that will basically say, was this authored by the same person or was it authored by two different people? I look for letter formations. I look for proportion between letters. I look for where the writing sits within a margin. Is it closer to the right, left? Is it on, above or below a baseline? Looking for shading, where darker areas of the writing may be. Just basically looking for everything on the documents to compare.
Okay, so when you're doing this comparison, do you consider the underlying facts of the case you're working on?
No, I just look at the evidence sitting in front of me. Usually I'm asked, does the question and known writing, were they authored by the same person? So I'm looking specifically for evidence one way or another on that.
Okay. When IAI, or I think you've mentioned earlier, you talked about the Southwest Association of Forensic Document Examiners, SWIG-DOC, or somebody, does somebody
Counsel, just a
give
simple
you
question.
a set of standards for your conclusions?
Yes, there's a set of standardized opinions that initially was put together in 1977 by the ABFDE, the American Board of Forensic Document Examiners. In 2016, SWIG-DOC, which is the Scientific Working Group for Forensic Documents, took that standardized group of opinions and made it their own.
Okay.
And that's the scale that I use today.
Okay. Can we briefly review what that scale is?
Sure.
This is
The
all
first
going
one
to
is an
foundation
identification.
for him
Identification
being an
means that the
expert.
questioned
That's part
and known
1.25.
signatures agree in every observable detail and that there's no unexplainable differences or variations present. The opinion below that is highly probable or strong probability.
That it was authored by that person?
By the same person, correct.
Okay.
And that means that there was
is
either
the scale
something
of
that was
likelihood.
different between the question on it. Might be a feature was missing, the way a letter was connected. It also might be the difference looking from an original document to a copy of a document. That I didn't have the original, I was only looking at a copy, I didn't have best evidence. So because I can't tell the origin of the document, I'll drop that down from an identification to a highly probable or strong probability. The opinion below that is a probable, and a probable means that a majority of the evidence says that the question and known document was authored by the same person, but the reason that it would be dropped to a probable could be, again, that it's a copy, could be that there were signatures that were out of the timeline than the question document was, so I don't have maybe current documents to look at. The opinion under that is an indication, and an indication means that most of the evidence says that the question and known were authored by the same person, but again, might be dealing with a copy, might not have as many signatures as I would like to have in doing that comparison, so it drops it to an indications. The next opinion is no conclusion, and this is basically, I couldn't tell one way or the other whether it was authored or not authored by who it purports to be.
Then it continues towards exclusion in a reverse sequence. So indications it was not authored by, followed by probable not authored by, highly probable not authored by, and then an exclusion?
An elimination.
Elimination, that's the word,
Okay.
In your process, then do you somehow try to verify what your opinion is?
Yes.
How do you do that?
Inclusion and
Usually
elimination.
I'll contact a peer, another forensic document examiner, and have them review a blind examination of the same evidence that I looked at.
What is a blind view?
That means that they don't know what my opinion is, that they're going to do their own examination and come up with their own conclusion.
Right.
Okay. Now, are these the principles and methods accepted in your field?
Yes.
And are those the methods and principles that you applied in this case?
Yes.
Okay. So did you
know,
receive
lot of
a question
background.
writing in this case?
And
I
now
did.
we're getting to the writings.
Can we, I think it's been offered and accepted, 7-21.
All right.
One moment, please.
I'm going to slow this back down to normal time as we get into the
Would you like to publish, Mr.
writings that
Please.
are in question.
7-21 is published.
Okay. Let's just.
We are looking at the item 7-1 on the screen. This is the True Stage life insurance. It was taken out in February 2022. 100,000 for Kouri and 100,000 for Eric.
Scroll through it from top to bottom just to refresh the jury. Okay. So that's page 2. Let's go return then to page 1. Do you recognize this, sir?
Yes, I do.
Is this the question document?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what did you receive? A copy or an original? And if a copy, what type of copy?
I believe on this one I had a PDF copy.
Okay. Is that a good thing or a bad thing for your purposes?
PDF is not the best quality of document.
Why is that?
First of all, obviously best evidence is the original document.
Okay.
Next best evidence would be a photocopy of that document.
Okay.
And then PDF comes after regular photocopy.
Sure, but what is it
Why?
because of when?
Just why?
Is there some limitation on PDFs that, for your purposes?
Yes. If I could talk about photocopies first.
Sure.
A
Just
photocopy
why?
is a distorted picture of an original document. The problem with a photocopy is it's a picture that is slightly smaller than the original document. There is, the colors are not as vivid or clear. The tones may be less vivid as well. In some cases, in photocopies, writing pen strokes can diminish and in some cases disappear. There's also marks that can appear on the photocopy that weren't on the original
That's
document.
fair.
These are called trash marks. Trash marks can occur from damage or dirt on the scanner glass, as
Right.
well as wear
That
and
makes
tear
sense.
on the inner workings of a photocopy machine. So it's going to change or alter the evidence a little bit. The PDF has a lot of the same problems with it. The problem with the PDF is there's no default setting. So depending on the software or where it was made, if it was made on a computer with a scanner, or if it was made on a copy machine, or in some cases a cell phone, it changes and alters the document, makes it so that kind of the overall appearance looks good, but if you were
Right.
to try and enlarge or zoom in to a particular area, it will pixelize
It's low quality.
and get rid of some of the finer details that you would have
Right.
in the original or in a
Because for the business purpose, they just need a copy of what they have to preserve the information. They don't care if they can embiggen it or not. That makes sense.
copy.
Okay. So, in this case, did you receive some known documents?
Yes, I did.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm handing the witness what has been marked as State's Exhibit 8-49.
Counsel walked way away from the mic and is showing the witness 8-39.
Review it for a moment.
All right. I thought we were getting to things and documents that would be
Counsel,
more critical.
My apologies for interrupting.
I'm
your
going to
question.
1.25
Make a note
us
of this
again
one.
for
We'll
a
come
minute.
back to it. I need to take a quick break.
Yes.
Please rise for the jury.
Okay, the court apologized and needs a break. What in the world? That's unexpected. It could be, though, that the jury was like indicating they needed to use the bathroom. That can happen, where the jury's like flagging down
Have a seat, please.
flagging down the bailiff.
Mr. Throckmorton, I need to take a 5-minute break. We'll just say until 11:40. All right. Please do not speak to anyone during the break.
Yes, sir.
I know you've done this before.
Okay.
Yes. Very good, sir. Thank you. We'll be in recess until 11:40. Thank you. Court's off the record.
Okay. It really might have been that that jurors were just like, somebody's got to go to the bathroom. Possible, especially if they had coffee after the last break. All right. The court has taken a quick 5-minute break. We're going to zoom that and resume with Mr. Throckmorton's testimony after other people's potty breaks. I'm going to zoom while the jury comes in. I'm going to leave us at 1.25 as we get into Mr. Throckmorton's testimony. It's been a day that's
Thank
just
you. I
back
promise
and
I'm
forth,
paying
back and
attention to the
forth.
temperature. We're trying to adjust as we go. Mr. Throckmorton, you're still under oath. Mr. Burmester, please proceed.
Sir, this
I don't know if it's cold or warm in the courtroom, but the court has been mindful of the temperature, and the court had said it was meat locker cold the other day. So it might be that it is still very fucking cold in the
State's
courtroom.
Exhibit 849. Have you had a chance to look through
No, I
the
thought it
various
said
documents that are
839.
in 849?
49. Yes, the coffee. We will just assume somebody's coffee was coffeeing and nothing more nefarious than that. I'm going to zoom while this witness is looking at these documents.
Yeah.
I went too fast. Emily, you ready to zoom to his
those look
conclusions?
familiar to you, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
How are they
I am.
familiar?
These were the undisputed known samples that I received in preparation to compare the signature on the true stage to the signatures and initials found in these known documents.
And signatures?
Correct.
Okay. And where did you get them from?
A majority of these documents were received from Katie's attorneys, and
Is that the law firm Bennett Tuller?
yes,
And
That's from the trust.
so initially,
case
were you
attorneys.
hired by the trust or the Tuller or
I was
Or
hired by
Katie?
the attorneys at Bennett Tuller, who were working for Katie, Eric's sister.
The trust.
and how much were you paid by the?
I received
Bennett Tuller.
a $900 retainer to help with that.
That seems low.
Since that time, have you been hired by Summit County?
Yes, I have.
Can you briefly describe what is this collection of documents that are contained in 849?
There was canceled checks, driver's licenses, just various documents that Eric had authored and signed over the course of his regular daily activities.
Was there a trust and a will?
There might be amongst the documents.
Okay.
There's also tax documents
I see.
and receipts.
I see. Okay. Now, there were some other documents like that appear to be like photographs maybe of a journal, a mission journal,
Yes.
and a photograph of some appear to be written coupons.
Yes.
Those
And we
documents.
heard about those earlier,
where
and
did
I
you
was
get
like,
them?
what fucking
I received
coupons?
them from your office.
Chelsea Gibson? to
That's
be precise?
correct.
Now we know
How did
why.
that delivery take place?
Chelsea Gibson was the crime scene who we heard from very, very, very early on in this case. And I am not surprised because I think they were like handwritten coupons for Christmas or something that, like, I don't know, like golf day with dad or whatever. They were like a Christmas gift, handmade coupon for things. And so I'm not surprised that this is where they're coming back up on who made these and stuff like that. Okay. Continuing on.
please?
She met me at the Salt Lake City Police Department in the parking lot and gave me a thumb drive that contained all of those photographs.
Okay. The other documents, the ones from Bennett Tueller, were they paper or were they electronic?
There were some hard copies, and there were also some digital PDFs that were sent to me.
Okay. Did you go, well, let me ask this. How many actual signatures of Eric Richins did you receive in all those documents contained in 849?
I found that there were 86 signatures
Oh, wow.
and 24 sets of initials.
That's a lot.
And did you do a comparison like you described earlier with the digitizing and then going through the analyze, compare,
86 is a
evaluate, verification?
Verificate.
Yes. I compared the
Yes.
questions.
Yes. Yes. Counsel, yes. Analyze, compare, evaluate, verificate. Yes. I accept verificate. It's going with limble. I like it.
And did you do a comparison like you described earlier with the digitizing and then going through the analyze, compare, evaluate, verification?
Yes. I compared the question signature versus the 86 known signatures and 24 initials, looking for similarities and differences.
Yeah, verificate has been added with exhibitors.
Were you able to come to a conclusion yourself?
Yes, I was.
And did you send that out for a verification, a blind, as you said, a blind verification?
Yes.
To whom?
To my friend in Colorado. Her name is Darla McCleary Celentano.
And was she able to come to a conclusion?
Object to hearsay.
Yeah, would you approach for a moment, Mr. Burmester?
All right, the defense has objected to hearsay. I love Law Nerd Chat is always the best. They're trustee but verificate. I liked trustificate but verificate from Star and NC. Trustificate but verificate.
Okay.
I'm here for it. It's going with exhibitors.
Let's
They're talking
take a
about
look. Did
peer
you
review.
prepare a slide for the jury to look at in preparation for your trial or for trial today?
For your trial.
Okay.
He's not on trial.
Can we take a look at just to the witness and counsel 8-28, please?
Yeah, it seems like Nestor won that objection. We'll see if it comes back
The witness
around.
has it.
Okay. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Would that be helpful in communicating your testimony today?
Yes.
State would offer State's Exhibit 8-28 and ask for permission to be published.
No objection.
828 is admitted and published.
Okay. Let's
All right, so the exhibit is up on the screen. I'm just going to move the closed caption a little bit so I can read the top. The top is talking about Eric Eugene Richins' signature versus known signatures from Eric Eugene Richins. It has the signature at the top being the signature from the exhibit that is in question, Exhibit 03, Q3, Eric Eugene Richins' signature versus known signatures. And then it says the purported signed name of Mr. Eric Eugene Richins on page 2 of Q3 is not consistent with the signatures throughout his known samples. So I am going to let the witness continue to explain that. That top signature is what they are trying to compare to. The bottom signatures are the known signatures that they are comparing. So, Emily, why do they need an expert? Because somebody needs to be able to explain what they're looking at. But Emily, I can see these things. Yes, you can see these things too. It helps if you can also see them. So let's continue to see.
set aside 828. Well, why don't you orient us first? What does 828 show us?
828 is an exhibit that shows the question signature at the top, taken from the true stage document.
Okay.
And the Q stands for question, 3 is the series of documents, page is page 2, and A is the first signature used on that document. The signatures, the 10 signatures below, are samples taken from the known signatures that I received and initials to compare. Again, K stands for known, 1 stands for the group of documents, P stands for the page, so page 2, and again, A is the first signature on that page.
So they know where all these things are coming
So-
from.
849 is all the Ks, and this particular one is from the first tab.
Correct.
I see. Okay. Now, let's take a look at 7-21.
I love how organized that is so that you can find which document and where all those different signatures are. Love it, love it.
One, please. This is page 2 of 721?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, which, looks like there's a couple signatures on this page. What one were you focusing on?
The one on the right, the one that purports to be Eric.
Not Kouri. The other one
And
purports to
then-
be Kouri.
So did you take the one from?
Not for nothing, but I wanted to look because the dates look different as well. I'm looking at the signed loan. The dates look different. There's times when my spouse and I are signing something and I will go through and kind of date everything. If we're sitting down to sign, I'll sign my stuff and hand it to him. He'll sign his stuff. But even the dates purport to be different, which is interesting to me. I was just curious.
What one were you focusing on?
The one on the right, the one that purports to be Eric.
Okay. And then, so did you take the one from the true stage and then put it into your exhibit?
Correct.
Okay. And that's the one that we have. We just don't have.
I also want to, hold on. Oh, there's no, I wanted to see what the R looked like on hers, but the R has a loop. None of Eric's R's have a loop.
Okay. And then,
That's what I was looking for.
so did you take the one from the
I was
true
looking for
stage
that
and then put it
connected
into
loop.
your exhibit?
Correct.
Okay. And that's the one that we have. We just don't have, you didn't add the date that it was given.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. We can go back to 828, please. Were you able to come to a conclusion?
Yes.
Okay, what was that conclusion?
I'm going to slow us down to normal speed while we get to the conclusions. I may regret it immediately and change it, but we're going down to 1.
My conclusion was that there was no evidence that Eric authored this signature,
Okay.
and that he probably did not, and that it appeared to be a simulated forgery written by somebody who was familiar, had access to his writing in an attempt to copy, draw, or duplicate his signature and try and pass it off as a genuine signature of Eric.
Okay, I want, we'll come back to this in 1 second. Your Honor, could the witness step down with the microphone? And let's just look at 828 for a moment.
He's got 2 turntables and a microphone, so a simulated
Why you have
forgery.
I'm thinking of it. There appears to be one that's in yellow. It looks like it's been highlighted. Has it been highlighted?
No.
Then why is it in yellow?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No, that one came from an NCR copy. It was a yellow piece of paper. All I did was
that's
crop
why.
the signature off that paper to put it on this document.
All right. Could you explain to the jury how your analysis went?
Sure. First thing, in looking at the question signature on this, it's basically EER, and the way that the E is formed starts at the top, comes down to create.
And I think we see that his signature varies. Like there's variance within the signatures. However, his signatures are still consistent, even though there's little variances within them.
It's the first semicircle, comes to a point, and then comes back down towards the baseline. When it gets to the baseline, it shoots off to the right. Then a line comes down towards the baseline, continues up to create the second E, which is leaning a little further over. This E is not as defined, a little more loosely made.
I prefer this camera view.
When we get to the second portion of the E, it shoots over to the right to start the letter R, which creates a kind of a triangle formation there, then goes up and creates kind of an arc, more squared than normal, comes back down towards the baseline towards the baseline, and then shoots off over to the right and terminates.
Shoots off over to the right,
Couple
shoots
things
off over to the left.
that stuck out to me on this signature. This is what's called a one-stroke signature. That means that the writing instrument starts and continues all the way through to the end. There are no pen lifts. As well, within the signature,
and you can see Eric's pen
the
lifts.
things that stick out again is their pen lifts are not found here. If you look at the...
Are you saying the pen lifts 404'd? Yes. 404. No pen lift not found.
known samples from Eric, you'll notice that there's a pen lift between each of the letters. A pen lift between the E and the E, pen lift between the E and the R. And that's a consistent characteristic and habit that Eric has. The other thing, too, is the second E actually starts at the baseline. You'll notice that on the known E's, the E's start up top in a normal fashion. That they always start at the top. They don't start at the baseline.
However,
like
my
this
E's
one
do
does.
always start at the top. I write E
The
a
other
lot.
thing, too, to note is this R, again, where it's connected, it actually starts down closer to the baseline and then comes up. You'll notice in these E's, or in the R's, that they start at the top, like we traditionally learn how to do in school. You've got a line that comes down, pen comes off the paper, and then the second part of the R.
I like how he's showing it as he's talking.
Here,
he's like
staff here,
showing the way it's written.
So a couple things that stuck out to me that were not common among his writing, again, is we've got a single one-stroke signature instead of pen lifts. The E.
Kouri's face is just watching an explanation of how this didn't go well is wild, because he's standing there at the screen showing the way that Eric made his signature, and she's just sitting there looking at him, and he's sitting there explaining it. Oh boy.
E, second E starts at the bottom at the baseline, and the R starts at the bottom at the baseline. It was by looking at these characteristics in comparison that I was able to render an opinion that the question and known signatures were not authored by the same person.
Okay. Take a seat, please.
And for those of you
Now,
just
your
coming
opinion
in,
was that it was.
For those of you just coming in, the forgery goes to the life insurance counts. So there are 2 counts of insurance fraud and 1 count of forgery. So it goes directly to those counts, which is why we are into the weeds on Eric Richins' signature, pen lift, and where the letters begin.
Probably not signed by Eric Richins. Why probably not, as opposed to elimination?
Because I was dealing with a photocopy. The true stage was a photocopy of a document. Basically, I'm missing evidence. So as a conservative opinion, instead of an absolute elimination, it's closer to a little weaker than that. So it was a probable as well.
Oh, Emily, your microphone. The jury will get to decide. I think what's most helpful for the jury is having this sheet of Eric's known signatures and unknown, and the jury can take a look at that and then decide if it is Eric's signature or not. And then the defense will argue, we don't know. I imagine this is what the defense will argue. We don't know if Eric said, oh, no, yeah, I totally want that life insurance. Go ahead and sign it. And so that, if I'm the defense, that's the argument I'm making. Okay, well, they've been married for this amount of time. And Eric is saying, yeah, sure, go ahead and sign it. Now, if I'm the prosecution, my response to that is, oh, okay, yeah, Eric's real comfy with Kouri signing stuff that have to do with money. Yeah, that's not what's happening. So we'll see on cross how they address that.
I couldn't identify who the author of that signature was. In the case of a simulated forgery, the author gives up their own habits and characteristics to try and copy, draw, or duplicate somebody else's. So because I was not able to determine who was authoring this, basically I came back to that there was no evidence that Eric did it, but I couldn't determine who actually authored it.
Okay, so your final conclusion then is also that there is no evidence, that you could find nothing in the knowns that would support the question document was signed by Eric.
That's correct.
Okay. That's all the questions that I have for this witness.
All
I
right.
have
So his conclusion is that there is no evidence that Eric signed this, and he is not saying who did sign it. He is saying Eric did not sign it.
in front of
Ms.
the jury.
Jester.
Of course it was accepted.
May it please the court.
And now we're on to cross.
Almost good afternoon. Good morning still, sir.
Good morning.
My name's Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Kouri Richins.
Okay.
So I want to first talk
Sure.
about your...
Great. Lovely.
I guess we call it your curriculum vitae, which is a fancy way of saying your resume, right?
Correct.
And I reviewed that, that you gave to us. And can you tell me, sir, is there a difference between
Can somebody just get her a Sudafed and some water? It is allergy season, and it's painful for us. It's got to be painful for her. But oh boy,
fraud, a document fraud examiner, and a certified forensic document?
I turned this down a little in case she keeps clearing her
time.
throat into the mic.
I'm going to get it right. Forensic document examiner is your title, correct?
That's correct.
And is there a difference between a forensic document examiner and a certified forensic document examiner?
Certified examiner is somebody that belongs to an organization that they pay and that they recognize him or them or her as part of their group.
It's not just payment. They also take a test, right?
Depends on the organization.
And in fact, there was an organization, there's an organization that accredits these organizations, and it's called the Forensic Specialties Accreditation Board. Is that right? Do you know what that is?
All right, we're going to 1.25 while we fight over if somebody's board certified or not. Emily, board certification doesn't apply to forensic document examination. I know, but it's synonymous to me. I use them interchangeably.
That's one of them.
And they are people who accredit these organizations to certify people, right?
Yes.
Certified
and if
what?
you go to one of these accredited organizations, and I'm going to just read some examples and see if you're familiar with them. The Board of Forensic Document Examiners, is that one of them?
There's an American Board of Forensic Document Examiners.
Okay. And are you also aware there's just a Board of Forensic Document Examiners?
I haven't looked into that one.
And Scientific Association of Forensic Examiners, SAFE?
I've heard of them.
Okay. And the International Association of Document Examiners, IADE?
I've heard of them.
And the National...
But ma'am, what about Quantico? Ma'am, what about Quantico?
Association of Document Examiners, have you heard of them?
Yes.
And the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, ACFE?
Not familiar with them.
Okay. And all these are groups that provide ways for forensic document examiners to become certified, and they're accredited by this Specialties Accreditation Board, right?
Yes.
And the way that they become credited, certainly they have to pay a membership fee, you're right about that, but they take an exam, right?
I assume so.
And they're given a bunch of samples that are peer reviewed by others to see if they agree that their analysis are good, right?
Correct. That would be the process.
And they do an oral board where they answer questions and respond to like on the spot testing of their skills.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation. Is that, he said he doesn't know.
Foundation.
Well, so far, there hasn't been a foundation problem. Ask him whether he knows, which I think is what you're doing.
And it appears to me by your answers you know about all of this process, right?
There's a lot of organizations out there that people can join, even people that haven't been properly trained.
Right. And
she's like, right.
By being certified by any of these organizations that are accredited, that's an extra security and assurance to your customers and your clients that you've been screened, you've been vetted, and you've been certified that you're good at what you do, right?
It can be.
And you've never, ever done that in your whole career, have you?
No.
You've
Why
chosen
not?
not to ever seek certification.
Correct. Never gone for it.
And you do agree that the forensic science that you're involved in of handwriting analysis involves a lot of using your own best judgment, right?
Judgment based on experience and training, absolutely.
But your judgment, your analysis.
Oh,
Yes,
we're back to
and
your
I've been
analysis.
properly trained in order to know how to use that judgment.
Okay. And certainly you agree that not every single forensic evaluator is going to come to the exact same conclusion by looking at the exact same writing. Is that fair?
I don't know that I agree with that. It would, again, depend on how much training they've had. It depends on who they were trained by. It is possible that individuals aren't going to have the exact same opinion as me.
Sure. And it also depends on the quality of the sample you're given,
Yes,
right?
that
Correct.
is a big part of it, I would
And
imagine.
original is best, right?
Yes,
One copy later after the original is a little worse, right?
there's about a 1 to 3% distortion rate from an original to a first generation photocopy.
And do you know which generation photocopy you were given?
I have no idea.
You know how many times it was photocopied?
No.
Do you know how many times it was faxed?
It didn't appear to be faxed, but no.
Okay. Do you know, and you never got a paper, you got a PDF sent to
Objection
you.
Foundation.
These are yes or no questions. Overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, these are the foundation questions, counsel. That's no.
You got a PDF sent to you on email, right? You didn't even get a document.
For this document, that's correct.
Right.
I think the hard part with this is that when you look at the signatures, most people, when they look at them, are going to go, huh, those don't look the same. That's going to be the problem. That's the big problem with those documents, is that when you look at it with your eyeballs, you're going to go, those don't look like they were signed by the same person. And so her going after him and whether he's certified or not certified doesn't matter when the jury can look at the documents. I honestly think the better argument is, sir, you don't know if Eric Richins asked Kouri Richins to sign this, do you? Right. Okay.
And if we could please bring back up 8-4 and go to the page ending in 7.
And I hope she asks it. It's a good question.
I believe this has been admitted, Your Honor.
One moment, please.
Can you make sure?
Not yet.
8-4?
His report. Did you put it in?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Not.
Just for
Seriously.
his review only, Your Honor.
The witness has 8-4.
781, I think it's like maybe the fourth or fifth page. Let's just kind of scroll. That one right there. So this page that you're looking at, is this a page that you included in your report that you submitted to the prosecution in this case?
Yes.
All right. And can we blow it up just to the extent you can a little bit, please, so he can see the body of it? Okay. And these are the levels of certainty that you talked about with Mr. Burmister, right? From the strongest opinion to the weakest opinion.
Yeah, it's not a scale based on pass or fail, but it helps the examiner to express his opinion as a whole.
So it's the standards that you typically use in your reports.
Yes.
And the best report you can give somebody is elimination. I can say 100% this person did not write this, right?
Best.
Or identification, depending on.
Which one you're doing.
Correct.
In or out, 100%, it's definitely not them.
I don't use percentages.
Okay, but that's your strongest.
Correct.
Elimination or identification are your two strongest opinions you can give, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and then you can also give an opinion of strong probability did not, right?
Correct.
And that's not quite as good as I'm sure, but
He's
a
never
little
gonna say he's
less
sure.
than I'm sure,
It,
right?
it means all of the evidence says, in the one you're using, that the question unknown were not authored by the same person, and that there's some feature that's missing. In this case, it's that it's a copy and not an original.
But you didn't use that. You didn't reach that conclusion in this case, right?
Correct.
So let's go to the next one.
KG asked a great question in the chat. Why couldn't they get him wet signatures to review? Because they are reviewing a life insurance application that was, I think, mailed into the company, and then the company scanned it. So they couldn't have provided him anything different because it's what the company had. So the only document they can give him is what was had. And then they couldn't ask Eric Richins to sign more things because he was deceased. So they had to go with what they had and where they had it from after he passed. So that's why there was no wet signature.
Next level of certainty is probably did not.
Correct.
Probably did not. And that is what you decided in this case, right? That
That's correct.
Eric probably did not sign that true stage, right?
Correct.
And can you read to me, or it's not in, but is it fair to say that probably did not means it's not quite up to virtually certain, right? Isn't that fair?
Correct.
Okay. And that is what you have reported with your training and your opinions, your expert opinions, that Eric probably did not sign that true stage document.
There was no evidence he signed it.
And you cannot say that Kouri did sign it, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, by saying that, you have no personal knowledge whether Kouri Richins was given permission by Eric to sign his name.
Objection.
Do you?
Counsel, what's the objection? That's the obvious question. You don't know. You don't know. That's just the obvious question that you're going to ask any expert. You don't know. Hopefully it's her last question.
Sure.
It's the obvious question. You don't know if Eric told Kouri that she could sign it. And then you let the defense put out there that, yeah, Kouri signed it. And let them try to argue Eric wanted her to, because I think that goes against the evidence in this case. But, you know, she can ask.
No knowledge.
Right. And the court's going to say she can ask, because she can ask.
So just to repeat the question, you have no knowledge and you weren't given any information to suggest one way or another whether Kouri had permission to sign her husband's name to that.
Correct.
So you don't know that.
I was not asked that, and that was not part of the examination.
And I see you're a married man.
Yes.
On your wedding ring.
Yep.
Okay,
and does your
ma'am.
wife ever sign your name on anything?
Danger, danger, danger. Why are you asking the forensic document examiner about his personal life? This is irrelevant. Irrelevant. It's like Nestor being like, well, in my closet, I got more space. So irrelevant.
Correct.
So you don't know that.
I was not asked that, and that was not part of the examination.
And I see you're a married man.
Yes.
On your wedding ring.
Yep.
And does your wife ever sign your name on anything?
Objection.
I think we're a little bit beyond the scope of this gentleman's
This witness
expert
was like-
testimony. Go ahead. What's your next question? Sustain.
The witness was just like,
And is it my understanding from your resume that you no longer do forensic document examinations for the Salt Lake City Police Department?
That's correct.
When did you stop doing that?
2020, I believe.
And is that the reason you stopped connected at all to an internal affairs investigation against you for falsifying documents?
No.
oh,
Did you, in fact,
boy.
were you submitted to an internal affairs investigation for falsifying documents?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach, please?
Sure.
What? Oh, this witness is not happy. And this witness is not happy with her. Emily, are we going to back it up? Yeah, we are. I'm real curious now. I mean, the shit's out of the horse there, but I'm real curious. The problem is, for me, with a different defense team, I would be sitting here looking at the witness going, what did you do? This defense team has said so much shit that's wrong that I am sitting here going, I don't know if that's even accurate, because they've just burned their trust for me. Oh boy.
This gentleman's expert testimony. Go ahead. What's your next question? Sustain.
And is it my understanding from your resume that you no longer do forensic
I backed it
document
up. I wanted to hear it
examinations for
again.
the Salt Lake City
I'm
Police
just
Department?
curious.
That's correct.
When did you stop doing that?
2020, I believe.
And is that the reason you stopped connected at all to an internal affairs investigation against you for falsifying documents?
No.
Did you, in fact, were you submitted to an internal affairs investigation for falsifying documents?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach, please?
Sure.
Oh, this witness is not happy. Oh boy. Investigations normally don't come up normally don't come up unless there was a finding.
I need you to restate the question.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Were you subjected to an internal affairs investigation for falsifying documents?
Yes.
All right. And were you ultimately exonerated?
Yes.
And was the person who accused you of doing that a law enforcement officer?
He was a retired sergeant who'd been hired back as a supervisor, who was then terminated for a number of issues.
So you were falsely accused by a law enforcement officer?
I was falsely accused by somebody who had been a law enforcement officer, but not at the time they made the complaint.
Thank you for that clarification. Are you aware that the whole...
So, what the fuck? She absolutely is really trying. But the first question she asked him is, did you stop doing this review because of an IA investigation where you were found to have falsified documents? And he said no. He did not stop doing this because of that. But he was subject to an investigation and exonerated. Now, if you're the jury sitting there, are you going, ew, why are we bringing this up? Or are you like, damn, what did he do? You let me know how you feel about all of that. I don't think that's going to help them undermine this witness. I honestly think the defense would have done better, but I'm not a defense attorney. I think the defense would have done better to be like, you don't know if they signed stuff for each other all the time, this couple. And you can't say who signed it. You can just say that maybe Eric didn't sign it, right? But you have no idea. You didn't see anyone sign it. It's not clear enough for you to tell. So you can't say who signed it. And you can't say if that was with permission. So you really just don't know, right? Okay. And then you just let it go. And then you're done with this witness. And you're like, yeah, that handwriting dude couldn't tell you anything. You've learned nothing. But this is going to stick out to the jury. Oh, were you shady? Oh, you were exonerated. That is going to stand out more than you don't know if Eric was like, oh yeah, babe, that sounds great. Sign it.
Science of forensic science of, I'm sorry.
Should have stopped while she was ahead, I think. Stop while you're ahead.
Are you aware that the whole science of forensic document examination has come under fire in the last few years for accuracy and reliability?
Objection. It misstates the source.
No.
Notice you grabbed her
What?
memo.
Mr. Burmester, what is your objection?
Foundation,
no-
Mr. Burris. Are you objecting on the basis of foundation?
Yes.
Would you lay some foundation? Is
The court was like, let me just get to the point here.
Are you familiar with the national, I'm sorry, I need to get a little bit of water.
I'm so glad she's going to get some water.
Sorry. Are you familiar with the National Resource Council report titled Strengthening Forensic Science in the United States, A Path Forward?
I've read it at some point.
And are you aware in that report that they concluded the scientific basis for handwriting comparison needs to be strengthened?
Yes.
Are you aware that they found there's only been limited research to quantify the reliability and replicability of the practices used by trained document examiners?
I read that in there.
Are you also...
Again, is it worth trying to undermine the science, or is it better to just say, right, but you have no idea what happened here? Because the more you attack him, the more it looks like he's got you, to me. I think there's a reason why we're here. But again, I think dismissing the witness entirely, like you have no idea what's happening, just why are we even listening to you? The more time you spend on this witness, the more it looks like you're troubled by his findings.
Aware of something called the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology report, the PCAST report?
I'm familiar with it. I probably read it a long time ago.
Do you remember that they expressed concerns regarding the validity and reliability of conclusions made by forensic examiners and called for more empirical testing in the area?
Fair.
Vaguely.
You talked about an error rate. Is that right?
Yes.
And remind me, what is the error rate of non-certified forensic document examiners?
I don't think that was in any of the studies.
The same as document examiners that have been properly trained.
Do you know that for a fact, or are you assuming that?
I'm assuming that not all document examiners are certified.
Fair.
And that the error rate, if they've been properly trained, apprenticed with the 4,000 hours that are required, that their error rate should be the same.
Which is what?
Is less than 4%.
So 4 out of every 100 times they're wrong?
4% of the time they may make an error in their judgment.
Are you aware that the National Institute of Standards and Technology issued a report from an expert working group for human factors and handwriting examination, which found multiple problems with the reliability of handwriting analysis?
I haven't read that.
I mean, it's, again, fair questions, but why not start here then?
All right, you've referred to the big binder in front of you, which were all of the handwriting samples that you reviewed and included in your report. Is that right?
Yes.
Right. Is that in? Nope.
I think I would have reordered the questions.
And you
of this
relied on all
cross.
of those documents and concluding whether
There are good pieces to this cross. I just think the bad stuff's going to outweigh the good stuff at the end of the day. They're just stitch together the good parts and end with, you don't know if Eric asked Kouri to sign it. What are we doing?
you're not making your decisions about whether Eric's probably did not sign that document?
Yes, I reviewed all 200 pages.
Okay. Can you turn to, let me see. Court's indulgence. Can I talk to Mr. Burmester for just a minute?
Of course.
Okay, I'm going to zoom while counsels confer.
Looking over the documents, did you include a document? I am so sorry, my throat is fried.
Yeah, it's killing all of us. Can somebody get her a Ricola? Can just something? Your Honor, can you let her use whatever hot water you're using to make tea? Can we get some throat coat? Somebody?
Just a second.
I feel bad for her because her voice has clearly given her a hard time. But again,
looking at the documents that you relied upon,
she's going to need a lunch.
Was one of the documents titled the My Princess letter?
Who said other people's phlegm?
Right. And
chat. I'm now very curious about whatever the fuck the My Princess letter is. I know it's totally allergy season. It sucks. Okay. Oh, gosh. Once your throat gets like that and you can't clear it, it really does suck. So I feel for her in that. But also, you got to have the throat drops in court. All right. I want to know about this My Princess letter.
Looking at the documents that you relied upon, was one of the documents titled the My Princess letter?
I did review that, yes.
Right.
But now he gets to walking the dog? Are we
was,
trying to elicit
a few
hearsay?
pages of writing purportedly written by Kouri.
By Kouri?
Or sorry, no, by Eric. I apologize.
Where did you get that letter?
This exceeds the scope, Your Honor. That
sure does.
That is not
well,
49.
well, is it in the... He's saying it's not in the binder. He's saying it exceeds the scope, not in the binder. But he just said he reviewed it.
This exceeds the scope, Your Honor. That is not in 849.
Your Honor, I'm allowed to go to anything he looked at to form his opinion.
Yeah, I just need clarification for a second, if you'd approach.
Well, damn it. What the fuck's in this letter? I'm zooming while they're at sidebar.
Okay. Oh, my voice came back. So on the My Princess letter, that is something law enforcement gave to you to review in making your opinions, correct?
It was given to me as a question document, not a known sample.
And you were to review it to see who you think wrote it?
That's correct.
And can we pull up for the witness only MT4?
Oh, no, I want to know.
This is now outside the scope, clearly, because the foundation is
Yeah,
it's not part
I
of it.
misunderstood your position as Nestor. Would you approach for a minute? My apologies.
When you were looking at the Eric Richins handwriting samples,
Oh, she's moving on.
compare them
I
with the
think.
true stage
Oh, no.
signature.
More foundation. More foundation.
Did
like
had
more
you also
cowbell.
already reviewed this document?
No,
This came after?
correct.
Oh, okay. Okay.
No, that's the end of that.
Were you asked to look at any other insurance documents to determine whether or not they had forged signatures on them?
I looked at a number of different documents that were in question.
What's in that
Okay.
damn letter?
And did some of them include insurance documents? Other policies besides the true stage?
There were other documents, but I don't have recollection of how they were related.
So how many documents total were you asked to look at and decide who signed them or who didn't?
Your Honor, can we just clarify if it's a question or a known document? I'm
That
lost.
would be helpful if you could provide a little specificity there.
So the issue is between whether he was provided known documents or questions documents. Apparently, whatever the My Princess letter is, was a questioned document, which leads me to more questions. Questions. I have questions. I have so many questions about the My Princess letter. And why was the My Princess letter a questioned document? Was there suspicions that Kouri wrote it purporting to be Eric at some point? And then what did it say? I'm so sad.
So just to be clear, there's documents that are called question documents where you're looking at them to decide who you think signed them, right?
Who was the author? Yes.
And then there's known documents where you know for sure through some way they've been validated that that's an actual signature that you can compare,
Correct.
right? So how many documents, questioned documents, were submitted to you for your opinion in this case?
Between the civil and criminal, probably half a dozen or so.
Okay. And the only one that you're here today giving an opinion on is the true stage document?
That's correct.
He's given it.
For now.
I'll just-
I bet he'll be back. I bet he will be back in rebuttal, depending on what comes in the defense case. He's just talking about the true stage at this point.
Court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor. I think I'm almost done. Just one moment, sir.
I'm
For the
zooming.
Midway Mansion to determine. Last one. Were you ever asked to look at any closing documents for the Midway Mansion to determine the veracity of the signatures on those documents?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Within the scope of cross, Mr. Burmester.
All right, redirect.
You, defense counsel asked if you're certified. Have you testified in a court of law regarding your forensic document
Burmester.
examination?
Yes.
How many times?
48 times.
And if you, hypothetically, well, let me back up. Hypothetically, if you send your known and questioned documents out for verification, is your action different if you receive back information that their opinion differs from yours? Or do you just submit it?
Objection.
Sustain.
He's trying. Oh no, I was making fun of the voice, and then my voice was like, haha. He's trying to get to if it's peer reviewed and the peer reviewing disagrees with you, what do you do then?
The fact that you received a PDF is reflected in your ultimate opinion. Is that correct?
Yes.
I know my voice
Now,
was
are
just
you-
like,
you're-
ha.
Ms. Nestor talked to you about the that initial report, the status of forensic sciences.
Yes.
That report, do you know when it came out?
Off the top of my head, no.
2008-ish or so?
Approximately.
Okay. And
I
it
mean, do we
addressed
know or
not
do we
just
not know?
handwriting, but DNA.
Sound great. Great. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
All right. That was the feed saying, I am so done with this line of questioning for Mr. Burmester that it just, apparently we hit the end of the Zoom room and it completely buffered. Hold on. Let me try to get back to where we were with this witness, because I imagine we are coming up on the court's lunch break as well. And that's where we are going to lose the end of our buffer zone. But let's get to the end of this witness, and then we will take the very briefest of lunch breaks so I can run to the bathroom and grab a snack. And then we're going to zoom through the rest of this fine day. Let's see if we are back where we should be.
Factors that can affect how a person writes. Drugs.
Oh, no, way too far back. Or too far forward.
This is now outside the scope, clearly, because
Okay, we were there.
PDF is reflected in your ultimate opinion. Is that correct?
All right, we're almost there.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
We're just
Within the
leaving it
scope
here.
of Mr. Burmester.
You times.
48 times.
Okay.
And
There might be a little overlap.
If you-
We're leaving it here.
hypothetically, well, let me back up.
Yeah, we're leaving it here with the frustrating question.
If you send your known and questioned documents out for verification, is your action different?
This
if
is right where
you
we were.
receive back information that their opinion differs from yours? Or you just submit it?
Objection.
Sustained.
The fact that you received a
Okay.
PDF is reflected in your ultimate opinion. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Nestor talked to you about that initial report, the status of forensic sciences.
Yes.
That report, do you know when it came out?
Off the top of my head, no.
2008-ish or so?
Approximately.
Okay. And it addressed not just handwriting, but DNA, all the sciences, pattern matching sciences?
It reflected a majority of the different forensic sciences.
And gave opinions about steps each of those forensic sciences need to do better at.
Yes, the individuals involved in those were to study various aspects of the different forensic sciences and then come up with possible issues and then how to address those issues to make all of those forensic sciences more sound.
And PCAST came out in 2016? Sound about right?
Sounds about right.
Okay. And it did not mention at all forensic document examination, did it?
I don't recall, but that sounds right.
Identifying an author is difficult if it's a simulated forgery. Is that what you said?
That's correct.
And why is that?
Because in a simulated forgery, the individual gives up their own habits and characteristics in order to try and copy, draw, or duplicate somebody else's.
So they
And
tell
so
on
the
themselves?
writing itself is, you can't identify who the author was, just eliminate who it purports to be.
Did you find any evidence at all that Eric Richins signed the True Stage document?
There was no evidence whatsoever.
I think that's clear.
Just very briefly. Talk about if it's a simulated forgery, people give up their own way they write to try to write like someone else, right?
Yes.
What about people who are intoxicated or under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Does their signature
Good
change?
question.
There are a number of factors that can affect how a person writes. Drugs and alcohol can change it. In some cases, I've seen where alcohol makes somebody more exaggerated. It can other things that can affect writing is stress, the writing surface, the writing instrument that they use,
Right.
chronic pain, medications that they may be taking. There's a lot of factors associated.
THC, being stoned?
Haven't done specific studies in those, but anything that can affect motor skill could potentially alter how a person writes, but it won't change their characteristics or habits.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay.
Okay. May we release this witness, counsel?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
So you're free to go. You can talk about the case with anyone or no one. It's up to you.
Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you, sir. You too.
Recross.
Counsel, is now an appropriate time for a lunch break.
Oh,
Yes,
thank
Your
goodness.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break until 1:15. During the break, as always, please do not discuss the case with anyone. Don't let anyone discuss it with you. Please do not read, watch, or listen to any report or any coverage of the case of any kind. And please don't do any research of any kind about the case. Enjoy your lunch break. Please rest.
Oh,
adjourned.
Julie, they are not close to resting today.
That's fine.
They've got a lot left to go because we haven't gotten into all Kouri's statements yet. So no, the prosecution is not resting after this witness. They have a number of witnesses left. There's no way they're going to be done today because they've got a ton of Kouri's interviews, statements, writings that we're not there yet. So nope, definitely not done yet.
Just doing that. 1:30. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, folks.
All right, the defense was asking for 15 more minutes onto the lunch, so they took a pretty long lunch. I think the defense would have done better. I'm going to wait and see if they put anything on the record. I think the defense would have done better with, you don't know if there was permission to sign it. You don't know if he signed it while intoxicated. But we'll see.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything on the record before we recess for lunch?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, Mr. Ramos?
Yes, sir. No.
All right. Folks, if you would make your way out of the courtroom or just stay quiet, I need to do a detention hearing in another case right now. Thank you.
Clear the table here?
No. Thank you.
All right, the court needs to do a detention hearing on another case. They are going to lunch. We are going to lunch very, very briefly. I'm going to run to the restroom and grab a fizzy water. Wend 5678, this is a great question. I love that tattoo. Emily, do the jurors always sit in the same seats because they have to, or is it more them being more creatures of habit? They have to. They are assigned to their seat number. So juror number 1 is always going to sit in seat number 1. Juror number 2, always in seat number 2, etc. So yes, they always sit in the same spot. Also, it would get real confusing for the lawyers. I can't even imagine. Because you kind of recognize your jury face to seat. It would get really confusing if every day they were moving around. And then you couldn't really make the record because if on one of the days juror number 2 sends a note and then all of a sudden juror number 2 is juror number 7 the next day, there's no continuity. So yes, the jurors always sit in the same place. That is their seat number and it's their juror number, even if it's not their juror ID number. So at the lunch break, we have been through 2 witnesses and a lot of legal argument on the record outside the presence of the jury and of voir dire and all the rest of it. So we have quite a lot that went on today, but we ended with Mr. Throckmorton, the handwriting analysis, to talk about the document that got life insurance on Eric Richins and Kouri Richins for February of 2022, just about a month before Eric Richins passed. So the defense went after the person, the science, the findings, and then the question that I thought we would just get at the beginning is, but you don't know if Kouri asked Eric to just sign this and that's just what they agreed to do. So we are still, it felt like the prosecution was zooming towards the end of the prosecution's case in chief. And then today got so perilously slowed down that I think that that's probably going to be another day, day and a half, depending on where we get by the end of the day. So we have a lunch break in court. I'm going to zoom that. I'm going to go grab snacks. Let me know what snacks you are grabbing. And then we will be back. I'm setting a timer. I'm going to go check in with the kiddos and say hello, and then try to get through the rest of this day as quick as possible. So Law Nerds, thank you for being here. Thank you for being a Law Nerd. I guess we'll see what happens this afternoon. If we need to keep it at 1.25, we will. But we did see that video this morning from the what was going on at the house on March 5th. But no, we have not gotten to Kouri Richins' prolific writing, both the Walk the Dog letter, the book, the notes, the journal entry, the interviews with law enforcement. We haven't gotten to Kouri's statements of it all. So even though we are moving, I think, closer to the end of the prosecution's case, we are definitely not there yet. So Law Nerds, make sure you have the Law Nerd app. We will ping you in the Law Nerd app when I get back, and you will also hear this when I come back from break. Well, it'll either be it'll be this, or it'll be this.
Docket 214, but every Law Nerd on the internet calls it the Walk the Dog letter.
It'll be one or the other. So Law Nerds, mods, don't forget to take yourselves a little bit of a breaky break and get a snacky snack. We will be back in just a minute, and I will see you on the other side of the court's lunch. All right, law nerds. I'm going for 10 minutes or less. I'm going to have to time myself. It is 4:09 my time on March 9th. I will see you in a minute. Bye.
docket 214, but every law nerd on the internet calls it the walk the dog letter.
All right, chat. Are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready to get back to court? Thank you for all the compliments on the playlist. I built the playlist for the hold music. Before this trial, we built new court break videos and playlists. We are working on building those out a little bit. I have some plans, so do not worry, chat. I have some plans for those. We're just not there quite yet because we continue building things bit by bit. A lot of you are like, where is that docket 214 soundbite from? The suppression hearings. Attorney Bloodworth was referring to the walk the dog letter to a witness and referenced it as such. So with that, it is time to get back to court after the lunch break. I promised you I brought snacks. I did. Chat, there probably will be some judgment. That's fine. I am very excited about my snack from Buc-ee's because it's delicious. Did I get dill pickle flavored popcorn? You bet I did. Am I super excited about it? You bet I am. It's so freaking good. It's so good. If you are not a pickle person, this will make no sense to you. If you are a pickle person, immediately you need it immediately. Immediately you need it immediately. It is so good. It is so freaking good. I love it. So it is perfectly pickly. It's delicious. So for the pickles, our life crew, the pickled popcorn. Yes, I picked a pack of pickled popcorn. I sure did. I sure did. Stephanie said, I ran out of pickled popcorn seasoning last week. It is so good. We needed some pickled popcorn. It is so delicious. So let's go to court. Law nerds, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Let's go to court, shall we? Yes. All right. After lunch, let's see what we're doing as we get back on the record. Who knows what today will bring? I don't even know if we're going to get to
00139. Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite the jury in?
Your Honor, just to let the court know that we will move to admit and publish the 911 call before calling the next witness.
Oh, now the 911 call is coming in. There was some issues with this earlier. Now we're getting to the 911 call. The prosecution's like, we will do things in my order and my order only. Remember, we know that O'Driscoll is probably going to be the last witness for the state, but we're doing the 911 now, are we?
No objection.
Okay. Ms. Nestor, anything before we invite the jury in?
No, sir.
If you would invite the jury in, please.
All right, so I guess we are laying the foundation for the next witnesses with that 911 coming in. And we're going to hear, it sounds like, the entire thing. The defense said no objections, which, you know, surprises me at this point. But again, they wanted the whole 911 in at a different point, and the prosecution kind of shut it down. And now the prosecution is playing it in the order of their case. They get to do that. That is their choice. I'm going to zoom while we are waiting for the jury to come back in, and everybody's getting mic'd up. All right, I'm gonna keep zooming till the jury comes in. I'm excited to hear the whole 911. You let me know.
Please have a seat as you come in. Thank you.
If you're excited to hear the 911. I'm excited. I'm curious.
All right, please have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish State's Exhibit 2-40D, the 911 call.
Any objection, counsel?
No objection.
Okay. Scott, let's give this a try.
Unplug, replug.
Register the emergency. My husband's not breathing. He's cold. Okay, what's the address? 282 Willow Court. 282 Willow Court? Uh-huh. Okay, what's a good phone number in case we get disconnected? 435 671 4987. Okay, it's going to be in Francis. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. I don't know. I just came in. I was sleeping with my kids. Okay, I can't understand you. I need you to take a deep breath.
For those of you watching in the background, this is the first time we've heard the full 911 in court, and they are playing the transcript along with it. So we are seeing the transcript along with the audio. So if you are having trouble understanding Kouri or want to see that, it is on the screen. And that's where we're at. All right, let us continue.
What's going on? I don't know. I was sleeping in with my kids. I just came in our bed, and I turned over, and he's just cold. He's just cold. Who's cold? My husband. I turned the light on. And he's not breathing? No. He's not breathing? No. I need you to confirm it for me. Is he not breathing? No. Okay, can you do CPR? No, I don't know how. You don't know? I'm going to tell you how to. Are you willing to do CPR? Yeah. Okay. If there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. No, there's not one available? Okay. No. I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line and I'll tell you exactly what to do next, okay?
She didn't ask for paramedics at all.
Okay, are you right by your husband right now? Yes, he's so pale. His mouth is open. Okay, listen carefully. Are you able to lay him on the floor or the ground? On the floor, on the ground? I'm just shaking. I can't touch him. I can't. You can do it. You can do it. You need to calm down, okay? He's yellow. We need to help them. I can guide you through CPR. Take a deep breath for me. I'm here with you. He doesn't have a pulse. He doesn't have a pulse.
She didn't ask you to check the pulse. A lot of you are asking, are there other voices in the background? Yes, that is from, you can hear other dispatch sounds on the 911 end. I haven't heard anything else from Kouri's end.
No. There's no pulse. Okay, I'm here with you. I'm here with you. We need to get him help. If you need to put me on speaker, put me on speaker. I'm gonna guide you through CPR, okay? Okay. Tell me when you've done that. Okay, I'm ready. You're ready? Okay, he's on the floor? He's on the bed. Okay, are you able by any chance to move him on the floor?
No, your stream didn't freeze. There's a pause in the 911.
Pause on it. I don't know what's happening. Okay. I'm here with you. You're not able to move him.
Dispatch is trying to tell you what's happening.
To the floor. Go out. Don't come in here. Oh my God, my sister. You're not able to move him to the floor? Just listen carefully. We just need to get him on the floor. Don't worry about hurting them. No, he's just too heavy. Is he still on the bed? Yes. Okay, if there's a sheet or a blanket under them, can you loosen it from the mattress? Yes. Okay, stand at the side of the bed closest to them and remove anything under their head. Okay. Okay. I need you to pull the sheets towards you and slide them off the bed. Don't worry about him falling. We just need to help him now. Okay. Tell me when he's on the floor.
Oh, this is... They keep panning to the Richins family in the audience. It's got to be awful for them to listen to this in court.
I can't move it. It's just dead weight. Like it's just... You're not. If he has sheets under, pull them to the floor. Don't worry about hurting him. Yeah, can you please send somebody? Okay, I have the ambulance that's on the way. Okay, there's another way to do this, okay? Grab their feet. Grab his feet. Okay. Slide them towards you until they're just off the bed. Okay. How old is your husband? 39. 39? Yes. Okay. Okay, were you able to put his feet off the bed? Absolutely. Okay, now grab the arm closest to you and pull the rest of the way off the bed. Again, don't worry about the fall. We just need to help them now. I have the ambulance on the way. I just need you to do this, okay, so we can get the help for him. Okay. Once they arrive, they'll take over. We just need to start CPR now. You are doing great, okay? I just need you to get him on the floor.
911 is trying so hard.
You got him on the floor? Yeah. Okay, listen carefully, okay? Make sure that there's nothing under his head.
You're doing a great job, dispatch.
Yeah. Okay.
There's only so much you can do.
Okay, just listen carefully and I'll tell you how to do chest compressions, okay? Place the heel of your hand on the breastbone. This is in the center of the chest, right between the nipples. Okay. Put your other hand on top of that hand. Okay. Okay. Start pumping the chest hard and fast, at least twice per second, and 2 inches deep. Okay. Okay. Start counting out loud so I can count with you. Okay. We're gonna count 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Let me know when you're ready. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Count out loud so I can hear you. I'm counting with you. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Kouri.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. If it's easier for you, am I on speaker? Yes. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you know if the front door is open? No, it's locked. It's
Pink,
are you?
Pink
I
Pony
need you to
Club,
go. Is there anybody else within the home, or is it just you?
Pink
It's all my
Pony
kids.
Club.
Okay. Are one of them old enough to go unlock the door? Yeah, it's unlocked.
Oh, she's at the door
It's
now.
unlocked now?
Right, she's at the door.
He's there. Okay, you need to keep doing CPR.
It sounds like law enforcement is there.
Yeah, keep me on the phone. Go unlock the door and come back to doing CPR.
Kouri's the one saying he's in here. It sounds like she's talking to paramedics, but no, yes, chat. CPR is difficult. And, yeah, there's no indication that she was doing CPR.
No, he's here. He's here. Okay,
He's in my room. He's in the room.
I'm beginning CPR.
And that's paramedics that are there. I'm beginning CPR chest compressions.
Compressions.
Okay, is the ambulance there with you?
Yes. Not yet. Ambulance is en route.
Okay, so that's law enforcement.
Okay, are we doing CPR still?
Yes, he's doing CPR. He's doing CPR right now.
Okay.
So law enforcement's doing CPR.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What kind of vehicle do you have outside?
Me? I don't have a vehicle outside.
White Toyota 4Runner.
That was law enforcement.
Okay, did a paramedic take over?
This is law enforcement saying paramedics haven't arrived yet.
Paramedics haven't arrived yet. We're in the back. We're in the back bedroom.
And 911's like, what the fuck is happening? Because Kouri hasn't said.
Ma'am, who's there with you? Can you hear me?
Okay. When did you last see him talking to your phone? I'm sorry, what?
And it sounds like paramedics arrived at the end of that.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Jayme Woody.
Detective Woody. We have heard lots about Detective Woody. We have heard Detective Woody's name. I mean, we knew from
in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn
early
in.
testimony that she didn't do CPR, but I think it's clear on the call that she didn't do CPR.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
All right. Detective Woody is taking the stand. What is this? Witness number 42, I think, for the state.
Ma'am, what is your name?
Jayme Woody.
You spell the last name Woody?
Yes.
What do you currently do for a living?
I am a deputy at Summit County Sheriff's Office.
Were you a deputy with the Sheriff's Office in March 2022?
Yes.
What was your job then?
I was a detective.
What is your job now?
I'm a canine officer.
In March.
Is your dog named Buzz? I just want to know if they named your canine Buzz so that your team is Buzz and Woody. I have a lot of questions. Woody. We would like to know more about your pupper. Detective Woody moved into pupper patrol from patrol. I'm just curious.
Canine officer.
In March of 2022, were you assigned as the lead detective in connection with Eric Richins' death?
I was.
Prior to this case, were you ever lead investigator on a death investigation?
Yes.
Had you assisted in death investigations?
Yes.
What was your prior experience with death investigations?
We would show up and see if they were basically an attended or unattended, expected or not expected.
About how many death investigations did you participate in?
A handful.
Prior to this case, did you have any experience with...
I'm going to speed this up to 1.25 as we go through background training and experience. When we get to arriving on scene, I will change it back.
Poisoning investigations?
No.
Did you have any experience with digital forensics?
No.
Did you have any experience with forensic accounting?
No.
Prior to this case, what was the biggest case you had investigated as a lead investigator?
Rape case.
Were most of your assignments prior to this case sexual assault and special victims cases?
Yes, they were.
Were you called to Eric Richins' home in the early morning of March the 4th, 2022?
Yes.
Why?
To do a death investigation.
How is it that you caught that call?
I was just the on-call detective.
How did you catch that call?
Is that just
I was
random,
on call.
essentially?
Yes, it is.
Great. I was on call.
When you arrive at a death scene, I think you just mentioned this, are you first trying to determine whether the death was medical or potentially suspicious?
Yes.
In this case, was the death scene the bedroom where Eric Richins' body was?
Yes.
When you arrived at the Richins' home, what did you first encounter?
I ran into his sister at the bottom of the driveway. I spoke to her briefly. I went in and spoke to the initial officer that was on scene, and I did interview some of the witnesses there.
When you met with the sister in the driveway, do you remember which sister?
So was
Amy.
arriving at the same time as
Did
Amy,
what
not
she
Katie?
told you inform you how you approached
So I'm curious what time they arose.
what you did once you
Arose to the house. Arrived at the house.
entered the house?
Yes.
What did she inform you?
Your Honor, can we approach?
Of course.
And they're approaching. Arrived at the same time as sister. I might have missed what time it was if they said. And they said, Amy, we heard Katie testify. We've not heard Amy testify. Let's see. Just wanted to finish my note. Yeah, that was quick to sidebar, but I'm also at 1.25 speed, so everything seems a little sped up.
Stretch your legs.
Oh, and the jury's going out. A number of you have asked if moving from detectives to canine patrol is a demotion of some sort. I can't tell you. It really depends on departments. A lot of the departments I worked with, they rotated through from patrol to detectives, back to patrol to FTOs, and it would be rotations around. And then some would want to work in canines and wait till a spot opened. And once a spot opened, got moved into canine because it's smaller units with less spots. A lot of people really like, you either want to work canines or you don't. But it really just depends on how a department rotates. So no, you generally don't always know if you can decide if that's a lateral demotion. It just depends on how they rotate. And a lot of departments just rotate because, well, people get burned out. So rotations make a lot of sense.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a legal issue I need to work a little bit on. If you would stand up, stretch your legs, take a walk.
So you generally have to wait quite a while to get into a unit like canine. So I imagine she put in interest and then had to wait until there was a spot. All right, jury's going out. That was fucking fast.
Detective, you're still under oath. That chair sucks. I apologize.
Especially if you're in a belt. Are we doing another voir dire?
Mr.
I'll
Blood,
just ask the question.
Yeah, ask your next series of questions.
All right, we are going to voir dire this witness with the jury out. It's our second voir dire of the day. And it's because, well, they clearly decided that they don't know what this witness is going to say, or at least the defense wants more clarification on it.
So let's see where we go.
Okay, let's see where we go.
When Amy met you in the driveway, did she say anything that informed your investigation?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told me that Eric had said to her that he thought Kouri was going to kill him.
Oh, boy.
Then did you go into the house?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Nestor, were there any questions about anything else that Amy said to her that you'd want to ask?
I understand why there was an objection. Yeah, we can see. Yep. So Amy met the cops in the driveway because they arrived at the same time. And Amy said, Eric told me he thought Kouri was trying to kill him. And that kind of goes to why they treated or didn't treat the investigation the way that they did. But how Woody treated the scene is going to be very different than how initial officers treated the scene. Oh boy. All right, well, let's see where we go from here with the jury being out and this voir dire.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense has some questions.
Let me pull up her report really quickly.
I bet the defense has a bunch of questions. I don't know who called Amy. It might have been the father.
Your Honor, just one
It might have
moment.
been
problem.
Katie. There's 2 layers of hearsay. There's what Amy said to Woody, and then there's what Eric said to Amy. It's not just one layer of hearsay. There's multiple layers of hearsay. And the defense is going to ask questions about that. I was zooming till we get to the defense asking questions about this.
All right, so I want to make sure, because it appears from your report there were 2 conversations with Amy, so I would like to make sure we're talking about the same one. Okay. When you first arrived and you saw Amy in the driveway, you're saying that is when she told you that Eric said that Kouri was going to kill him?
Yes, they said, she said it during both conversations.
Okay. So in your report, when you reported what happened, you said Amy said she thought I should know that Eric and his wife Kouri were having problems and that Kouri had threatened him.
Yes, threatened to kill him. Yes.
Okay, that's different than what you just said. So that's what you were referring to?
Yes.
All right. Then you walked in the home and then you came back out and had another conversation with Amy and her other sister, right?
Yes.
All right. And can you explain, just because we're going to get into this in a minute, what they told you on that second conversation?
I'm trying to remember. They said they had been fighting a lot and that Kouri was erratic when she was drinking and that Eric had told them that she had threatened to kill him.
And did Amy tell you that Kouri found out recently she wasn't the beneficiary anymore and that because of that she threatened to kill Eric?
She told me that at some point, but I can't remember when.
Okay.
Oh,
so
interesting.
she told you that Kouri had found out he had basically made her not a beneficiary?
At some point, yeah.
Before he died?
She said that at some point, but I don't remember when she told me that.
Okay.
Interesting.
Do you remember when you had that first conversation with Amy, any specifics about when that statement was made to his family, under what circumstances, or any details about the statement?
No.
And that's before you even walked in the house, right?
Yes.
Did you ever do any investigation to verify that?
Yes, afterwards.
I'm sorry, verify what?
I don't know what that is. My apologies.
Sorry, that statement had been made by Eric?
We did an investigation, but that specific statement, I could only ask her what he'd said.
So it was just her word? You didn't corroborate with anybody else?
Not that I can recall.
Okay.
Well, they did an investigation.
And what about that statement changed the way you behaved when you went into the house? Because I think that's the question he was asking you.
It just made us look at it with a more critical eye.
All right. I think that's all I need from her.
Would you approach for a moment
Yes.
just to make sure I have the same understanding you do?
Okay, so the court's going to approach. There's new information there. Is it Amy that told Woody looks like her fucking back is killing her? Is it Amy that told Woody that Kouri found out that Eric changed his beneficiary? Interesting. Because that is also hearsay, and I am very curious about that because the defense the defense, I think, said that specifically in opening. And I was curious if that was going to come in through Kouri or not. So we will see. They're up at sidebar. I'm going to zoom while they are up at sidebar because I very much want to know what happens next. Oh my God, it's so much zooming. Why is this the longest sidebar ever? All right, we've got sidebar still happening. Nestor is speaking animatedly to the court. The court is looking at, well, Miss Nestor and Mr. Bloodworth. The witness is just still on the stand. I'm very curious what's happening on the sidebar, but I cannot derive it through facial expressions alone. But it seems like they have all reached some understanding.
Counsel, I appreciate the discussion. Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, let me grab my sorry, man.
Detective, make sure you listen to the question, okay?
Okay.
The court's like, we are going to narrow down this question. I don't know if Amy's going to testify. She was not called early on. She's been in the courtroom. The jury's coming back in. I'm going to zoom while the jury comes back in. So we're going to zoom until we resume zoom.
Thank you.
All right.
Have a seat. Thank you.
Jury's back in.
All right, we're on the record.
Back on the record.
Jury is present. Detective, you're still under oath. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Oh, boy, we only got like 3 questions in.
So, ma'am, when you arrived at the house, Amy Richins met you in the driveway.
Yes.
Did what she told you suggest that Kouri Richins may have been involved in Eric's death?
Yes.
After you spoke with Amy in the driveway, what did you do next?
I went into the home.
And that's how they narrowly parsed that.
I spoke with the initial investigator and kind of took a look at the scene, and then I interviewed people present.
And was that person that you referred to as the initial investigator, was that Vinny Wynn?
Yes.
He was the patrol officer that was filling out the death checklist
We saw
form?
Wynn on the very first day of trial.
Did he update you on what information he had down on his form?
Yes.
Did you also speak with Officer or Deputy David Pimentel?
I don't remember.
Did you speak with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
What did Kouri Richins say about what happened the night of Eric's death?
She said that they were celebrating something and that they had a shot of alcohol, and around 9 o'clock they went to bed. At around 9:30, one of her kids woke her up with a nightmare, so she went down to their bedroom and stayed there for a while until about 3 o'clock, and then she came back to her own bedroom. She said when she got there, Eric was in the same position. He was really ghost white. He was cold, and when she nudged him or moved him, he was heavy. He didn't appear to be breathing, so she called 911.
Did Kouri Richins say anything about Eric Richins' health or using medication?
Yes. She said that he was a very healthy guy. He ran marathons. She said that he had been complaining of chest pains that night, but he had had COVID twice, and that he currently had Lyme disease, but he didn't like taking anything for it. He had pain pills prescribed, but he didn't take them. He took vitamins instead.
Okay.
Did Kouri Richins say anything about Eric using street drugs?
No.
We've heard Kouri talk about chest pains a couple times. so far. We heard it with Deputy Wynn after Kouri's mom arrived. And then they talked about his allergy shots with Deputy Wynn after Kouri's mom arrived.
Did anyone at the scene inform you whether they thought Eric Richins may have died of an aneurysm?
Yes.
Do you recall who?
One of the medical paramedics or one of those guys.
When you looked around the death scene, did you see any evidence of illicit drug use?
No.
Did you see any evidence of drug paraphernalia?
No.
I'm going to put this at 1.2.
Did you look at the trash?
I'm going to put this at 1.25 as we get into this initial investigation. Both the witness and Mr. Bloodworth are speaking in a very mindful and concerted way. And so we are going to 1.25 at this point.
Trash cans at the death scene in the bedroom and surrounding the bedroom.
Yes, I did.
Did you find anything in those trash cans?
No, they were empty.
Did you ask Kouri Richins about why they were empty?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said her housekeeper had emptied them.
Did you ask her housekeeper's name?
I did.
How did she respond?
She said she couldn't remember her name.
What? Oh, she didn't want to give you Carmen's name. I know why she didn't want to give you. We know why she didn't want to give you Carmen's name. But I don't know, guys. I got a house with kids in it. Even when our trash gets emptied, it's not emptied for very long. It's emptied until everybody gets home. All the trash is empty? All the trash is empty? She emptied at 2 a.m.? Mm-hmm.
What, as you understand it, are the laws for searching a home when investigating a death scene?
You can search the immediate area and look for anything that might explain what had happened. Anything more than that, you need either a warrant or some probable cause.
And here, that immediate death scene was the bedroom?
Yes.
With the information you had at the time, what Kouri Richins had told you, no drug paraphernalia, no signs of illicit drugs, possible aneurysm, did you believe you had probable cause to apply for a warrant to search the entire home?
Your Honor, objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Overruled.
No, I did not.
She's the investigator. She gets to decide if she thinks she has probable cause. She gets to decide that. Okay.
And you asked for consent to search beyond the immediate death scene?
Yes.
Did you ask for consent to search beyond the immediate death scene?
I did. We asked if we could search the kitchen garbage.
And why did you ask to search the kitchen garbage?
That's where he had been for the last part of the night, and
where he was
garbage
last
is
known
usually
alive?
a good place to see if there's any evidence of any kind of illicit drugs or anything like that.
Fair.
Did someone else search that garbage?
Yes.
Did they find any evidence of illicit drugs?
No.
Beyond the garbage in the kitchen, did you ask for consent to search the rest of the home?
No.
Why not?
At that point, there wasn't anything that said it was a crime. I didn't know what I'd be looking for, and I wanted to be mindful of a family that was grieving.
Right. There's little kids upstairs. There's no indication.
Let me,
he
in a
was
hypothetical,
upstairs.
contrast the death scene that night with a fictional one. If you arrive at a death scene at a home and the cause of death is obviously a gunshot wound, but there is no gun near the body, would you apply for a warrant to search that home?
Yes, I would.
In the 2 weeks following Eric's death, did you gather Eric Richins' health records?
I did.
Why?
I wanted to see if there was a reason or a medical reason for his death.
And who provided you his health records?
His sister, Katie.
Did you then provide those health records or information from that health record to the medical examiner?
I did.
Katie would have had a power of attorney
In
at
the
that
2 weeks
point.
after Eric's
And Katie was in charge of the trust, so Katie would have been able to get his medical records from his doctor, etc.
death, did you also gather Eric's will, trust, and power of attorney papers from Katie Richins Benson?
Yes.
Did you also did you also speak with Crystal Bowman Carter, Eric's attorney who prepared those documents?
I did.
In those 2 weeks, did you speak with Christina Miller, Eric Richins' divorce attorney?
Yes.
Is the next big event in your investigation when you received preliminary toxicology results?
Yes.
Was that on April the 8th, 2022?
Yes, it was.
How do y'all react to that?
What information did those results provide?
That he had died from a massive fentanyl overdose.
And then everybody went,
Did that-
oh.
Preliminary toxicology result alter the trajectory of your investigation?
Yes.
Based on that toxicology result, did you then get warrants to search the Richins' home, vehicle, and Kouri Richins' person for illicit drugs, digital devices?
Yes, I did.
Did you execute that warrant on April the 13th, 2023?
Yes.
When you executed that warrant, did you inform, April 13th, 2022?
Yes.
I thought it was the 12th, but I guess it's the 13th. April 13th.
When you executed that
2022.
warrant, did you inform Kouri Richins that the preliminary toxicology results showed that Eric Richins died of fentanyl intoxication?
Yes.
How'd that go?
Did detectives search the house that day?
They did.
Well, we heard.
Did the detectives search Kouri Richins' automobiles that day?
Yes.
Did detectives find any evidence of fentanyl in the home or the automobiles?
No.
Why did you seek through the warrants to collect Kouri Richins and Eric Richins' digital devices?
I wanted to see if there was a source for how they got the fentanyl, if he was texting or anything like that.
Or if she was?
Yes.
I appreciate that this detective did not jump to, well, Amy said it was her, so I wanted to see what she said. She's still explaining. I wanted to see if he was texting anybody. And then Bloodworth is like, or her. And she's like, I mean, yeah, or her. So yeah, I wanted to see where it came from. It doesn't seem to me at this point that this detective is just like, oh, well, it must have come from Kouri. It seems like they're sitting there going, how did he get this? And is there any indication where it came from?
Did you seize Kouri Richins' white iPhone on that date?
Yes.
Did you also seize Eric Richins' iPhone?
I did.
On that date, was there a red truck at the home?
Yes.
Was there a brown truck at the home?
No.
Did you seize any THC products?
Yes.
On May the 2nd, 2022, did investigators send those THC products to the state crime lab for testing?
Yes.
On March the 4th, 2023, did Brian Holden from the state crime lab send investigators the test results?
Why did it take so
Yes.
long?
And did those test results confirm that there was no fentanyl in those THC products?
Objection, can we approach?
Yeah, I was going to wonder if there was an objection. Don't we need the lab to come in on that? You're not going to just bring in the lab? Also, I would imagine you would want to bring in the lab because the lab results didn't come back for a year. I wonder when they actually got asked to be tested, but they didn't get back for a year later. So I think they'll need to bring in the lab, but they're going to approach on that. And I'm going to zoom while they approach as they continue to approach. I don't think we already saw the labs on the gummies. We saw the toxicology, we saw all the autopsy, but I don't remember us seeing the labs on the gummies. Maybe we did and I've forgotten, but I don't remember us seeing the labs on the gummies. Maybe we did. Because I thought we only saw the labs with regards to Eric, but we might not have. So I don't remember, honestly. And they are still at sidebar, so I am zooming through that. They are still at sidebar. A long sidebar. Still at sidebar, still at sidebar. Still at sidebar. All right.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Are we back from sidebar? A lot of you are asking about the brown truck. We heard about it earlier today. That was the work truck that C&E came and picked up. So C&E came and picked up the work truck.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Did he send the jury out? Are we voir diring on this too? Or are we done? What just happened? Are we done with...
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Pause there for a minute. Mr. Bloodworth, I understand you would like to withdraw the state's last question?
Correct, John.
Okay. All I ask, folks, is that to the extent you wrote down the last question and the answer to it, just cross
Okay, I had zoomed too far.
that out of your notepads. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, take it from there, please.
Your Honor, on March the 4th, 2022, did investigators send the seized phones to the Regional Computer Forensics Lab?
I don't even know what happened.
Yes.
We did time warp.
Did those phone downloads return from the RCFL in July of 2022?
Yes, they did.
I don't know
Did
what happened.
investigators then begin searching through the phone downloads?
Yes.
Were investigators primarily searching for information on both core?
Yeah, I know that the gummies were I know that the gummies were tested. I just think they have to bring in somebody from the lab. So just bring in somebody from the lab. The question he withdrew was, were the gummies sent out to the lab and tested? Yes. Did the results come in on 3/4/2023? The results is the question that was withdrawn.
Kouri and Eric Richins' phones regarding where the fentanyl could have come from?
And did they have any fentanyl in them? I think was the last question was about the lab results. They're going to have to bring in somebody from the lab.
Yes.
Did investigators find information on either Kouri or Eric's phone about where the fentanyl came from?
No.
Was that search complicated by deletions in Kouri Richins' phone?
It was.
Is it fair to say that between waiting for state crime lab results, download results, and sifting through digital information, that from late spring of 2022 through the fall of 2022, that the investigation wasn't advancing very much?
Yeah, that's fair.
During that time, did the family's investigator, Todd Gabler, begin providing detectives with information that he was discovering through the course of his investigation?
He did.
Did he provide detectives with information to include some phone billing records?
Yeah, a lot of these questions are leading. A lot of them are leading. Some of them are not. Some of them are foundational. But no, a lot of them are. But again, it does not assume the answer. If it calls for a yes, no, you are allowed to ask yes, no questions. But yes, some of them are on the precipice.
From both Kouri and Eric Richins' phone?
Yes.
Did he also provide detectives with recorded interviews and interview written reports from his interviews of Kouri Richins' friends and Eric Richins' friends and other associates of the two of them?
Yes.
Was that information helpful in advancing your investigation?
It was.
Towards late 2022, did the information that Mr. Gabler was providing detectives...
A lot of foundational questions seem leading because it's like, you are asking a yes/no question that is foundational. It does not assume the answer. It is a yes. It is either yes or it is no. But because they are yes/no, there are, attorneys and individuals and even judges that get confused on yes/no being leading. It does not mean it was leading, but hopefully that helps. Some of those foundational questions are yes/no, and they are just laying foundation. They are not leading.
Start to accelerate
Sometimes it can
your
be both.
investigation.
Yes.
In March of 2023, did you transfer from serving as a detective to serving as the canine deputy?
Yes, I did.
How did that come about?
I'd been working to get a dog for years, and when the opportunity came and I was able to get that dog, that was something I really wanted to do.
Chat, she said she wanted to get that dog. She wanted to get that dog. She didn't want to pet that dog. She wanted to get that dog. I had been working towards getting a dog for years. And when I had the opportunity to get that dog, I wanted to get that dog. Yep. Can I get that dog? Yes, ma'am, you can. Her whole face lit up. Can I get that dog? I want that dog. Whole face lit up with this witness. So happy to be a canine officer, which absolutely tracks with canine officers. Yeah, 100%. I love that answer so much. I backed it up.
Or was providing detectives start to accelerate
I wanted to back it
your
up.
investigation?
Yes.
In March of 2023, did you transfer from serving as a detective to serving as the canine deputy?
Yes, I did.
How did that come about?
I'd been working to get a dog for years, and when the opportunity came and I was able to get that dog, that was something I really wanted to do.
Did Detective Jeff O'Driscoll then take over as the lead detective on this case?
Yes, he did.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
All right.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I don't know how we time warped earlier into Cross. I don't even know what happened. I don't even know what happened, but yeah, years she wanted the canine assignment and then got the canine assignment, and then O'Driscoll took over. Now we're moving on to Cross.
Yes.
And now we're moving on to Cross.
Good afternoon.
On to Cross.
What's your title now?
There we are.
Just deputy.
Deputy.
Yes.
I want to make sure I call you the right thing. Deputy Woody.
Yes.
We've met before, but it's nice to see you again.
Thank you.
We're still on 1.25 speed.
All right, I have a few questions for you.
I
So
bet.
when you responded to the home, is it fair to say that before you walked in the door, as you told Mr. Bloodworth, you had reason to believe that could be a murder crime scene?
Yes.
Okay. And I know that you hadn't had many of those yet, but
Correct.
you've definitely responded to overdose calls, right?
I have.
Okay. So when you went in, and I don't even know if this is part of your typical death investigation, so if it's not, please advise me. But did you have any crime scene tape with you available?
I don't remember.
Did you put up any crime scene tape to keep people from disturbing a scene?
No, we had somebody posted at the bedroom door.
Right. And eventually that person left later in the morning.
Yes, he was switched out.
So there was no preservation of the scene as far as allowing CSI people to come in and do their thing, right?
Yes, they could come in and work that scene.
But they didn't.
The crime scene techs?
Yeah.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, they came in.
Okay. So who is it that you're referring to were the crime scene guys?
They were the crime scene gals, but crime scene came in. We heard from crime scene earlier this trial, and the investigator from the coroner's office came in.
That would be Chelsea Gibson.
Okay.
And then we had somebody from the medical examiner's office as well.
Sure. Perfect. Other than Chelsea and the medical examiner person who we have heard testify in this trial, was there anybody else there helping you investigate the scene?
There was a patrol deputy.
Who was that?
I believe, I can't remember which officer it was.
Okay, that's fine. So between the four of you, the only area that you searched was the area immediately around the body and then the kitchen trash can, right?
the bathroom that was attached to the bedroom as well.
All right, did you have consent from Ms. Richins? Did she cooperate with you on that?
Yes, she cooperated.
And she gave you consent to search the kitchen?
Just the garbage. That's all we asked for.
That's all you asked for?
Yes.
Right. And you mentioned that she told you that she couldn't remember her housekeeper's name. Did you ultimately confirm that a housekeeper did come that day and clean the house?
I can't remember.
If I gave you the name Norma Garcia, does that refresh your memory?
No.
Okay. So you don't know if you ever confirmed that or not?
I can't remember. I don't recognize that name, though.
Did you or any of the other three search the large trash cans that were out in the back in the garage?
No.
And did anybody search Mr. Richins' vehicles that night?
I'm very curious to see what develops with if somebody cleaned the house that day. Because again, if the trash cans were emptied and somebody cleaned the house and then the entire family came home and dinner was made and everything, I guess you could take the trash out again that evening. But for all of the trash to be completely empty at 3 o'clock in the morning with 3 kids is just odd. And also, yes, who is Norma?
No, we didn't search any vehicles.
You did mention that when Mr. Bloodworth was talking to you that you did not see any evidence of drug use or paraphernalia. Is that right?
Correct.
But in fact, wasn't there an empty hydrocodone bottle seized from right next to Mr. Richins' bed?
There was.
And do you know what happened to that bottle?
We took some pictures, but I'm not sure if we took it or not.
You didn't put it in an evidence bag?
No.
You didn't swab it for the inside of it?
No, it was empty.
Do you know where it is to this day?
No.
I do. It went with the ME.
You talked with Mr. Bloodworth about the fact that in order to go outside the immediate area of the body or anywhere else where you get consent, you'd have to go to a judge to get a warrant. Is that right?
Outside of the immediate area, yes.
Right. And nowadays, when I first started practicing law, this was different. This has changed in the many decades that I've been doing this.
Okay,
but
ma'am.
now,
Are you reminding people that you're not new? I don't know if that helps.
actually call a judge on the phone and get a warrant, can't you?
You can do an e-warrant.
Right. Over the email?
Yeah, online.
Okay. That did not exist when I started practicing law. So did anybody try to get an e-warrant
Me
that day
either.
to look anywhere else in the house?
We didn't really have any idea if there was a crime that was committed or not.
So no.
So even
the
with all
answer is
your
no.
experience and your training, there was nothing about that house that day that indicated to you it was a crime scene sufficient to even get a probable cause warrant.
Correct.
Okay. You also mentioned that you gathered some health records from Mr. Richins' sister, Katie.
I did.
And did you ever subpoena those same records from the actual doctor?
I can't remember.
So before you gave these records to the medical examiner, you can't say for sure if Katie removed any part of it or changed any part of it or if they were actually accurate, valid records, can you?
I just read them to her over the phone, but yes, I gave her that information.
Okay.
Didn't the ME say that they also gathered the medical records?
And Mr. Bloodworth talked to you about the search on April 13th of 2022. You were basically the person in charge of that search, right?
I don't know if I would say I was in charge. I don't have any rank, but yeah, I was there.
Okay. And when that search happened, is it totally fair to say Kouri Richins did not know that search was imminent?
It's a good
Meaning
question.
she didn't know that it was going to happen?
Right.
I have no idea.
And as a matter of fact, she was seized and detained as she was driving away from her house, right?
She was.
And she was held in a police car while you guys did at least part of this search.
She was only held there till I could explain it to her.
So how long was she held in the police car until you could get to her and explain everything?
I believe they said it was 10 minutes.
Okay. And when you got there, you explained to her what you were doing, right?
Yes.
How would you, strike that.
Kouri was not happy. I don't know if we'll hear that audio in this trial, but we heard it in pretrial motions. Kouri was not pleased. And the officer that was there was like, ma'am, the detectives will come and explain. And Kouri was Kouri. And then he was like, ma'am, the detectives will come and explain. And then she started talking about her sister-in-laws. And then he was like, ma'am, yeah, I'm just doing my job. The detectives will come and explain. I just need you to stay here, Please. Can we? I just need, I just need you to stay here. I don't know if we'll hear that with this, but we might.
She was obviously very upset when you saw her.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that she was under the impression that this was related to them taking her house until you explained to her that it had to do with Eric's death?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember her talking about, is this them trying to take my house?
I don't remember her saying that.
Okay. But either way, you told her that day, hey, Eric died of fentanyl. And that was in April.
Yes.
So just over a month after his death, she knew that you all believed he died of a fentanyl overdose, correct?
Yes.
All right. Have you reviewed the website searches that the state's tried to put into evidence in this case?
It's a good line of cross.
Okay, no worries.
It's a good line of questioning. You told her that he died of fentanyl. So those Google searches are because she learned more information. However, those Google searches do say if somebody is poisoned, what does it go down on the death certificate as? I think there are reasonable interpretations of that are not helpful.
To your knowledge, did any of your 4 team members on the day of the death go downstairs or upstairs?
Not to my knowledge.
When Ms. Richins told you on the day of the death, when you first responded, that she had come back to the bed and found that her husband was cold to the touch, did you ask her if she went anywhere else in the house before she laid down?
I don't remember.
Did you ask her if she went to their bathroom?
I don't think I asked that specifically.
And I know you like dogs. Did you notice there was a dog in the house?
They must have had it put up when I was there, because I never saw it.
Did you ask her if she let the dog out before she...
Even a question that could be delightful just does not come across as delightful. Counsel, how do you even make a question about the dog seem nefarious? I had to back that up so we can who let the dogs out.
And found that her husband was cold to the touch. Did you ask her if she went anywhere else in the house before she laid down?
I don't remember.
Did you ask her if she went to their bathroom?
I don't think I asked that
I had to back it up. I was questioning.
And I know you like dogs. Did you notice there was a dog in the house?
They must have had it put up when I was there, because I never saw it.
Did you ask her if she let the dog out before she went to bed?
Who?
I didn't even know there was a dog.
Who?
Did you ask...
Who? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Okay, good. We got that out of our system. We good, chat? We got it? All right. She's like, I would have remembered the dog, ma'am. I would have remembered who let the dogs out.
Ask her if she went to the kitchen and got a glass of water.
Nope.
I'm putting this back at 1.25 because I literally cannot.
To this day, did anyone, to your knowledge, when you told... Well, strike all that. I think you've already testified to that.
Technically, it should be withdrawn for a question, not
You did mention that you went through everybody's phones. Is that right? Or Eric's and Kouri's phones?
Yes, we did downloads.
To what extent did you look through Eric's phones?
I mean, there was a couple of investigators just trying to figure out what it all meant. It was all pretty confusing.
So what exactly did you look at in Eric's phone?
Your Honor, objection foundations. I think there's a disconnect between you and investigators and who was in the phone.
Would you lay a little foundation
Sure.
for whether this person ever looked through the phone?
And this may be my fault. I thought you testified that you were looking through the phones. It wasn't you personally?
She did not say that.
I looked through some of the downloads at some
downloads.
point, yes.
Like the Celebrite downloads? Or what type of downloads?
They would have been like call records, call logs.
And those are the ones you got from Investigator Gabler?
Yes.
Okay. So you never actually looked through the guts of what was in the phone?
No.
Perfect. That was my mistake. Thank you for clarifying that. How often were you talking to Investigator Gabler during the time you were on the case?
He would send emails sporadically throughout the case while I was there.
And how often were you talking to members of the
Not
Richins, Eric Richins
sporadically.
family?
They emailed me pretty frequently, but I can't give you a number.
Do you recall about a week or so after Eric's death, Katie Benson sending you a multi-page timeline of everything suspicious she believed Kouri had ever done in their lifetime?
She did send a timeline at some point.
Going back years.
I want to see the email. The email of everything Kouri did in her entire lifetime. Oh boy.
I'd have to look at it again. I can't remember.
Okay. Do you remember, as part of this investigation, did you do any investigation into whether or not in Summit County there were reports of fentanyl being found inside marijuana?
That's a good question.
No.
Are you aware that a few months after Eric's death, an individual was arrested and charged with selling marijuana laced with fentanyl?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
I'm asking if she's aware.
She's asking for foundation.
Do you recall a case that, actually, Katie, can you bring up, just a minute, Your Honor, let me get the number.
I have a lot of questions about this. I have a lot of questions about the
TG1.
Fentanyl-laced marijuana.
TG1. Just for the witness only, Your Honor.
Yeah.
I have a bunch of questions.
Can you go to the last page and see you can sign it?
Chat, you continue to read that correctly. There was no marijuana in his system.
Go back.
Counsel, would you approach for a minute?
Yes, Your Honor.
Their job is to raise doubt. So you continue to read correctly that there was no marijuana in his system. You continue to read that correctly. All right. We're gonna get into like some weird 2026 version of reefer madness in this case of just like, see, it's the marijuana. They're coming for the Sudafed next. I'm teasing, it's already locked up. All right, let's continue to zoom.
We will.
Okay.
They are done with sidebar.
It may have to be page 2, Your Honor. I'm not sure page 1 will refresh your recollection.
Take control, please.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. We did not hear that correctly. For investigative purposes, I'm going to need to back up real quick. I didn't quite hear what the court said. So we're going to just, I need to hear that one more time.
It may have to be page 2, Your Honor. I'm not sure page 1 will refresh your recollection.
Take control, please.
We'll allow it, Your Honor.
Do you recognize
it's
the
allowed.
document that's in front of you?
It's allowed, Your Honor.
No.
Are you, okay, that's fair, take that down. Did you ever provide to Investigator Gabler, the private investigator, reports from cases where people were being arrested for dealing fentanyl in Summit County?
That doesn't sound familiar.
So that if he got those, they did not come from you.
I don't believe so. That doesn't sound familiar.
Totally fair.
Chat wants to run it back one more time. I know. I want to get through this witness's testimony too.
Did you know that Kouri Richins was represented by an attorney
this is outside the scope.
around the time that you did the search on April 13th?
Objection, Your Honor.
This is so objectionable. This is objectionable 6 different ways. They did all the suppression motions. This is not a suppression motion. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Know that Kouri Richins was represented by an attorney shortly around the time that you did the search on April 13th?
Objection, Your Honor.
Relevance?
Relevance, yeah.
Sustained.
When you had the conversation with Kouri on the day of the search on April 13th and you told her that Eric had, in your opinion, died of a fentanyl overdose, had she been trying to set up with you that week a meeting with her and her attorney?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Yeah.
Okay, well, Nestor is trying to bring in Kouri Richins' statements and actions through this witness, which she can't do. That's her client. These are not statements of a opposing party or a party opponent. I'm going to excuse me, zoom past the, back to the judge rubbing his hands. I'm going to zoom past the sidebar. We came back to the judge going, apparently it's cold
When you
in court.
interviewed Kouri on the day of Mr. Richins' death,
Now we've jumped back in time to March.
you mentioned that she told you she came back into the bed around 3 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever ask her how long she was in the bed
No, how
with
long?
Eric before she realized he was cold to the touch?
It's a good
From my
question.
understanding, it was almost immediately.
Okay.
It's a good question. It's not going to get you where you want to go, but it's a good question.
All right. And you reviewed the 911 call.
Yeah, there's a really awkward 15-minute gap there. She's trying to fill in that 15. There's a really awkward gap in when Kouri's phone is up and about and moving around and walking around the house quite a bit and opening and closing the phone and 911 being called. There's a window of kerfuffle going on. And so she's trying to close that gap.
That we all heard here today, right? You listened to the 911 call.
I haven't today, and I don't remember listening to it.
Okay. You never listened to the 911 call?
I might have at some point, but I don't remember it.
And she certainly, Kouri Richins never told you, hey, my husband's a big drug addict. He's probably overdosed.
Ma'am.
Check for drugs. She did the opposite, right?
Correct.
She told you he was pretty healthy.
Yes.
We're back to defense number C.
I think that's all
If
I
Kouri
have.
wanted to set this up, she could have done it better. Defense number C.
That's all. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Enjoy the dog.
Thank you.
Defense letter C. If Kouri wanted to set it up, she could have set it up better. She didn't set it up better. Ergo, she did not do it. Right. Yes, I'm just a girl defense. Enjoy the dog. Ma'am.
No, Your Honor.
May we release this witness?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Deputy, you're free to go. Watch the case. Don't watch the case. It's entirely up to you.
Okay, thank you.
Very good.
Mr.
Bloodworth.
We want pictures of the dog.
I've lost track of the witness list for today. Another witness from the state for today?
I feel like
Your
I've
Honor, the
lost track
state
too.
would next call Todd Gabler.
Okay. Let's
Oh,
do it. You folks
boy.
okay to keep going? Very good.
He asked the jury if they were okay to keep going. Miguelina, will you let the app crew know that Todd Gabler's up? I imagine this cross is going to be feisty. Ash Elizabeth said, oh no, I got yeeted from stream. I think I'm back. You're back. YouTube has had some YouTube platform stuff. There has been quirky stuff going on since last week. It's not you. It's not us. It just is. All right.
A brief.
Gabler, the investigator for the trust. So Gabler is the trust investigator. I'm very interested to see where this goes.
Point of privilege. Everybody just stay put for 1 moment. This will make sense in a moment.
The court said point of privilege. This will make sense in a moment. Where are you going, Your Honor? Do we have show and tell? Wait, do we get to see the dog? The court said point of privilege.
Mr. Gabler, good afternoon.
The witness is coming in.
Would you mind standing in front of Brittany?
Damn it, there's no dog.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Sir, take your time and please watch your step.
He is moving gingerly to the stand with a cane. It looks like he's holding a neck brace in his hand. The court said it'll make sense in a second. I still don't know what the judge went and did, but maybe we'll find out.
All right, how's this?
Okay.
Sound great.
Great.
Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Sir, what is your name?
My name is Todd Gabler, Gabler.
You appear to be recovering from something.
Yes.
You appear to be in pain.
Would you mind just at a high level explaining?
On January 13th, I underwent a 5-level PCLF. That's a posterior cervical laminectomy and fusion.
Oh, sir, I am so sorry. Yeah, you definitely, you do not want to be sitting in this courtroom right now, Mr. Gabler. I am so sorry.
January 13th, I underwent a 5-level PCLF. That's a posterior cervical laminectomy and fusion.
Yeah.
My neck has been fused together with titanium rods.
Shit.
So are you taking any medication today that would affect your testimony?
I purposely did not take any pain medication today for the purpose of the clarity of my mind in my testimony to you today. I took Tylenol this morning.
Right.
What, sir, is your occupation?
You are probably uncomfortable.
I'm a licensed private investigator in the state of Utah.
Okay.
How long have you been a private investigator?
34 years.
What, sir, is your investigative experience that is relevant to this case?
His testimony, plus the fact that he's clearly in pain, is going to make Cross really, really interesting. Oh boy. I only had an L5S1 fusion. A 5 level is not anything I would ever want to mess with. Sir, I am sorry. We hope you recover well. Being in court today must absolutely suck.
Well, over the course of 34 years, I have worked on approximately 100 homicide cases. I have been active in the trials of perhaps a dozen or maybe more homicide cases over the course of my career. I have extensive experience in a specialty in digital forensics, which allows me to examine digital devices, phones, computers, other things of a digital nature to uncover information that may have been deleted, destroyed, or altered. I can't really think of anything else that is sort of a 30,000-foot view of what would be important to the jurors in this case regarding my experience.
Well, sir, of those 100 or so homicide cases, how many have you worked for the defense?
I'm going to go ahead and put this on a 1.25. He speaks at a considered rate. Bloodworth speaks at a very considered rate. So we're going to go ahead and put this on 1.25. All of you that have had all of the back things in the chat are just like, oh, I feel you, sir. 100%.
All of them. I have always sat on that side of the room.
Oh, that's interesting. I have always worked on the defense side as a PI.
Homicide cases, how many have you worked for the defense?
All of them. I have always sat on that side of the room, standing in between the state and a defendant.
And you mentioned, sir, that you testified about 12 times. Have you ever testified for the state?
A defense PI.
Never.
Standing between the defendant and the state is so spoken like a defense attorney, defense PI. It is 100%. Standing between the defendant and the state. Yep.
Did there come a time shortly after Eric Richins' death when the estate of Eric Richins hired you as an investigator?
Yes.
Do you recall about when?
I was first contacted by Crystal Bowman Carter, an attorney. I believe that would have been early to mid-March of 2022. She asked that I contact her client, Kouri Richins Benson, regarding the death of her brother, Eric. She gave me a broad sketch of what she knew about what had occurred regarding Eric's death. And it was a very short conversation, very professional, very to the point. And then it was a few more weeks before I first spoke with Katie and Clint, that's Kouri Richins Benson and Clint Benson, at their home in Summit County. That was April the 1st, 2022.
And was that engagement to investigate the death of Eric Richins?
Well, that was part of the investigation.
Was the estate really?
I was under the impression that I had been hired at the instance of the filing of a lawsuit by the defendant in this case against Katie for the trust money and the control over the trust that Eric Richins had created.
Because that's what had
And to
happened
be clear,
at that point.
the lawsuit involved Kouri Richins as trustee.
Correct.
And when you're interacting with Kouri Richins, it is in her capacity as trustee.
Correct.
Or personal representative of Eric Richins' estate.
Correct.
What, if anything, sir, did you inform at that meeting with Clint and Katie? What, if anything, did you inform them of how you conduct investigations?
Right. So I talked to them about some of the various facets of an investigation, how it would proceed. I've already talked to you about the qualifications that I have in digital forensics, and so I talked a little bit about that, about the need to get a hold of phones and computers and other things that would have evidence of either a wrongful death or some mismanagement of finances that was being alleged in the case. So for all my clients, it's basically the same speech. You're hiring me to find the truth.
I thought he smiled at Katie and Clint in the courtroom when he was referring to Katie and Clint. That's what I thought, because they're sitting right there in the court. But you let me know if you think something different, chat. That's who I thought he was smiling at. We're on 1.25.
The truth is sometimes very difficult for us to accept. I've often said that the truth is half what you most fear that it is, and half what you most desire it to be. And you cannot separate those two from the truth. I told
He's
them
not wrong about that
they would have to accept the truth about what happened to their brother, no matter what that truth was. If he took his own life, they would have to accept that.
If he says you can't handle the truth, or I'm going to prepare them in case you can't handle the truth, I appreciate it. But he's like, I want to get to the truth. You might not like what I find. That's fair. It's fair to say, you might not like what I find, but we're going to find out what happened.
If someone was responsible for his death, they would also have to respect my investigation and accept that truth. They agreed.
Sir, from that point forward, did you conduct an independent investigation?
I did.
Sir, who paid for that investigation?
I was paid by Clint Benson, but my understanding is that the legal sort of line of authority for which I was engaged was for the estate and Kouri Richins Benson as the personal representative.
Did you bill them at your customary rate?
I did. I continued to bill them at the rate that was established at the time of my engagement, even though my hourly rate increased during the course of my investigation. They enjoyed a lower rate essentially because of the time that they engaged me.
Did anyone else pay you for your investigation?
No.
Did anyone from the Summit County Sheriff's Office direct your investigation in any fashion?
No.
Did you conduct your investigation entirely independent of the Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Did you provide information from your investigation to the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, on many occasions.
And before providing it, did you receive approval from your client?
Yes, that is part of the standard operating procedure. It would be a crime for me to, under the Utah Private Investigators Regulation Act, to have any file materials go to anyone else but my client without my client's permission. So the standard course would be that I would discuss my findings with my client, and we would discuss handing that over to the sheriff's office.
Right.
In every case, information that we thought important to the investigation was handed over, and there was no event, no occasion upon which we decided not to turn over something to the sheriff's office.
Interesting.
Full disclosure. That was the rule.
Sir, was that flow of information one way from you to the sheriff's office?
Oh, yes, very much so.
The man is giving me like Liam Neeson. He's just like, he is very serious about what he does. He takes what he does very seriously. And he is not about any fuckery at all.
I initially tried to get the 911 audio call that the defendant in this case had made, and the sheriff's office denied my request under the Grandma law. I appealed to the county administrator for Summit County. She also denied my request. It's common for police agencies to be one-way streets.
He's like, the police didn't want to give me any information, but I gave ours to them.
It was not uncommon for your request for information to be denied?
Correct.
He's used to it.
My investigation proceeded regardless of whether they were providing me any information or not.
Did you have contact with the Summit County Attorney's Office before Kouri Richins' arrest?
No.
Did anyone from the Summit County Attorney's Office direct your investigation in any fashion?
Never.
Did you conduct your investigation independent of the County Attorney's Office?
I'm waiting for him to be like, I actually don't like y'all all that much. I work on the defense side. I don't want to talk to any of you.
Yes.
On June the 15th, 2023, after Kouri Richins' arrest, did you receive a subpoena from the County Attorney's Office for your investigative file and any forensic data that you had collected?
I did.
Did you provide that material to the County Attorney's Office in response to that subpoena?
I did. I produced 2 hard drives. One contained what I call the logical and physical investigation file. That would be interviews, audio recordings, photographs, videos. That was a fairly large file. And then the second hard drive that I provided a few weeks later was all the computer forensics, the digital forensics, the examinations of the C&E computer, a clone of Eric's iPhone, and some other digital data.
Did you begin your investigation with a hypothesis?
Yes. A number of hypotheses appeared clear to me in this case.
I mean, that makes sense.
My investigations are hypothesis testing exercises. That's just a fancy way of talking about...
Can you go talk to Canton? Can you go, sir? Just a suggestion, but there are maybe some law enforcement agencies that would benefit from the, hey, there are multiple hypotheses and we are going to track them down and see where we go. Can we, I've got questions.
Something that we all do every day. We look at a situation and we evaluate what that is. Is there evidence that supports our hypothesis that that is what it is? Well, if we're looking at a red light, our hypothesis may be that traffic should be stopped, and we look around for data to verify that hypothesis, that indeed there are cars that are stopped at that red light. In this case, it was clear to me that 2 hypotheses needed to be looked at. Number 1, Eric took his own life as a matter of accidental overdose. Number 2, Kouri Richins surreptitiously had Eric ingest a massive amount of fentanyl and killed him. So, as the case proceeds, and
Kouri's giving him all the faces. Ma'am, you had to know that this is what he thought either. Eric Richins took fentanyl and accidentally OD'd, or you gave it to him. Are you surprised that these were the 2 options? These were the 2 options. Did he take it himself and accidentally OD, or did you give it to him? We knew those were going to be the 2 options.
I see new data, I see phone data, I see computer data, I interview people, I look at documents or things or other devices. All of that data gets fed into one of those 2 hypotheses, both of those hypotheses. Does this confirm it? Does it deny it?
Right.
Does this evidence make it more likely that this hypothesis is true or less likely that this hypothesis is true? Does this evidence preclude the possibility of one of the hypotheses being true? So that hypothesis testing continues throughout the investigation, and sometimes a permutation of the hypothesis comes along. We have to change the hypothesis just a little bit to allow some of the data to fit that hypothesis. Not large permutations in this case. Pretty straightforward. 2 competing hypotheses.
makes
So
sense.
you just mentioned that in testing your hypotheses, you conducted some interviews.
Yes.
What, sir, is your process for conducting interviews?
So my process is to always have a recording device active for any of my interviews,
Of course.
whenever possible.
Of course.
This eliminates any possibility for me to be biased or unclear in my reporting of what was said during that interview. It also protects me in a liability scenario
When people say, "I
if
didn't
someone
say
were
that."
to allege that I had done something
told me
improper
to say that.
or had offered them material for their cooperation, anything like that. That would all be protection for me by recording that contact.
Always
So
record.
that is the primary objective of documenting an interview. Later on, when I report it, when I summarize that interview and in writing, because it's hard to get a lawyer to listen to an entire interview. And there's some difficulty that they have with that. So,
Sir, not me. I am a nosy bitch. I listened to all of the interviews, all of the jail calls, all of the everything. I am a nosy bitch. I don't understand being a lawyer and not being nosy. Like you get a license to be nosy. Anyway, he's like, lawyers don't always want to listen to everything. I get it. Time is a thing.
they need a summary sheet about what the interview was about.
Time is a thing.
And I type those up based upon the recording that I made, and I typed up those later, or I may have an
Yes, I
agent
listen
type
faster
those
than
for
most.
me from the recording, and then I'll review the report and sign off on it, and then it'll go into the file. So that would be my process with respect to an interview, all interviews.
Approximately
Fair.
how many interviews did
Love
you
it.
conduct in this investigation?
It depends upon your definition of an interview, I guess, but 45 probably. Somewhere in that
lot.
department. 40, I guess I could say 40 to 50 to be safe.
And in those interviews, did you identify
It's a
yourself?
lot of conversations.
Oh, yes, always. There was no occasion in this case where I did not identify, give people my true identity and who I represented.
And did you record those interviews?
Yes. I think there were a couple of occasions where I could not get a recorder fast enough. But other than those couple of occasions, they were all recorded.
Who, for example, are some of the people that you interviewed?
I interviewed friends and associates of Eric's. I interviewed friends and associates of Kouri's. I interviewed a number of people involved in Eric's business and personal life. I interviewed family members, both the Richins family, and I attempted to interview family members of Kouri's family, but was not successful in gaining their cooperation for an interview. So that was generally who I interviewed.
Not
And was
surprised
the
by
purpose
that.
to test your hypotheses?
Well, yes, I'm interested in getting those interviews done from as many people as I possibly can from both sides of the camp so that I can get the largest possible data set to feed into that hypothesis testing scenario.
Did you pass your interview recordings and written reports along to the sheriff's office?
I did.
Sir, as part of your hypothesis testing, did you analyze Kouri and Eric Richins' cell phone billing records?
I did.
How did you obtain the records?
Eric and Kouri's cell phones were being paid by C&E Stonemasonry. They were Verizon accounts, and I obtained the the billing records from C&E from Wright with the authorization of Cody Wright. There were two productions of telephone records from
Cody's
C&E.
like, here you go.
The first one was for the period of January 2022 through May of 2022. The second production was May of 2022 through February of 2023.
Was C&E still paying for her phone
In
bill?
that-
Wait, girl. Was C&E still paying for her cell phone? Oh, boy. Also, I like the role that this investigator has as a private investigator. He's like, I am here to try to figure out what the fuck happened. I want to figure out what happened. That's it. I just want to find out what happened. It's a good place to be in when what you need to do with that information is bring it into the lawsuit with the trust.
January of 2022 onward time period, what types of information were you looking for in the billing records?
So because the billing records don't really offer content, that is to say, it's not you don't get to see text messages or what
Who
the
you
text
calling?
message was. You do get to see the numbers that
you
were
talking
connected to Kouri and Eric's phones.
How much you
So
talking to
we
them?
first of all decode that number to a name. We try and figure out who that is, and we fill in every instance where that number occurs with that name, and then we begin to count the total number of contacts with that phone number. So, for example, we would see the highest number of contacts for Kouri's phone to her mother. Not an unusual circumstance that someone would be close to their mother, and that would be the highest number of contacts on your phone. So that was the procedure that I was initially interested in, was the weight. We call that the weight. So what is the weight of that person on the other end of the line? Kouri's mom was a high weight because there was a high number of contacts.
Because they talking all the time.
I'm interested in how many times you contact that person. Occasionally, I'm interested in what time of day you typically contact that person, and the type of contact, whether that contact is by text message only or by voice and text. That changes the character of the person on the other end of the line.
Sir, did you pass your analysis of contact weight along to the sheriff's office?
I did.
Was there any particular contact weight that caught your attention?
Yes.
What contact did that involve?
Was it Grossman?
It involved the contact with Carmen
Or
Lauber.
Carmen, right.
I noted immediately that there were many hundreds of text messages between the two from the initial data set. That was January of 22 through May of 22. There was a very heavy weight. I don't recall if she was the second or third weight, but it was very close.
Remember, a lot of the conversations with Grossman were happening on a VoIP number, like a Google Voice number, not on the primary phone number.
The only two people that I recall that were ahead of Carmen on that weight was Kouri's mom and Eric. So that was the one that stood out to me. There were others that I investigated, but that one was of particular interest to me.
And to be clear, that involved the weight of contacts.
Of course it was interested. Of course he was interested, ma'am. Of course he wanted to know what are you facing at? What are we facing about?
Was of particular interest to me.
And to be clear, that involved the weight of contacts between Kouri Richins and Carmen Lauber.
That is correct.
Did that contact weight cause you to investigate Carmen Lauber?
It did.
And then he was
What
like,
did you
ding,
determine?
ding, ding.
Well, it was immediately apparent to me that Carmen had a very extensive criminal record involving drug use and potentially drug sales. I noted that Carmen had a dirty urinalysis, meaning that she tested positive for prohibited drugs in her drug court around the time of Eric's death. I was very concerned about the high number of contacts and the criminal history for Carmen, and I alerted the sheriff's office about that.
He found it.
As part of your investigation, did you search the Richins home?
Yes.
When did you first search it?
I believe it was May the 8th of 2023. That was the day that it was released by the sheriff's office.
Of course it was May 8th. May 8th, everybody, is going to be the sentencing date for Brandon Banfield. May 8th plays into this case quite a bit, but it was the day the sheriffs released the home. Emily, how can this PI just go search the home? Who's the PI work for? The estate and the trust. Who owns the home? The trust. So yeah, they can let him in to search the home anytime they want to. Even though Eric's living there, not Eric, good Lord, even though Kouri's living there, Eric put the home in Eric's trust. So because they own the trust can let him go in whenever they would like. I mean, you would think they would give Kouri maybe a heads up or do it when the kids are at school or whatever, but that's why he can go in and search the house with permission.
It was an estate asset. Kouri's lawyer,
Keep reading, Emily.
two
Good
of
Lord.
her lawyers from Ray Quinney Nebaker had showed up as soon as the sheriff's office had departed.
What did you just say? Oh, I'm backing up. I'm sorry. I didn't keep reading. I was trying to explain why you could search the place, and then you're searching it. In PI, I trust. I should have just continue, sir.
An estate asset. Kouri's lawyer, two of her lawyers from Ray Quinny Nebaker, had showed up as soon as the sheriff's office had departed. And I had arranged for security to stand watch at the house.
Oh, boy.
After the sheriff's office released that. So I engaged in a conversation with counsel who wanted access to the home.
Oh, boy.
And it was eventually agreed that one of the lawyers would accompany me on an inventory of the property, all of the assets in the house, all of the items in the house, and the detached garage. And so that lawyer stayed for a couple of hours and then left. I never saw them during my search of the property again. I continued to search the property for 4 or 5 days.
Oh, wow.
And then that was the end of my contact with the house initially.
And what was your process for searching and documenting your search of the Richins home?
Right. So GoPro video, chest mounted typically, sometimes mounted on the head. And
that makes sense.
A backup audio recorder just in case something happens to the camera. At least I've got an audio recording of what I'm talking about, where I'm at, what I'm looking at. So that is the procedure for documenting those. There's also photographs that are...
A lot of you are asking which Kouri lawyers. Kouri had the lawyers suing the estate first. So this is back in May 2022, well before she's arrested the year later, because she ended up being arrested on May 8th. So this, I believe, is May 8th, the year before she's arrested. She's arrested on May 8th, 2023. This is where all the May 8ths are getting confusing. But those were the estate lawyers suing to set aside the trust, not the criminal lawyers. I don't know when the criminal lawyers came into play here, but I believe he's talking about May 8th, 2022, after the sheriffs turned over the property. It might be 2023. Chat, you're saying he said 2023? Okay, then I noted the wrong date. So this is after Kouri gets arrested. The lawyers are there the day Kouri gets arrested. Thank you, chat. So the lawyers are there the day Kouri gets arrested while the house was searched by law enforcement. That makes sense, subsequent to her arrest. And then Kouri's arrested. And then he's in the house once the sheriffs are done searching it after Kouri's arrested. Okay. Hopefully that makes sense.
Taken. They're also, with respect to documents, I scanned with a scanner many thousands of pages of documents in this case from the detached garage office. So that was the general procedure for
this guy would have been involved
for being at the house. There was at least one occasion that I can think of
even if she's not
where I was
house.
called over to the house and I didn't have my camera with me, so my video camera. So I used the audio recorder and my camera on my cell phone to document things. I think that was in 2024. So with that being the only exception, that would be my process.
And was Clint Benson present at the home whenever you searched the home? And I guess by present, I mean in the home, not necessarily leaning over your shoulder.
That is not an easy question to answer because my focus was not on Clint Benson. My focus is on the things in front of me. I was never in that house without Clint Benson's authorization. I was never in that house without Clint Benson being on his way. So if he wasn't there when I got there, he was on his way there. And so he would join up later. It is possible during the May searches that Clint had left the house while I was documenting things in the house. I think that was particularly true of the detached garage office, where I was spending maybe 8 hours in a day just scanning documents, just feeding documents into a scanning device.
Wow.
So I think Clint was likely not there during that.
He was generally there?
He was generally there, I would say so, yes.
And you were recording with your GoPro the whole time?
Yes, with the exception I noted, yes.
Did you ever remove, well, other than your recording equipment, cameras, and audio, GoPro, all of that,
Yeah.
did you ever bring anything into the home?
No, I did not.
Did you ever remove anything from the home?
Yes, I did.
What did you remove from the home?
So during my May searches of the house, and in particular in the detached garage office, I encountered a number of documents that had Ray Quinian Nebeker letterhead on the top. And they were either communications
Lawyer documents.
between Kouri and her lawyers, or they were billing records from her lawyers. That would be improper for me to read or possess. It would be unethical. I placed these documents into a manila envelope, and as I encountered more of them, I would simply grab a hold of them and put them into the manila envelope. And at the end of my May search, I took that envelope to the office of Ray Quinian Nebeker
And gave it to them.
and handed it over.
This is why law firms should always have ready and apparent headers on everything.
There were other things that I removed from the house. Sort of the general category of the kids, the boys things. The boys had requested a few things. I believe Child Protective Services or someone at DCFS had requested that we get documents that pertain to the boys. And I believe there were some other documents that I removed that were personal documents that were now the property of Katie Richins Benson. These documents involved vital records, birth records for Eric, other vital documents that, we would generally safekeep for ourselves, and I turned those over to my client. I'm trying to think if anything else was removed.
It makes sense that stuff would need to be removed and turned over to the kids. For everybody coming in, I do have this at 1.25 speed.
Any item that I considered to be evidence was removed by the sheriff's office, not me.
So if you came upon something that you considered to be evidence, how did you handle it with the sheriff's office?
I don't think there was a standard approach. I only recall a few occasions. I think the first couple of occasions I may have contacted the sheriff's office directly, either Lieutenant Hemingway or I can't recall any others. And then on one occasion I contacted Travis, the investigator with your office, and then subsequently spoke to the sheriff's office about removing an item.
And is it your understanding that the sheriff's office would then get a warrant and come to the house to seize whatever item you thought might have evidentiary value?
Yes, I was there for one of those occasions.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
Oh boy. We're on to Cross. Magdalena, I think we should let the app crew know we're moving on to Cross of the PI because I am.
You tell me. Would you like a break?
Could we have just a few minutes?
No problem. You know what? Let's let you stretch legs. We'll take a restroom break. The witness asks for a break. We provide a break.
I think giving the witness a break, given that he just went through. I think giving the witness a break, given that he just went through a multi-level spinal fusion, makes sense. Because I imagine, I imagine he needs he needs a moment.
Mr. Gabler, may I ask you a question? Yes, sir. Would you like the opportunity to use the restroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm sure you know this, but you cannot speak to anyone during the break. All right. If is 10 minutes enough time, sir?
5 is plenty.
All right. We'll say 10. We'll be off the record until 3:40. Thank you.
All right. So the witness, for those of you just coming up, or just coming in, the witness had a multi-level cervical spinal fusion last month and is still recovering from that, and forewent any pain medications today to come into court and testify. Brought with him his neck brace, his cane, and you can tell he is in pain. It's fair to ask the witness when they come in if there's something that might impact their demeanor, that they are asked about that. because again, you can tell that something's up and you don't want the jury to guess. Explaining why he's in pain makes sense. I'm going to slow this down to normal speed while we start cross. And then we'll see if we speed it back up. Because we know that the defense's theory, based on everything we've heard, the defense is going to say, you made the police prosecute her, didn't you? Like, that's what we've heard this whole time. You went to the police. You made them do this. You did this, and you did this, and you did this. So, let's see how cross goes.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Gabler, you're still under oath, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, on to cross.
Please, the court.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nestor.
I don't believe you and I have ever met, but I am Kathy, and I'm Kathy Nestor, and I'm one
He
of
knows
Ms.
exactly
Richins'
who you
attorneys.
are.
So it's nice to meet you. So I
knows
want to
who you are, ma'am.
kind of start with a basic observation, but just to make it crystal clear. You are not law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
And you've never been law enforcement in your whole life, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the rules and ethics and expected practices of private investigators are significantly different, would you agree with me, than those that apply to
There are rules.
licensed law enforcement?
I don't know that I would agree with that in every circumstance. A private investigator, when he is hired by a lawyer, is bound to all the ethics that that lawyer is bound to.
Okay.
So,
But for example, you don't have to go get a warrant to go look at a house.
well, right, that's the state action distinction.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not a state actor.
Right.
I've never been a state actor.
Right.
I will never be a state actor.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you want to go search a house,
The thing about him searching a house, though, is that he had the permission of the homeowner. So he had the permission of the homeowner.
house for 6 straight days and look at thousands of documents, you don't need to get a judge to give you permission to do that, right?
No, I got the permission of Kouri's lawyers who represented her to do that.
Right.
And you also got the permission of Clint Benson, right?
Yes.
And in fact, Clint gave you a key,
Yes.
and you had that key to use at your discretion.
Yes.
And there were times when you would go to the house and Clint was not there and you would let yourself in, right?
I believe that my testimony covered that, and that was that Clint was aware that I was there, and he was either on
He's
his
farther
way
away from the
or
mic.
there with me.
But you agree with me, and you have videos, I believe, that back this up. That there were occasions where you would go to the house, Clint was not there, you'd use your key, and you'd go in.
Yes.
And there were occasions where you would be spending hours and
He's gonna be like,
hours and hours
"I said
in
this."
the office. Because I've
Yes.
watched all the videos.
Yes.
And you would be there alone without Clint anywhere around you.
Yeah, I don't need supervision, counselor. I was conducting an investigation, independent investigation, and he had given me the key, trusted me with that, and I was authorized to enter the premises at will.
Okay.
Right. So if he got on the stand and said you were never doing anything outside his eye, that would be false.
That's not what he said.
Well, from his perspective, he had knowledge
Of what I was doing.
my presence there, as I have testified every time I was there.
Right.
So from his perspective, it may look different.
But you agree with me, sir, that there's hours and hours and hours of video of you alone in that office going through things.
I think that I've already testified to that.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
Now, you were not permitted access to.
Oh, boy. Ma'am, treating him like he is, the talking down to this witness is not going to go well. It's not going to, this is not going to go well, counsel. This is not going to go well.
To the house until after Kouri had been arrested, right?
No, that's not correct.
You got in the house before she was arrested?
No, that is not correct.
Okay, help me out.
No.
house was released by the Summit County Sheriffs on the 8th. That's
the day she was arrested.
That was the trigger, not Kouri's arrest. It was the end of their search that triggered our access to the house.
Okay.
The police were executing a warrant.
Do you know when Kouri was arrested, sir?
I don't recall the exact date.
It's also the 8th.
Would it surprise you to be the day before May 7th?
She was?
Okay.
All right. So
she was arrested on the 7th? I thought she was arrested on the 8th. All the court documents say the 8th. We're not bringing my birthday into this. No.
Objection, Your Honor, foundation on that.
Was it
Would you
May 8th?
re-ask the question, Ms. Nestor?
Sorry. Was it May? Would it surprise you if it was the same day, May 8th, that you got access to the house?
It would not surprise me since I do not recall.
Okay. And during the time after Eric's death, but before Kouri's arrest on May 8th, did you ever go inside the house for that entire year?
I'm sorry, could you ask that again?
Sure. During the time between when Eric Richins died on March the 4th, in the early morning hours of 2022, and May 8th of 2023, were you ever inside the house at any point in between those times?
No, never.
Perfect. So the first time you ever got into that house, over a year had expired since Eric had passed.
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned the police had executed a search that day before they released it to you, right?
Yes.
And do you know how many times prior to that the police had searched that house?
No.
Okay. And then you've also testified here, I think very honestly, that on
thank you for the
repeated
commentary.
occasions you notified the police, hey, there's something you missed. You might want to go back to the house and find it again.
No, that's not what he said.
I mean, I'm not going to adopt your characterization, but it is true that I called them back to that house when I discovered something that I thought was evidentiary.
How many times?
Oh, I don't know. 4, 5.
So on at least 4 to 5 occasions, you found things the police had missed.
No, he found things that he thought were relevant based on his investigation versus things that they might have thought were relevant based on their investigation. He's he's too smart for that, ma'am. This man has been around the block. You're not going to fool him. No matter how much Kouri raises her eyebrows at you, it's not going to change the way this man answers things.
Yeah, that's been my experience throughout my career.
And you
the
told
police never get everything. Ever.
Right. Well, I'm not going to
It's
argue.
true in every case I've ever handled.
Sure, not going to argue with you on that one.
Yeah, it's true.
So they come back because you call them and say, hey, I found something, come back, here's where it is.
Yep.
And they know you're doing that. They know that you have full access to this house, right?
I don't know what they know. I can't answer that.
Well, you're calling them every time you find something.
Well, what opinion they formed in their mind is not within my knowledge.
Okay, fair. True, you called them every time you found something.
That I thought was of evidentiary value in their investigation.
And did any of them ever say, you know what, we're good, stop calling us?
I mean, why would they? I'm so glad I slowed this down.
No, I don't recall that at all.
So then the converse of that is they encourage you to keep doing that.
Well, no.
The inverse? The converse.
That is not the converse of your hypothetical, and I do not agree with your assessment.
I wear the converse to the show.
Did you feel like you were helping them?
I was following the instructions of my client
We're not talking about
to
the
turn
shoes.
over
What is she
anything I
talking
thought
about?
was relevant to the criminal investigation. This is not my case. My case is in the civil court. Anything that we thought was of value to the criminal case, we turned it over.
And the police were happy with that.
I don't know if they were happy or sad or distraught. I have no idea as to their emotional condition.
They sure never told you to stop.
The police.
Okay, converse can be used as opposite or contrary in direction, action, or sequence, e.g. turning around. I had not heard it in that parlance, but can be used to mean Opposite, according to dictionary.com, just to answer that question for all of you. She wants to joust with this dude, and I do not know if this is going to go well. But she wants to go. And he's like, let's go. Okay.
Never directed me to do anything, and if they had told me to stop, I would have ignored them.
Okay. So you could go in.
He's like, I don't listen to the fucking cops, ma'am. Have you met them?
Without a warrant, find something, call them, tell them to get a warrant, and they'd come get it.
I think that's an oversimplification and a vilification. I had permission to enter those premises. I had every right to be there. I didn't need a warrant. I'm not a state actor. I have the permission of the property owner. So I don't agree with your characterization.
When the cops would show up, did you point out what you were showing them? Were you usually there?
No, I was there on one occasion when the police showed up. They executed warrants when I was not there.
Okay.
Yeah. So I only remember one occasion where I found an audio recorder in a dresser drawer that they then recovered by warrant.
And you waited around and pointed it out to them?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, I never touched the device. Okay. So, yeah, I would.
Oh, boy.
I don't know if I pointed it out. I think what I did was, on that date, when I saw the recorder and recognized it for what it was, which is not easy, I just immediately withdrew. I left my audio recorder going until the police arrived. I don't recall pointing it out. I recall describing to them where it was.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Mm-hmm. So then there was one occasion where you found something that was a letter purportedly written by Eric called the My Princess letter. Do you remember that?
Oh?
I don't.
Okay, I want to know everything about the My Princess letter. I'm very, very curious.
I remember a baby cakes letter. I don't know if I remember My Princess. Is that the same one?
That's the one.
Yes.
You remember finding that letter?
August the 9th of 2024 is when I took a photograph of that, but I found it on May the 10th of 2023 during my search of the residence.
So, when you found this letter, at some point, did you move the location that you found it from?
I don't recall ever moving the location. On the video, you will see me find the letter on May the 10th of 2023 when I am in the bedroom, and it is located in the bottom drawer of Eric's side of the bed, the bottom drawer of the vanity. And I looked at it. I didn't think it was relevant. I put it back down on the drawer. On August the 9th of 2024, when I photographed it on the bed, I do not recall if that letter was on the bed or whether I went and retrieved it from the vanity. But there is video. The August 9th, 2024 was the episode that I described that I was called over and I didn't have a video recorder. So I was recording by audio and this is the same date that I recovered the audio recorder. So the letter was also photographed, and then later, I think it was taken by the police. I don't know.
This is after Kouri was arrested.
Stop you for just a minute.
Okay.
He was still going through his visual memory. You could see him going through his memory of where it was. That's incredible. Just incredible recall from this witness.
Left the letter on the master bed, correct? For the police to find.
I left the letter on the master bed. I didn't know that the police were going to come for it.
Okay. And they ultimately did, correct?
Well, ultimately, I don't know because I wasn't present, so that's beyond my knowledge.
Isn't it true that you moved other things around in that house often?
No, that is not true.
Did you move a computer that you located in the office?
I don't recall moving a computer in the office, but I did not move it out of the office.
Did you put it in your Tesla?
If you are talking about the C&E computer, I did not find it in the office. That is not how that worked.
Okay. So you found it where, sir?
I found it in possession of my client who had taken it, who had been given it or taken it from Becky Lloyd. So,
right.
My understanding of the pathway of the C&E computer that I examined was that it was picked up by Becky, who lives nearby and works for C&E. The C&E computer, she then went to get business files off of it. I talked with her about this. I filed an extensive report regarding my interview about the computer.
I'm sorry. This is more chain of custody than almost anything we saw in the Karen Reed case. This chain of custody is thorough with the chain of custody. He's just like, no, let me tell you the entire chain of custody. Right.
And then before I could get up to Francis to get that computer, I lived at the time 250 miles south of Francis in Washington County.
Far.
So it takes me a while to get up to Francis.
I would imagine so.
Before I could get up to get that computer, I believed that my client had already secured it, and so I went and got it from her.
So Becky got the computer from the house after Eric died, right?
Correct.
Then Becky gave it to Katie.
The files were in the computer. The files were in the computer. I couldn't help myself.
Correct.
And Katie gave it to you.
Correct.
And then all of that, no law enforcement ever put hands on it.
Correct.
Right. And at some point, you took it back up to the office to go through it?
No.
Right. Well, there's video of you going through that computer in the office.
How do you know it was that one?
Well, I suppose that I may not have remembered that I went through a computer in that office, but the C&E computer was processed at a location in Midway, and I recall that there was
there more than one computer in there?
What I want to say is an obvious missing hard drive location.
What?
I could see the outlines of a hard drive that had been in place in that computer.
What?
I became suspicious that the hard drive had been removed prior to me getting to that computer. I later sourced that missing hard drive to an upgrade that was performed by a computer company at the request of C&E. The hard drive contents were transferred to a solid state drive.
Oh.
And I did locate that inside the computer.
Okay. So can we...
The amount of thoroughness. The amount of thoroughness. It looked like a hard drive had gotten yeeted. And then I tracked it all the way down to the fact that the hard drive got removed because it was upgraded to a solid state drive, and then found that there was a solid state drive. And then once we had the solid state drive, we understood why it seemed that the hard drive was missing. Like literally no stone unturned. Love the thoroughness. Love the thoroughness. It looks like there should be a hard drive there. Oh, perfect. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating.
We play for the witness only clip TG10.
Ooh, there's clips?
We're going to play without sound, right?
Yes, sir. No sounds necessary.
Okay.
I'm going to kind of wait till we get to the computer part.
So the old hard drive was rehomed, but everything was transferred to the new solid state drive. And then he learned that and was like, okay, well, now we can check
I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. Can we bring that one down? That's the next one. We want to go to the one right before that.
They're looking at clips of something.
173.
I like this witness a lot.
It's GXO
That wasn't me.
10073.
That was Miss Nestor.
Do you have that one?
Clicking
Okay.
her tongue.
Excuse me, I'm having difficulty keeping my head up.
Oh, no worries. Whatever you need, sir, to be comfortable.
Oh, he's going to put on his neck brace, isn't he? That's what it sounds like. For everybody just coming in, this
Yep,
witness...
I'll go back to that. It's going to take her...
This witness recently had a multi-level cervical spinal fusion last week. Like last week. Not last week. Sorry, last month. Emily, last week. No, not last week. Last month. So he is testifying, which is not easy on a good day, and is like, look, at least we came prepared. Good for you, sir, for coming prepared. But he's probably in so much pain.
A minute to upload that, Your Honor. So
He
we'll
said
get to
February
that.
was
You
his-
don't recall putting
I thought he said February was the surgery.
electronics, documents in your Tesla and driving away from the house?
Oh, I remember that, yes.
Okay.
But that was not the C&E computer.
Okay, what computer was that?
I don't recall. I'd
So-
have to see the video.
So you
That's why I make them.
You removed a laptop from the office and put it in your Tesla and drove away with it.
I don't recall that, no. I do not. That would have been my, if there was a laptop in that office, it was mine.
Okay, well, we're going to pull it up in just a minute. I'll help
Fantastic.
refresh your memory.
Yeah.
Also, you
boy.
mentioned earlier that you didn't take, other than the vital records and the attorney-client privileged records, that you didn't take anything else out of the home. That's not entirely true. You also took a safe out of the house?
Yeah, I described that by report, but that house, that safe was returned.
Okay, so you went into the house with your own key, correct?
Yes.
You went into the family, I believe is in the master closet, is that right? Where was it?
Yes.
You picked it up, took it out of the house, and put it in your Tesla.
Why does it matter what car he's driving?
Yes, I believe I did that at the request of Clint Benson.
Apparently, it matters
And then
so
you
much.
drove it to a locksmith,
I did.
and you busted into the safe.
I did not bust into the safe.
Well, he did.
He bumped. He used a technique called bumping.
He's a locksmith.
It's the movement of the door and the frame of the safe that allows it to come open.
Okay, but you didn't have a combination.
I
Bump.
didn't.
Bump,
I don't know if that was a combination. I thought there was
Bump,
a key to that one.
It was forced open with a hammer, right?
Step, bump.
I think it was
step,
a rubber
bump, bump.
mallet, and it was dropped onto the ground.
No. How is there another case with a rubber mallet involved? Also, he had the permission of the safe owner. What mallet is getting dropped?
I thought there was a key to that one.
It was forced open with a hammer, right?
I think it was a rubber mallet, and it was dropped onto the ground.
Okay.
I think that's what eventually got it opened, was that it was dropped onto a flat surface.
And when you were doing that, there's no law enforcement there, correct?
I don't need law enforcement to babysit me.
Okay. And you open it up, and there's clips from guns.
Sir, I'm so glad you put your neck brace back on, because your neck wants to get feisty with her okay back at you, but I'm glad you put the neck brace on. It was a very good call. If your surgeon is watching, they will be proud of your restraint. Oh, look, I said that as a defense attorney, you have to earn snarky with the witness. She started out smarky. He matched her energy, and there's no going back now. There's no going back now at all.
Enforcement there, correct?
I don't need law enforcement to babysit me.
Okay. And you open it up, and there's clips from guns in there, right?
I would have to go back to my report.
Wouldn't they be magazines?
Recall exactly what was in there.
But you handled it with your bare hands, no gloves.
I did.
All right. And, I'm sorry.
This case isn't a shooting. Who cares about the magazines in the gun safe? Clips go in your hair, not your gun.
You also found an unusual residue in the safe. Do you recall that? That you touched with your fingers?
I don't recall that.
All right. We'll play that in a second.
Fantastic.
I do think we found the video of the laptop, so can we queue up for the witness only GXO10073?
Yeah, that's my laptop. I am scanning into my laptop the documents that I am going through at the office. That is my...
Wait, she is trying to say you're taking computers out of the office and the fucking computer she's talking about is the one he brought with him? No. Ma'am. Come on now. That's just a bad look. You're taking this computer out and putting it in your Tesla. Yep. It's my computer. Oh my God. No.
My laptop.
The black one?
Yes.
Okay. So you're scanning all the documents you're finding in the office and then loading them into your laptop?
Yes.
Okay.
That's how
All right,
scanning
and
works.
Again, Clint Benson was not present when you were doing any of this?
Yes, that is my testimony on direct.
Okay. Now
For
let's
my
go to
last
the
statement.
one of the safe. Can you pull up the clip 100055? Hold on just a moment.
Chad, I don't know why she keeps bringing up the car.
1055. See if you can find that one.
I don't know.
Sorry. I think it might be under the impeachment documents.
Saying that it's under the impeachment
We'll get
documents doesn't make it
safe one up
impeachment.
to refresh your memory about that residue. You don't remember touching some residue and filming it and asking
Asked
the
and
safe
answered.
breaker if that was unusual to find residue in a safe?
Asked and answered.
I don't recall that. I would have to refer back to the video that I made of that for just this purpose.
Okay, no worries. So my understanding is you were at the house. There were some times before you got access to the house while Ms. Richins was still living there that you would sit outside her house and observe the house while she was in it. Is that fair?
It is not fair. That is false.
You never did that?
I never sat outside her house and watched her. False.
Not on March 9th of 2023?
Correct.
Not on April 12th of 2023?
Correct.
But you did put trackers on their cars, is that right?
I did.
And that's a secret device that you put on someone's car so you can follow where they're going without their knowledge?
Who owned the car?
So GPS tracking devices are generally covert, and there's good reason for that. I put GPS devices on Kouri's vehicle and two of Lisa's vehicles, one of which was being used by Kouri's brother, Ronnie.
Oh,
So
and Mom's
her mother's
car.
cars and her car.
That is correct.
And how long did you track these individuals?
I think there were different times for different vehicles. I don't recall the exact amount of time, but that'll be in the file that you...
Just know you cannot do this in all state. PIs cannot do this in all states. This is going to vary widely by state. And there's a possibility that some jurors do not like that at all and are like, why are you tracking people? Though I imagine after hearing about Kouri's affair, the jurors might not be confused why he's tracking it, but some people might not like that at all. But who are the cars owned by? Because one of the cars we know was, well, Grossman had a truck that he gave to Kouri's mother, Lisa. So I'm curious, but not all states can you do this. It is illegal in a lot of places.
You have.
And did you turn over your reports on every single place they went for months to law enforcement?
Yes.
And you know that law enforcement is required to have a warrant to do that.
Well, they have to get a warrant, and I have to go through a different procedure that's prescribed by Utah law.
Law enforcement can't just track you.
Appropriately place those devices.
Did you track anybody else's car in this case?
I want to say yes. Yes, I did.
Who else's?
There were some vehicles that I suspected that Carmen Lauber may be utilizing. But I discovered that, in fact, the vehicle that was parked at her house overnight on many occasions was being driven by someone else.
So you never gave that report to law enforcement?
Why would it?
I believe I did.
You gave the Carmen Lauber tracking report to law enforcement?
Yes, it wouldn't be named Carmen Lauber, though.
What would it be named?
Oh.
Because it wasn't Carmen's
I
car.
want to see. There were a number of people that were associated with her residence.
That's all right. If it's
There was
someone.
Nick Bonsavage. There was another young man who were frequenting that residence, and I believe that vehicle that I tracked from that residence was seen there overnight on multiple occasions.
Which might have been Nick's.
I really don't remember, because the point of that was to track Carmen Lauber. And when I discovered that it wasn't Carmen driving the car, I removed the device.
Right.
Okay. Law enforcement
That
was
makes
also
sense.
providing you, I believe you said that Mr. Bloodworth asked you if you got information from law enforcement, and you said no. Is that right?
No, that is not right.
Okay, please correct me.
Well, I would have discussions with law enforcement. I could garner an understanding. I could read between the lines, if you want.
In fact, you went to meetings with law enforcement about this case, didn't you?
Oh, yes.
How many times did you have meetings with them?
I don't recall. I don't count them.
Okay.
The number is not relevant to me.
Well, you appreciate it might be relevant to me? Can you try to remember?
Half a dozen.
Can you pull up TG 11 for the witness only?
Oh my goodness.
Can you make it bigger? All right, sir, do you recognize that?
He is smiling at whatever the video is that she's pulling up. Oh boy.
Can you see it?
I can see it.
Do you recognize it?
I do.
All right, and is that an email that you sent to Detective Woody on July 13th of 2022?
Is it?
I'm going to have difficulty talking about this exhibit, because if it becomes an exhibit, it contains a confidential client communication. But I did send it to Detective Woody.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would object to Mr. Gabler being required to testify regarding any claim.
With respect, I'm not sure yet.
Oh, I think there's another lawyer objecting. Is that the lawyer for the estate? That might be the lawyer for the estate objecting.
Have standing to make any objection.
And the judge is like, who the fuck are you? I think that's the lawyer for the estate that's objecting.
Mr. Gabler being required to testify regarding any claim.
With respect, I'm not sure you have standing to make any objections.
Yeah, where are they
he
actually
seems
standing?
fully attuned to the issue. Ms. Nestor, I'm not sure where we're headed, so just take it one question at a time.
I shall. Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm guessing that's the estate lawyer. But the estate lawyer generally doesn't have the ability to object. The witness can assert that privilege, but they must have been standing somewhere in the courtroom to literally stand up and object. But it does seem fully aware of the issue.
Is it fair to say that this is an example of you
I thought she was going to say
suggesting
Sparta.
to Detective Woody that now would be a really good time for law enforcement to interview Carmen Lauber?
Yes.
And why would that be, sir?
She's on the ropes in drug court is what it says.
Right.
She was on the ropes.
And in fact, what you argued was she would be very likely to be compliant at this point with law enforcement. Is that your words?
Yes.
All right.
So law enforcement had no idea Lauber had gotten hooked up. He was keeping an eye on Lauber, saw that she got hooked up, reached out to law enforcement and was like, yo, CL got hooked up. You might want to go have a chitty chat with her. She might be actually willing to say something to you because she needs something. Right. He normally works on the defense side. He continues to read that situation correctly. But law enforcement didn't contrive a situation to arrest CL and then offer her a deal. It sounds like it was purely coincidental that she got scooped up and he was like, we have an opportunity. Interesting. Very interesting.
Also in here, you accused Kouri of lying about the name of her house cleaner.
Yes.
And the lie that you said Kouri told was that her house cleaner was her cute cleaner, Norma?
Yes.
In fact, didn't you, sir, finally confirm that Norma Garcia was her house cleaner?
I did later confirm that, yes.
So when you sent this to police and said Kouri was lying, you were wrong.
I was wrong.
Okay.
But
so there was a Norma.
Prior to Norma.
Mr.
Your Honor.
Gabler, you need to pause for the next question, sir. Thank you.
Very good.
When did Carmen stop cleaning the house and Norma start cleaning the house? Because Carmen testified that she also cleaned Kouri's house. When did they change? When did that swap?
Did law enforcement give you access to I'm going to try to use the right word, to folders where you could access their information on like a subfolder where you had a link to their folder?
No.
Did you provide them with links to your folder?
What folder?
Yes.
What
One of the
folder?
links you provided them involved a download of Eric's phone. Is that right?
No.
Okay. Did it involve the decoded call logs that you talked about earlier where you figured out everybody's number and name?
I'm confused. You're talking about two separate things. You were just talking about Eric's phone.
You said no, right?
I had an identical copy of Eric's phone that I created from the backup on his Apple iCloud. I may have turned that over to them, but they already had Eric's phone. I didn't need to give them what I had done, which was to trick the Apple server into repopulating a blank iPhone.
You did what now?
So that I could then forensically examine that iPhone and come up with context from Eric's phone.
Oh boy.
So I may have given them that information that I created from a clone of Eric's phone.
So you had in your possession a clone or an exact copy of Eric Richins' phone?
It would not be an exact copy. Only the items that were unencrypted or decryptable from the Apple backup would be on the cloned phone. For example, encrypted data would not be present for biometrics, for his Apple Watch. If he was wearing a biometric watch, that is all encrypted. That would not come back to a new cloned phone. But all of the text messaging, the web histories, the call histories, all of that stuff will be present on that clone.
So you had access to all his texts?
I don't believe I did.
Why not? And this is maybe a stupid old lady question, but explain to me why you didn't have access to his texts if you downloaded everything off the cloud.
All of his texts.
Okay.
I don't believe I ever got all of his texts.
How far back did they go?
I don't recall the date at this time. I would have to refer to the file material to know the exact date of the first event on the phone.
So how much time did you spend reading through his texts?
Well, I don't recall exactly. I could refer back to some records to come up with an answer for you. It would have been a number of hours.
Hundreds of hours?
No.
Hundreds?
I mean, in this case,
Right.
936.3 hours.
Wow.
How many hours you billed total for the case?
Yep.
And what were you paid for that?
900? Did he just say 936 hours in this case? I had to back that up.
It would have been a number of hours.
Hundreds of hours?
No.
Okay.
I mean, in this case,
Right.
936.3 hours.
Is how many hours you billed total for the case?
Yep.
And what were you paid for that?
I don't know.
How much do you charge an hour?
$125 an hour. However,
That's it? Sir, what? Okay.
How much do you charge an hour?
$125 an hour. However, that is not the only billing rate in this case. When I used computer forensic software and my expertise in that regard, the rate would be higher. $200 an hour, I think, was the discounted rate that I gave them.
So I'm really bad at math. Please forgive me if I get this wrong.
Yeah, well, we're both in the same place.
We're talking about over $100,000 you made on this case.
I would say so, yes.
Okay. Now I want to go back to that phone and you reading his text.
Yes.
If the estate is paying him over $100,000 to recover potentially millions back to the estate, that makes sense. So it's probably more than that because he would be billing some at a forensic rate and some at less of a forensic rate. But I mean, damn. 900 hours. Oh boy.
You were culling through your hypotheses.
Yeah.
Obviously, one of the things you want to look at is the state of their marriage. Is that fair?
I mean, it's significant, but it's not dispositive.
I agree.
It's important context, but it's not evidence of anything, really. I see a lot of bad marriages out there. In my career, I've handled many hundreds of divorce cases. So, people have problems.
Did you review text messages between Eric and some of his friends?
Yes.
Did you review text messages between Eric and Bryce?
Bryce Knudsen?
Yes.
I don't recall specifically, but if they were there, I probably looked at them.
Where were Bryce's pants? And why was Bryce the day after or weeks after Eric died joking about shooting him in the head? We have questions about Bryce, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, can I have just a moment?
I'm going to need more information about Bryce's pants. Defendant or defense counsel went over to defense table, asked for a minute. Is there a huddle happening?
So sitting here.
Is there the defense is having a huddle about something. I don't know where they all went. Can we zoom out? Can we just, production, can we just bring it back? Pan out. Where'd everybody fucking go? What the fuck is happening? The defense went to have a kiki in the corner, and everyone else is just cooling their jets. I'm going to answer some questions. I'm going to wait. I want to see what fucking happens. There's no, I'm not zooming. I want to know what the hell is going to happen. Because, oh my goodness, a lot of you have asked me to interview this witness. I would wait until this witness is done with the civil case. That would be my comfort level because the civil case is going to be much and it is still ongoing. Oh, they are actually having a huddle in the corner. Well, there's the defense team's huddle in the corner. Gossip and rumor said dude loves his job, 10 out of 10. He absolutely loves his job. Look, if you're nosy, being a PI might be for you. There are processes to do things, but you might be able to find out some interesting shit. So, let's see. A lot of you like this witness. I'm sure some don't like this witness. But I think if people come at you hot, you're allowed to respond in kind, especially when you're not law enforcement. Law enforcement has to pipe it down a little bit when defense gets snappy with them. I don't think he really has to, especially when you're, coming off of a spinal fusion and she's giving you a hard time. But I'm sure there will be people that find his demeanor to be less than their preferred. I think the way she responds to him kind of warrants the response, but that's just me. This defense team is also, they don't always read the witnesses well. I think that Ramos has done the best of starting to read the witnesses and adjust, but Nestor does not.
You reviewed Eric's texts. Did you find evidence of him sexting with people other than Kouri?
I don't recall that.
Okay.
I did investigate allegations of an affair with Eric.
Okay, but that's not my question.
Well, that's my question.
My question is, do you recall seeing...
I've got those questions. I've got the questions. He was like, I was investigating an affair. Was he sexting Bryce? Wait, I have so many questions. I'm going to just let it roll.
I did investigate allegations of an affair with Eric.
Okay, but that's not my question. My question is, do you recall seeing sexting, as the kids say, on Eric's phone with people other than Kouri?
I don't really know what you mean by sexting. I don't know what the parameters of that are.
And the kids don't call it sexting anymore.
My answer is no.
The olds call it sexting these days.
Okay.
I don't even know what the kids call it this day anymore. But the NSFW text.
Did you find any texts where Eric talked about having an open marriage with Kouri?
I don't recall that.
Ma'am. Keep asking questions. We might get some answers.
At some point, were you investigating cases that were being prosecuted in the Summit County area around the time that Eric died, where people were caught?
We're not going to ask about Eric's affair. You asked everyone else about Eric's affair, and you're not going to ask this dude more about Eric's affair? Come on now. Clearly this witness wants her to ask more about the affair. He's waiting for more questions about the affair or the alleged affair. But she's just moving on.
Died, where people were caught distributing fentanyl?
Yes.
Did you gather affidavits from cases where fentanyl was being sold in the Summit County area?
Yes.
And did you ever follow up on any of those investigations, or did you just stop by gathering the affidavits?
Well, they were plugged into the hypothesis testing matrix. I considered them for their proximity being in Summit County and for them involving fentanyl. In each of those cases, I found no relationship to this case.
Okay.
Okay.
I want to pull up TG2, Katie, just for this witness only. Sorry, I lied about the time. I'm going a little bit longer, Your Honor. I'm close to done.
No problem.
Sir, do you recognize that?
I do.
TG2.
Is that what you were talking about with Mr. Bloodworth, which is the decoding where you looked at his call records and tried to figure out who he was calling?
It is the record that I referred to when I was talking about it on direct. I agree with that.
And Katie, could we go to the page for the date 2/14/2022? I 12:23 p.m.
That's awfully specific.
It's a ways down.
I'm just waiting to see what questions she's going to ask about Valentine's Day.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
Ma'am! The kids call it edging, ma'am. That's what the kids call it. That's what they are calling it. Where did you go? Counsel! What's happening? Get back to the podium and ask the question. Counsel, what are we doing? Okay. I'm going to keep answering questions. Spy Girl said, I want an internship with this PI. I bet it would be fascinating. I bet it would be fascinating.
All right, sir, we've blown up a section. Does that refresh your memory about
Why are we blowing things up? Can't we just enlarge them?
what you determined a call that was made on December 14th at...
Give me the date one more time.
December 14th, 2022.
February 14th. Thank you, Your Honor. At 12:25 p.m.
Oh, I thought you said 12:23.
Well, this is not a record that I created, but I recognize the format, and it appears to be that Eric Richins' phone had an incoming call at 12:25.
Can you look at the call right above that one?
This is an outgoing call from Eric Richins' phone on March the 9th of 2022. I'm sorry, February the 14th of 2022 at 12:23, 2 minutes before the first record that we talked about, and that is to a different number, 801-473-5058.
So as part of your investigation that you were doing on the mirror phone, you could at least identify a call that was made by Eric at 12:23 p.m. on February 14th, right?
I'm confused. We're looking at an invoice record from it.
That's the feed. The feed buffered. That was not me.
Confused. We're looking at an invoice record from it.
Oh. Oh no. Oh. Nope.
Carrier, and you're asking me about his phone.
It fixed. I don't know why it buffered, but she's asking him about the mirrored phone and showing her a carrier record.
Those are two different things.
Did this invoice come from his phone?
Invoice?
Billing records?
From his carrier, from Verizon.
Right.
That's not a record from his phone. That's a record from his carrier.
Understand.
Two different things.
So according to the bill from his carrier,
Yeah.
he made a call at 12:23 p.m. on February 14th.
Correct.
Objection. There's a 901 problem here.
I'm done with it, Your Honor.
Hold on. You got to
I'm
approach
done
for
with
a
it.
moment, if you would.
There's
Okay. There was a 901 issue. Mr. Bloodworth Ever the gentleman, picking up Miss Nestor's notes and putting it back on the podium. Okay, first of all, the color gray of this gentleman in court's hair is fucking phenomenal, and I absolutely am obsessed. Love it. Totally caught my eye. Dude's a vibe. Had to move the closed captioning. Okay, let's continue on. He's got some evidentiary issues with this document. Counsel keeps calling it a phone record from the mirrored phone backup when it's a carrier record is where we're at. Dude looks like he is in pain. We know that he's got to be. Aren't we back from sidebar? Are we not back from sidebar?
Did you ever make any calls or...
901 is authentication. It's authenticating records. That's what 901 is. The 800s are different. 901 is going to be our foundation / authentication. So we've got an authentication issue. That's the 901 issue. Like, how do we know this record's authentic? Where did it come from? Okay, continuing on. This witness looks thrilled about whatever's happening.
Any trips to...
Wait, did we just move on from the phone records?
Did you ever make any calls or any trips?
I guess we're moving on.
To Mexico as part of your investigation in this case?
No.
Okay.
You mentioned you interviewed 45 to 50 people, somewhere around there, 40 to 50.
Yeah, it's an approximate number. I have no method of calculating that number. It's approximate, based upon my memory.
Did you ever interview Kouri?
I did. I spoke to Kouri. She called me on January the 19th of 2023.
All right.
She did what? Oh, that's a terrible idea. January 19th, 2023, Kouri calls you? This is what, 4 months before she's arrested? Oh, her lawyers must have been so fucking mad. Because they're in the civil suit during this time. Her lawyers must have been so mad.
Based upon my memory.
Did you ever interview Kouri?
I did. I spoke to Kouri. She called me on January the 19th of 2023.
All right. And she voluntarily spoke to you?
She called me.
And talked to you voluntarily?
She did. And I stopped her. I told her it would be inappropriate and unethical for me to continue the conversation outside the presence of her lawyer. I then texted her lawyer and had a phone call with her lawyer about the propriety of her client speaking without her presence.
Okay.
I then requested that Kouri submit to an interview multiple times.
All right, stop.
Okay.
Don't
stop. Collaborate and listen. I suspect with what the fuck? She called me. I called her lawyers and was like, why is your girl calling me? Why is your girl calling me? Y'all, not your client calling me. But hey, if she wants to talk, I'll talk. Why don't y'all come sit down? Let's have a chat. Happy to chat. Just think y'all should be there. Just think y'all should be there. Kouri.
Her client speaking without her presence.
Okay.
I then requested that Kouri submit to an interview multiple times.
All right, stop.
Okay.
Don't reveal what anyone else said to you.
Okay.
The point is, Kouri called you to talk to you and tell you her side, right?
I don't know what her intentions were. She seemed very angry that I had contacted one of her business associates. I believe that was the reason she called me on that date.
Okay.
Did she call you to tell you she thought you were a motherfucker? I bet she did. I bet she called to curse your ass out. Yeah, I bet she did. That seems to track from some of the calls we've heard.
I don't know what her intentions were. She seemed very angry that I had contacted one of her business associates. I believe that was the reason she called me on that date.
Okay. And so you never to this day have sat down with Kouri and heard her version of what happened?
No, despite my repeated requests.
Okay. She called you.
And I was bound by the ethics not to talk to her outside the presence of her lawyer. She was a litigant. She sued my client.
Yep.
Okay. And ultimately, as you were working with the trust, did you become aware that the trust filed a wrongful death suit against Kouri?
I am.
And are you aware they're seeking over $10 million in damages against Kouri Richins?
I didn't know that. It's irrelevant to me.
Okay.
Well, it's irrelevant to him. He's like, ma'am, your client's broke as fuck. It's irrelevant to me. They can sue for as much as they want to sue for. They're not going to get it. I've investigated her finances. This is a fucking crater. So, you know. He's like, it's irrelevant to me. Facts.
You aware they're seeking over $10 million in damages against Kouri Richins? She just wants the jury to hear
I didn't know that. It's irrelevant to me.
Okay. Okay, court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
Oh, boy. Yeah. I love that he called the lawyers and was like, somebody come get her. Your client's calling me. Don't do that. I bet her lawyers were so pissed. Her lawyers must have been so fucking mad. So fucking mad. You don't call the PI, ma'am. All right, the defense is having another huddle.
Your Honor, can I have just one moment?
Okay. I guess this time I'm zooming.
Any texts?
Oh, there we go.
I asked you whether you recalled seeing any texts with Eric about him and Kouri having an open relationship, and you said you could not recall. Is that right?
Correct.
Can you put that up on the screen?
Oh, boy. I'm very interested to see where this is going to go.
Do you recall looking at that text?
I do.
You've seen this one?
I believe I have. It's a joke.
Oh, what? We don't continue to read that correctly? Is it a I have other uses for your throat? Or is it a hey, I like your vibes? Like, which direction are we going with? Are we joking about Bryce not having any pants on? What are we joking about? We know that the defense doesn't quite get the jokes. We saw that last week. I'm very curious to see where this goes.
Do you recall looking at that text?
I do.
You've seen this one?
I believe I have. It's a joke.
It's a joke?
It is. It appears to me to be a joke.
Did you see the text around this text?
I did.
So you have reviewed the text between Eric and Bryce?
I don't know. I don't know that this is a text from Bryce. I have no idea. This does not identify Bryce.
So
doesn't
now
identify anybody.
Now that you have your memory refreshed, do you remember seeing this text between Eric and another individual saying that Kouri and I are starting an open relationship tonight? Right?
It says, Kouri and I are starting an open relationship tonight, so I told her I'm taking you home.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And you left that out.
Right. That makes sense that it would be with Bryce with no pants. Did Bryce know that Bryce was going to be the other? Did Bryce know that Bryce was the third in this? Okay. I'm backing that up because it seemed like this was known within the friend group, because when they asked Mrs. Staking about Bryce, do you remember Bryce taking his pants off? She was like, no, but he probably did. So this was clearly known within this relationship that Bryce was the dude who was partying with his pants off all of the time. I want to hear this text again.
Identify anybody.
Now that you have your memory refreshed, do you remember seeing this text between Eric and another individual saying that Kouri and I are starting an open relationship tonight?
They left out so much context.
Right.
It says, Kouri and I are starting an open relationship tonight, so I told her I'm taking you home.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
You left that out of your report.
No. This would be part of my report.
Did you see sexting between Bryce?
Is this the sexting you were looking for? Is this the sexting? Ma'am, is this the sexting? Counsel, no. Like, for real, no. No. We're not serious, are we?
No. This would be part of my report.
Did you see sexting between Bryce and Eric when you looked at their texts?
I don't recall that, no.
Katie?
And is this sexting? I don't know what you mean.
No, I'm not talking about this one. I'm talking about other ones.
All right. I don't recall. I'm talking about many hundreds of thousands of messages in this case. I can't recall them all.
Wait, is there actually sexting with Bryce? I was joking earlier when I said, is it with Bryce?
Let's see. Just a moment.
The pantsless partier. Oh my God. Just read it in. Just read. I cannot wait. Are we going to get to the actual sexting? Is the sexting coming? Is it? Counsel! Come back. Counsel. What level of coming is the sexting, counsel? Is it imminently coming? Is it not coming? Is it almost there? Where are we at? Why did you walk away? Damn it. Counsel!
Can I show you this other text right here and see if this refreshes your memory?
Yes, I want to see the texts. Yes, counsel. Are we close? Or no? I want to see Miss Lewis's face. Sorry.
A whole bunch of emails like this or texts like? Do you remember seeing?
Miss Lewis is just like, what are we looking at?
A whole bunch of emails like this or texts like this between Eric and Bryce?
Honestly, no, I don't remember. Like I say, there were hundreds of thousands of messages in this case. I don't remember even 1% of them.
Did you bring enough text for the class, counsel?
As I look at this, I mean, it just makes me laugh. It doesn't appear to be serious.
So how many of these joke sextings did you review that Eric did?
I don't understand this to be sexting. I think you're wrong about that.
What does it
resist
say?
your characterization.
What does it say? Wait, don't resist. Lean in. What does it say?
These are two friends joking with each other. That's what I'm reading here.
And they did that all the time?
I don't know.
Hundreds of times?
If I had the records, and then I could answer your question, but I don't remember all of these messages. And yeah, this is a joke.
Did you review all of the texts between Bryce and Eric?
I think at one time I would have gone through every single text message that was available to me on Eric's cloned phone. So, do I recall it? Well,
What are the texts?
I recall that it was a bit mind-numbing. There was a lot there. Nothing particularly stuck out in my mind or memory about those messages.
Did they repeatedly talk about how?
Was he looking at the messages going, I imagine that's what was happening here. He's like, it was mind-numbing, the jokes with the friends. Okay.
Having sex acts together?
I don't recall.
Did they repeatedly talk about oral sex together?
I don't.
Ma'am, if you are really trying to go after the victim to make fetch like this happen over jokes with his friends, I am going to lose my fucking mind. Because I was joking. But honestly, what are we doing? Like, you have to have a good faith basis that these texts are serious. we're going to cross from funny to getting ridiculous, but I am very curious what the texts say and if there is actually a valid purpose for this other than that just trying to throw the victim under the bus in some way. Like, is there a purpose or no? Okay, I'm very curious. But what are we doing?
I recall that it was a bit mind-numbing. There was a lot there. Nothing particularly stuck out in my mind or memory about those messages.
Did they repeatedly talk about having sex acts together?
I don't recall.
Did they repeatedly talk about oral sex together?
I don't recall.
Did they?
Ma'am, are they texting each other blow me? Like, what are we talking about?
They talk about anal sex together?
Also don't recall.
But you
He's
read them
laughing
all.
at her.
I'm sure that I did.
And it's all joking.
Knowing what I know about Bryce and Eric, yeah, that's how I interpret it.
So you do remember reading things of this nature and you interpreted it all as joking?
No, as I sit here today, I interpret it that way. I would have interpreted it that way back at my original reading of it. That doesn't mean I recall it. It means I have an opinion about what I thought then. That's different.
And what did you think then? They were joking?
No. What I think now is that this was a joke. I do not have a recollection of this at the time that I first read it.
He's like, but I think I would have thought the same thing.
If I had a recollection of that time, I'm sure it would be the same as it is today.
I would have thought the same thing.
And if there were these tens of 20s of 50s of these types of emails, all of them would be jokes?
Sustained.
Relevance at
That's
this
it.
point.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything further for Mr. Gabler?
I'm really curious
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
what her purpose was with all of that.
There are a bunch of to-dos locker room talk from August of 2018.
That was my read of it, yes.
Texts from 2018? Did you just say those texts were from 2018?
Yes. August. The text.
You're talking about texts in August of 2018? Are these the jokes that they were making after going out hunting together? Because didn't Bryce reference them spending time together hunting in the call with Kouri?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. The text, there are a bunch of to-dos locker room talk from August of 2018.
That was my read of it, yes.
There wasn't any serious read that Eric Richins and Bryce Knudsen were engaged in some homosexual affair.
Zero.
In all of the text messages you reviewed, did you see any evidence of Eric using illicit street drugs?
No, I looked and I could not find.
Right.
You mentioned legal requirements for a...
Was counsel trying to just use text messages that she knows are jokes to try to somehow garner feelings about the victim and Bryce Knudsen for the jury? Because that is a whole different level of, is this an authentic read of these texts?
Licensed private investigator to place a GPS tracker on a car. What are those legal requirements?
So the statute governing that was adopted a few years ago. It requires that...
All right, I'm going to try to stop being mad, but again, if she thought it was serious, she can raise serious questions. But there are there is nothing in this case that even ties back to his conversations with Bryce. Why she is asked about, there was another woman's name that there was an emotional affair that we've heard about. She asked this investigator none of it. And I'm surprised she asked this investigator none of it. And instead has gone just a whole different direction with it. I'm glad the prosecution is circling back to tracking the cars, though, because that is something that there will be people who definitely raise an eyebrow about.
Licensed private investigator to place the GPS tracker on a car. What are those legal requirements?
So the statute governing that was adopted a few years ago. It requires that before placing the device, a licensed private investigator must identify the person or persons that are driving that vehicle and potentially the owner of that vehicle, and that they submit a request to query the protected persons database in the state of Utah for any record of those persons that are subject to the GPS tracking. That is designed to keep us from tracking people who have protective orders or temporary restraining orders or other lawful processes that define them as a protected person. We cannot track you in that circumstance. We do not have independent access to that database. So we must ask an agency of the state for a yay or nay.
To clear it. Right.
Is this person in the protected persons database? We have to do that before we place a device. We have to be certain that we are not tracking a protected person. So I submitted those requests to the appropriate counties of the jurisdictions where I placed these devices. The Summit County Sheriff's Office initially declined my request under the statute. I insisted. I finally got them to comply. I did the same with the Wasatch County Sheriff's Office, and they complied with my request.
Did you conduct your investigation entirely within the bounds of the law?
I believe I did.
Did you conduct your investigation entirely within the ethical bounds of private investigators and the attorneys you were working for in this case?
I believe that I did.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Nestor, anything further for Mr. Gabler?
No, Your Honor.
May we release this witness?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your time. Please step safely. You are free to go, sir.
Thank you.
I appreciate that the court is like, please step down safely. I think Bloodworth addressed what Nestor was trying to do in the most direct and forthright way he could.
Mr. Bloodworth, is this an appropriate
It's going to be up to the jury how they feel about that. I know how I feel about it.
It is, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
I think a lot of jurors will
Ladies
feel
and
the
gentlemen,
same, but I don't know the makeup of this
recessing for the
jury.
evening. As always, please do not speak about the case. Please do not allow anyone to speak to you about it. Please do not watch, listen, or read anything about
That
the case at all.
was
Please do
wild.
not do any research about the case. To allow me and the attorneys to talk about some legal issues that hopefully will keep us efficient during the presentation of testimony tomorrow, please be here ready to go at 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Ooh!
Thank you for your patience.
Wait, are the attorneys coming back at 8:30 though?
All right.
Or are we all coming back at 9:30? Wait, what time are we coming? What time are we coming back? I can't believe of all the things that Nestor asked this witness, she didn't ask about the actual allegations of affair and instead tried to make fetch happen with something else. It's just so fucking wild to me that of the witnesses, it's just ask everybody whose job it's not, right? Ask everybody whose job it's not. And she's done that a couple times. She's asked a lot of people, did you hear that Eric was having an affair? But then when it comes to his business partner, not a single question. When it comes to the person reading his text messages, not a single question. But then starts asking about Bryce and whether Bryce, who is still partying with his pants off in his late 30s, is making jokes about dicks in text messages. Shocked me. I'm fucking shocked. That Party with Your Pants Off Bryce is making dick jokes. Okay. And? Ugh. And I imagine that the jury is sitting there going, okay, well, if you're asking about Eric's affair, why aren't you asking the person who's combing through his texts about the affair? No, you want to ask about his friend? Also, his friend that was on the phone with Kouri, a week and a half after his death, being like, nah, if you wanted to kill him, you totally would have shot him in the head. I have not forgotten about that. Like, how dare you say that about your bestie? That shit still pisses me off. I'm not done yet. But what in the world? Okay. I'm curious to hear what the court has to say. It just is so obvious, the questions that were asked and were not asked. And I don't understand why. I guess, are we going to see Bryce as a witness? Because now I got a lot of questions.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, Mr. Ramos, in docket, if you would just make a note of this for me. Docket 1555, docket 1555. The state sets forth its understanding of your objections or requests related to the portions of the O'Driscoll interview transcript that you believe should be included under Rule 106 or excluded under various reasons, and the state's understanding of your objections or requests for inclusions related to the jail calls. I understand that to be the last word from the parties. The state presents it as the last word from defense. But if you would take a look at that specifically this evening and come tomorrow morning ready to let me know if you are changing any of those positions.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, anything else in anticipation of that discussion?
No, sir.
8:30 tomorrow morning?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Nestor, 8:30 tomorrow morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay.
I've reviewed
They're getting ready for jail calls.
Portions of the O'Driscoll transcript. I've reviewed each of the jail calls and recordings that are listed in 1555. I have notes regarding all of that. Anything else I need to be prepared for on those two issues from the state's perspective, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, sir.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Ms. Nestor, anything else on the record today?
No, sir.
Very good. Thank you for your patience. We'll be in recess until 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Okay. Well, that was an interesting end to the day, wasn't it? However, we're done with day 10. And it seems that we are getting close to the end of the state's case, which makes me wonder, I don't think they're going to call Bryce. Maybe the defense is going to call Bryce. But I think O'Driscoll is their next witness. And O'Driscoll is going to be bringing in all the shit that Kouri had to say. So O'Driscoll is going to get into the jail calls, the walk the dog letter, the police interviews, and that's probably going to be a day and a half at least of testimony because there's a lot of calls and a lot of information. I still want to know who the PI called that pissed Kouri off so much that she called the PI. A number of you are asking, did Bryce already testify? Bryce did not. Nightshade Winter, Bryce did not testify. We heard Bryce on that recorded call that Kouri was recording, but we have not heard Bryce testify. But I don't think the defense would call Bryce. I think they just want to leave it hanging there. Some of you are asking, why wouldn't the prosecution object to the line of questioning about the text messages? The prosecutor can see the look on the jury's faces. And if the jurors are sitting there going, seriously, this is where we're at now, then no, you let the defense keep digging. And that witness was just kind of laughing at her. So I'm not shocked that they just said, was there any indication that this was real? That this was beyond them joking with each other? Because if all of the jurors went, oh my God, let's see the text, and then went, wait, what the fuck are you actually insinuating? Yeah, they're just going to let the defense go. But the thing that's frustrating is we are seeing very much a throw the spaghetti at the wall. But I think there are areas in this case to attack as the defense, but they are continuing to throw all the spaghetti at the wall. There are things that are just so off-putting or so misrepresented that it's hard to follow the through line on the good points that they're making. So I bet at the end of the day, the defense is going to wish they had a take CV backseat if they have sorted out that is a joke. So I'm curious. I think the defense is just throwing all of the insinuations out there, but there are so many of them that the jury, I can't imagine, will actually take seriously. Maybe they will, but it seems to me that with the handwriting expert today, focus on the fact that well, you can't say that Kouri wrote it. You can't say that Eric wrote it. You don't know who wrote it. You can't say for sure. And you don't know if Eric was just like, go ahead and sign it. That's actually an area to attack on the forgery case. But you start throwing in all kinds of other stuff. And then we're like, oh, but you were forging documents per an IA investigation, weren't you? No, you were exonerated? Oh, okay. And then it starts to neutralize the good points that they made because it continues to break trust on why are you trying to lift this up as a big deal when you can tell that it's not a big deal? And we went through that with these defense attorneys all day today. Well, with Nestor all day today. How many times did the court say to Miss Nestor, that's not accurate? You're not representing that accurately. It's just so frustrating to watch the misrepresentations. I just want to see attorneys do their job well. And the misrepresentations of all of it makes it really hard to follow where the defense is going earnestly, because the trust has been completely broken. And coming in, the defense for a lot of jurors is already going to have kind of an uphill battle with some jurors. That shouldn't be the case, but it is for some. And so when you already have some jurors that you're on an uphill climb with, breaking trust with them with things like that is not going to go well. And if there's areas of the state's case to attack them. But when you start attacking stuff that just is irrelevant or nonsensical, it breaks trust with the jury. And it's part of why the prosecution is going to keep on going. We also never got to see any of the videos of the PI. She showed the PI and he was like, she's like, you took that laptop out of the house. You took the C&E laptop out of the house. And showed him the video and he was like, that's my laptop. I took my laptop into the house. I did my work and then I took my laptop out of the house with me. Okay. It is just really frustrating because everything is a misrepresentation, it feels like. And everything has gotten so twisted, you just can't find the good points. And when we see the good points across, I'm like, that's a good point. Double down on that. And then we're off to something else that's wild. It's hard to follow. It's frustrating. And it is not a style I prefer. We've seen defense attorneys, even when they reach for things that are a bit of a reach, you still don't lose trust with them. I thought the defense attorneys in the Walsh case had a really good balance of sometimes it was a reach. However, they didn't go that few steps further to break trust. And even though they represented things that were going to happen at the beginning of the case in their opening, and then they didn't get there by the time they were in closing, they tried to circle back to that. I think some of that was their client changing up on them. But they had good arguments where they can argue. And you can kind of follow along with them and be like, yeah, I see where you're at with that. This is just a whole different world. We have seen some good defense attorneys. The constant misrepresentations really challenge me. Really, really challenge me and frustrate me quite deeply. And it's just, I'm very frustrated with it. Really frustrated with it. It's just, we have seen defense attorneys do great work even when their cases are not great. There is room for that. We're not seeing it here. Lara in the chat said, EDB, the open marriage one was egregious with not letting him finish the sentence. Yeah, she just cherry picked it. It was like, Kouri and I are starting an open relationship, so I'm bringing you home tonight. Right. Yes. And it makes you look, I think, as the attorney, foolish in front of the jury when you try to narrow it down and then it's like, no, it's this. But you took that computer. Oh, your own computer? It's frustrating and no one likes to feel gaslit. And it's exhausting. And today was. We saw so much of it from the arguments where the court is just like, that's not what was said. A frustrating day for me. It's going to be real interesting when we get into the defense case. Because, again, there are areas to poke at in this case. And they are going to get lost under everything else. I guess we'll see what happens tomorrow. I suspect the prosecution, even though they're going to bring in O'Driscoll, I suspect they're going to bring in the lab techs that tested the weed gummies. Today was a lot. I think we're going to see the lab techs that tested the weed gummies. Trying to turn Sudafed into PCP was today was weird. Today was a lot. Today was a lot, y'all. I'm still kind of buffering. I don't understand what the thought is behind some of this strategy. And I think tomorrow we'll get to O'Driscoll and be getting close to the end of the state's case. And then the question becomes, A, are we going to see Bryce and figure out why he was partying without his pants? And then B, are we going to hear Kouri Richins testify? Or is she going to change her mind? Today was, choices were made. I don't necessarily think they were good ones, but choices were made today. Let's answer a few questions, and then I am going to go see my kiddos, have some dinner. A lot of you are asking about the walk the dog letter. That'll come in with O'Driscoll. Yeah, that'll come in with O'Driscoll because, well, they might need the witness that searched the jail cell to bring it in, but that might come in with O'Driscoll or one others. We heard the 911 call today. I guess that was something. This last witness was just, it all got spicy. But the 911 call was something, wasn't it? There was no sense of urgency for me in the 911 call, which was unexpected It was unexpected to me to not see any urgency in the 911 call. I thought there would be some urgency. Yeah, there just wasn't. A lot of you asked to interview the PI. I think having an interview with the PI would be fascinating, but also I think it would be appropriate after the civil case is done. Ray of Sun said, I can't remember what I did this morning. I know. And this witness recently had surgery and is remembering exactly where a letter was, the princess letter that wasn't the princess letter. The princess letter had a different nickname. Damn it, I've already forgotten. The princess letter already had a different nickname. But he found it, saw it, put it back, and he remembered not only the first time he saw the letter, but he remembered the second time when he went back and photographed it and left it out. Oh, baby cakes. That's right. The baby cakes letter, not the princess letter. The princess letter, the baby cakes letter. Even that, even shit like that. Does he ever call her princess in the letter? I mean, we don't know if he wrote the letter. Does the letter ever say princess or does it say baby cakes? Even that. Which is it? And why is it being misrepresented? It's so annoying. It's just so annoying. So, which is it? Chat, you're right. Maybe it is Princess Baby Cakes. I'm trying, chat. Honestly, the one of my biggest pet peeves, the constant misrepresentation, and this trial, it's been constant. A non-RPG gamer said crazy thing, a Sudafed ad on my Facebook page while watching this case. Coincidence? Absolutely not a coincidence. They're listening to this trial. Yeah, absolutely not a coincidence. The robots are roboting. One and only Jacqueline said, I'm a nosy paralegal. My attorney loves it. Being nosy is a huge benefit in all of these areas that we've talked about. All of them. It is important. Bree 1978 said, I don't understand the whole THC debacle. What is the defense with that, considering it wasn't in his system? That the gummies were laced or tainted or something, and that they had melted in his stomach and not metabolized into his blood, and therefore it was the source of the fentanyl? Or it's just it could be the gummies and we don't know if it's the gummies. And so because it could be, then it's not Kouri, I guess, is where we're going. Little Queen in the chat said, what's everyone snacking on? Got a flake bar. I love a flake bar. Our grocery store recently started carrying flake bars. They are so freaking good. I love a flake bar. And I'm glad we can get them at some places in the States. Melanie, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. I will say, almost every single time, the desserts from everywhere else are just better. They're just better. They're just better. They are. It just tastes better. They are so good. Flake bars are not common in the US. They are Cadbury British dessert, and they are like airy and light, and they melt on your tongue. They are delicious. They are delicious. They're so good. I think the first time I ever had a flake bar, my friend Chris, friend and team baker, right hand Chris, brought one back from her trip abroad and was like, you must try flake. I was like, I must. I've been in love ever since. I don't remember what year that was. 2000? Maybe before, but right around there. So yeah, that's the first time I ever tried a flake. Creek Native Girl said, I went to walk the dogs and they just now settled the issue. I mean, I guess the question is who let the dogs out? And in part, it was Creek Native Girl. It was like, no, I went with the dogs. I did not just let them out. We did have a who let the dogs out moment today. I mean, I guess that's something. Thank you guys for the gift of memberships. Welcome to all the new members. Oh, you guys, what an absolute wild day. I'm going to try to answer just a few more questions. The legal rulings today, the court was so patient, and I am so not patient like that. I am just not. I'm going to try to pull up a few more. Celebril said, I really hate the ask people whose job it's not technique. Insurance stuff was brought in by a better witness, and all this serves is to confuse the jury. I know that's the point, but I hate it. The ask whose job it's not can sometimes land on a nugget or two, but jurors also catch on to it pretty quickly. I think ask whose job it's not works well when you can point out what people should have done and didn't, but it works well when it's pointed back at the person whose job it is. It's just, it's absolutely tough, for sure. And it's frustrating to me at times, as you can all tell. Emily, you are frustrated with this trial. Yes. I do not like it when people play in my face at all. We couldn't tell. Jennifer said, happy 18th birthday, T. My first baby turns 1 next week, and I am not okay. It is okay to be not okay. It feels like it goes really fast, especially in the first year. And then it gets to like 5 and 10. And then you get to 18 and you're like, I don't even know how this happened. He was just, and T was so gracious with me this weekend. He had a winter guard competition on his birthday. So that's why we were traversing multiple states to go see Travis perform on his birthday. He was so gracious and so patient with his mom, who was like, I just want to hug you. I know you're with your team and all of your friends, but I just want to hug you. I'm not okay. That my little one is, I'm just not okay. But also excited and proud. And he is reaching the part of senior year where he's like, okay, is it summer yet? Is it summer? Is it summer? Are we done? Can I be done? I'm ready to be done. And it's really nice to see him getting to the point now that we're in March. He's like, it's summer. And this seems to be about the right time for everybody who's recovered from a DCI summer. It started a little bit last month, but by February, we are now in the middle of like, all right, I'm ready to go back on tour. I'm ready to go back on tour. Let's go. So Travis is now ready for senior year to be done so he can go back on tour. He's like, he's counting down to the end of senior year so he can just get back on tour. But he's got camp coming up, and one of the other members in his guard is going to be performing with a different DCI group this summer, and he's really excited to share that experience. And now he's like, it's time. Nell says, Sunday night was not enough to recombobulate, just finished 4-4 as a PMRN. Oh, Nels, I'm sorry. AMRN no-show due to the time change. I left at 9:30 instead of 7:15, but glad to be with the Lawnards this afternoon. That's a long day. KD said, imagine your friend's wife is on trial for murder and you end up forever being known internationally as No Pants Bryce. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's for sure. Catty Patties, no, we do talk about DCI quite a lot here since last year because Travis marches DCI. So he does. For all of you that are new here and are like, Emily, what the fuck? It is the most insane version of marching band. It is amazing. It is the peak pinnacle of marching arts. It is so great. There's no really describing it, but it is the sound, the pageantry, the sweat, the smell of all that is summer with the marching arts. They are massive stadium performances. It's awesome. But yeah, Travis marches DCI, started marching last year. I'm very excited for this year. I loved last year's show. I'm excited to see what they do this year. So it's fun. It's a lot of fun, and it's fun to get to go do it as a parent and watch what Travis does at band camp, which is a whole different thing. It's a whole different thing. So we will talk more about that. This is Forever Wanderer said, did you hear Kouri's He's Obsessed with Me hot mic? I didn't. If she's But if she was talking about the PI, that's kind of their job. I did not hear it. I would not be shocked if Kouri was sitting there thinking that the PI is obsessed with her. That would track for everything we've seen from Kouri's personality. That would absolutely track. Wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised at all. It's like, ma'am, he's the PI. It's kind of his job. Why is he so obsessed with me? Because he was hired to investigate you, ma'am. It's giving Sarah Boone mixed with Murdaugh. It just is. It just is. Oh my God. All right. Yes, we can, chat. Shannon said, EDB, can we get the lobster sting operation? Yes. Okay. I'm going to give you we're going to do the shortened version at almost 9 hours of streaming. And then I'm going to go see the kiddos. Here is the at bottom, what was happening? Well, it seemed that there were a number of vessels that were procuring lobster for various restaurant kind of distribution, and were hunting or, well, trapping within protected mating grounds for the lobster. And so Fish and Game tagged a bunch of lobsters and put the bait lobster in the protected areas so that if the lobsters were procured from within the protected area, then it would be easy to tell because they were sting lobsters. And so you cannot, the area where people were procuring lobsters from were out of bounds for where you could procure lobsters from. And so they put a number of bait lobsters, like a fucking lot of bait lobsters that were marked. So yes, some of them had trackers. They were wired essentially. And so they could track the lobsters if the lobsters were still within the bounds and if the lobsters got picked up on a boat. So they had sting operation lobsters placed in the area where you weren't supposed to fish. And then they had undercover boats going out when boats were in the illegal fishing area, and they would go and stop the boats, search the boats, find the tagged, tracked lobsters on the boats, and then arrest the people on the boats. But it was a very long sting operation because it was numerous boats that were, well, capturing lobster in the protected lobster areas. So they did a very extensive lobster sting operation with marked lobsters that they were tracking, because you got to make sure the lobsters don't like wander out. Like if the trap lobsters wander out of the proper lobster area, you got to be able to track the lobsters. So yes, Fish and Game had a massive lobster sting operation that ended up with a lot of people getting prosecuted and substantial fines in addition to jail time and what have you. Fish and Game takes that shit real serious. Of course they do. That is their jobs. And when you have people who are commercially fishing in protected areas for, restaurants and what have you, it decimates the population. We're not talking about one person going and grabbing a lobster. It was commercial fishing operations in improper areas. So lots and lots of, bait lobsters. Not rock lobsters. Bait lobsters. Yes. Other people's prawns. Yes. So the sting operation was fairly impressive, and I was obsessed. I was so enthralled with the sting operation. I was like, you've got to tell me more about this operation. My Fish and Game stuff never had a sting operation. I will tell you more about my own cases with Fish and Game another time. We had Fish and Game arrest somebody on a DUI once, and that did not go well. I'm like, y'all, what are you doing? You're fishing game. You're in a pickup truck. They don't even understand that you're law enforcement. They're so confused when they're pulling over and you're like, stop fishing game. Like, what are you doing? They're on land. I don't even know if this is your jurisdiction. Let somebody else run the FSTs. What is happening? Yes. So the lobsters were in fact wired. Shaw's YouTube place, was that entrapment? No. But it's cheeky. The lobsters were entrapped. But we will, on another day, we will have more fishing game conversations, I am sure. But yeah, you can't. Look, there's boundaries. Just follow the rules. There's rules. Just follow the rules. There's rules for a reason. Sometimes the rules are dumb. I'm not saying these rules are dumb. Sometimes the rules are dumb and they're still the rules. And if the rules come with fines and jail time, don't break the rules. You'll go to jail. Don't do that. So yes, full on DUI stop with fishing game. And they're like, we haven't done a DUI stop in a really long time, but that person was intoxicated. And we saw how intoxicated they were. And then we were like, you shouldn't get in your car. And then they got in their car and then they drove away. And we were like, well, fuck, we're in it now. God damn it. Stop driving. Yes. Other conversations. Law nerds, it sounds like the jury will not be back until 9:30 Mountain Time tomorrow. That the lawyers will be back before that. I will moderate our stream time so that if the lawyers finish up with 5 minutes and then have a 45-minute break till the jury gets in, Emily makes sure to have a little bit more time. A little bit more time in the morning. So I will put stream time up, and then of course get the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com, because you will get a Law Nerd app alert when I am going live, when I am back from breaks. So if you're like, I want to scoot into chat right as we're finishing up boarding. If you are like, I want to be the last person on the plane, I get you. The Law Nerd app is for you. Some of you are like, I want to come and chat. I want to just hang out. I want to see how y'all are doing. Then that's the time that'll be on the stream. If you're like, when's this shit starting? The Law Nerd app will tell you exactly when we're starting. So come on in. And the water's fine. There's no trap lobsters here. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow we get to the walk the dog letter. Maybe tomorrow we get to some of the jail calls. Maybe tomorrow we get to Kouri Richins' interview with law enforcement. Because that's going to be something. We've seen just the tip of what those interviews are going to be like. So I will see you all tomorrow. Law nerds, thank you for being here. Thank you for being a law nerd. You're the best. Have a good one. I'm going to still recover from the time change. I hate the time change. A lot of you guys said you didn't get to fly. Can we have a flight home? Music to my soul? Yes. Motion granted for an evening flight. All right, law nerds. Evening flight and then good night. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Team Baker. I have no idea how we're going to summarize today. It was a wild ride. And I did not expect a large part of what happened today. Because what I did not expect is to hear the defense asking a man sitting on the witness stand in a neck brace about sexting and open marriages. I did not think that's where today was going to go. And alas, it was. Good night, law nerds. Thanks for joining me on this stream. If you don't want to miss a moment in court, you need the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android where I can keep you in the loop with everything happening in court and, of course, when the jury has a verdict. So if you don't want to miss a moment of this trial coverage, make sure you get the Law Nerd app. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being a Law Nerd.